management have arrived at the venue. Namaste. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this workshop on overcoming challenges of the first mile connectivity projects of CIL. We at CMPDI have made this effort today to bring together all the stakeholders across the value chain of the first mile connectivity projects of CIL, which is a mission mode program of Ministry of Coal under the aegis of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, wherein there has been a push for accelerated development of the mechanized transportation of coal, and this mechanized transportation of coal is intended towards increasing the sustainability, the transparency, cost effectiveness, and efficiency. The mission has been challenging not only for CMPDI in terms of scale, the numbers of projects that had to be taken up in a small amount of time, but also for the EICs, people implementing it on ground in terms of on-ground challenges, land marcation, acquisition. For our industry partners, the EPC contractors, the manufacturers, the vendor selection, in terms of bringing them on ground on time as per project schedule, despite all the constraints. So a team effort was required, a teamwork from all corners to make this a reality and to reach at this point where we are today. And as in the spirit of teamwork, a shlok of Sanskrit comes to my mind. Yatha hi eken chakren narathasya gati bhavet evam purushkaren bina devam na siddhyati. Which means that even a chariot cannot move on only one wheel. It takes 4 wheels to move a chariot. The same way, any human effort towards a great cause requires teamwork and efforts of all. And I feel this shlok sets the context of today's workshop very beautifully, where our industry partners and officials of CIL have gathered here today to discuss and to pave a way forward for smooth functioning and a working environment where the FMC project targets of CIL can be achieved. And as you all can see, the importance CIL has given to this issue, that at this hour of the morning today, top leadership of CIL is present here to discuss and take the idea forward for a harmonious working. So, I would like to welcome them today at this inaugural session of today's workshop and request them to please come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for respected Shri PM Prasad, Chairman Coal India Limited, respected Shri Achyut Ghatak, Director Technical Coal India Limited, respected Shri JP Dwivedi, CMD WCL, respected Shri Nilendu Kumar Singh, CMD CCL, and our CMD Shri Manoj Kumar, CMD CMPDI. I would also like to welcome all our directors from subsidiaries of CIL, our Director Technical P&D and CRD from CMPDI, Director Technical from CCL, Director Technical from ECL, Director Finance from CCL, CVO, CCL and CMPDI, ED, CPNP from Coal India Limited, and Senior Advisor from CMPDI at this event. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all our industry partners, all the EPC contractors, the equipment manufacturers and vendors, and welcome one and all of our CMPDI and CIL family. At the start of the program, I would like to request our CMD CMPDI to please welcome respected Chairman CIL at this gathering today with a warm token of shawl and shriffle. Now I would request Sri Shankar Nagachari to please welcome Director Technical CIL at this event. I'd also request sir to please welcome CMD CMPDI at today's workshop. Now I would request Shri Ajay Kumar, our Director Technical P&D, to please welcome CMD WCL at this event. I'd also request sir to please welcome CMD CCL. I'd request our GM E&M to please welcome our dignitaries. Request sir to welcome Director Technical CCL at this event. So please welcome Director Technical ECL, Shri Girish Nair ji. I'd also request to please welcome DFCCL. I'd request sir to please welcome CVO, CCL and CMPDI. I'd request sir to please welcome ED, CP and PM, Shri Kinnar. And I request sir to please welcome Senior Advisor Mining of CMPDI, Shri A.K. Rana. At India, our country Bharat, before we begin any auspicious program, we seek the blessings of the Almighty. And today also, before the start of this workshop, I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to please begin the event today by lighting the divine lamp, whose light brings the blessings of Almighty and best wishes to this entire gathering and all the people present here.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः.
Moving on, I would now like to request all of you to please stand up for the CIL Corporate Geet, which fills us all with immense pride and enthusiasm for the progress of our company.
हमारे मिले कदम हमारा चौड़ा सी औलाद हमारे। हम हैं आग, हम हैं बिजली, हम हैं शक्ति की आग। हम हैं कोल इंडिया हम। अंधेरे से खोद लाते हम उजाले खुशियों के। चट्टाने फोड़ जुटाते हम ईंधन लाखों के। हम हैं कोल इंडिया हम। कदम मिले चले ताल मिलाकर साथ पकड़ कर बाहे। हम लाए काला हीरा हमसे उज्जवल देश की राहें। हम हैं आग, हम हैं बिजली, हम एकता की खान। हम हैं कोल इंडिया हम।
Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to call upon Sri Shankar Nagachari, Director Technical CMPDI, for the welcome address of today's event on behalf of CMPDI and CIL.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all. Respected Chairman Sir and the Chief Guest of today's function, respected dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, EPC, contractors, vendors, engineers in charge, experts, participants and everyone present over here. Namaskar once again. I feel extremely privileged to have this opportunity to welcome you all to this one-day workshop on challenges of first mile connectivity projects. India's FMC projects are transitioning to a highly automated and data-driven future, incorporating piped conveyors, rapid silo loading, PLC control systems, drones, 5G connectivity, and advanced monitoring. In order to address the issues being faced in the implementation and execution of FMC projects, as well as during operations, with the participation of all stakeholders, this workshop is being organized under the aegis of CMPDIL. Today, on this occasion, we are all privileged to have the most respectful Shri PM Prasad Sir, Chairman Coal India Limited, as the chief guest, who has been very kind enough to be here despite of his very busy schedules. Sir, you are the source of inspiration but to everyone who has had the opportunity to meet you even for few moments. Our heartiest welcome to you, sir. सर के बारे में कम से कम शब्दों में क्या ही कहा जाए, जितना कहा जाए उतना ही कम होगा। फिर भी मैं कहीं की कुछ लाइन सर के सम्मान में कहना चाहूँगा। नज़र नज़र में उतरना कमाल होता है, नज़र नज़र में उतरना कमाल, उसमें बिखरना कमाल होता है। बुलंदियों पर पहुँचना कोई कमाल नहीं, परंतु बुलंदियों पर ठहरना कमाल होता है। जोरदार तालियों से सर का स्वागत करें। थैंक यू, वेलकम यू सर। I also take this opportunity to welcome Shri Achyut Ghatak sir, Director Technical CIL, who is closely associated with CIL and CMPDIL's role in FMC, and very recently headed a committee MOC to improve the utilization of FMCs from their present levels, and came forward with a very valuable solutions and recommendations and observations. Very warm welcome to you, Ghatak sir, at your own place. I would also take this opportunity to welcome our own leader, Sri Manoj Kumar sir, CMD CMPDIL, who has a key role right from conceptualization of FMC projects to its successful commissioning. Under your leadership only, sir, we are able to organize this workshop. I would also take opportunity to welcome Shri JP Dwivedi sir, CMD WCL, having a vast experience in the field of mining as well as implementation of FMC projects in SECL, NCL, and now CMD in WCL, sir. We welcome you all, sir. We all welcome you, sir. Similarly, I would also take this opportunity to welcome Shri N.K. Singh, sir, CMD CCL, another legend in mining who is having a long experience in mining and particularly in FMC implementation in SECL, ECL, and now as CMD CCL. I would also take this opportunity to welcome the dignitaries present over here, namely Secretary Finance CCL, Shri C.S. Tiwari Sahab, Director Technical CCL, Shri G. Girish Nair Sahab, Director Technical ECL, Shri Pankaj Kumar Sahab, CVO CCL and CMPDL, Shri Ajay Kumar Sahab, Director Technical PND, CMPDL, Shri K. Rajshekhar Sahab, Executive Director CIL, Shri A.K. Rana Sahab, Senior Advisor CMPDL, all the EPC contractors. I would also welcome all the EPC senior in charges of different subsidiaries of CIL and experts of CMPDL, distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators and participants and everyone present over here including the press, print and media reporters, representatives. Today's workshop is more than just a platform for discussion. It's a chance to build consensus, share insights and strengthen partnership. We must use this forum to reaffirm our shared commitment to resolve issues, improving project outcomes and driving sustainability in coal transportation. Let us face the complexity ahead not as roadblocks but as the stepping stones towards a more connected, intelligent and future-ready coal infrastructure. I look to the enriching discussions ahead. With these words, welcome once again to everyone. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Coal India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I'd request CMD CMPDI Shri Manoj Kumar to please deliver his address on setting the context of today's event.
Namaskar, Johar. It's a pleasure to respected Chairman, sir, Director Technical CIL, my colleague CMD, CMD WCL, CMD CCL, directors from CMPDI, CCL, BCCL and ECL, senior officials from CIL and other subsidiaries, and all the valuable stakeholders and partners of CIL FMC program present here. Under Chairman CIL, CMPDI thought of this gathering focused at overcoming challenges of CIL's FMC program, a critical component of CIL's operation. I am happy to note the enthusiastic participation from all valuable stakeholders. Since its inception, CMPDI has been the backbone of India's coal handling infra, when deep expertise in techno-economic evaluations, equipment selection, detailed engineering and construction supervision, CMPDI has laid the foundation for safe, efficient and reliable coal handling plants across the nation. Before FMC projects, CMPDI had planned 20 mechanized CHP with a combined capacity of 151 MTPA. In 2019, under the aegis of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, First Mile Connectivity Program, Ministry of Coal entrusted CMPDI to steer the planning and design of FMC projects in structured phases. Today, 17 FMCs are commissioned and operational, 26 FMCs are under construction, 4 FMCs are in tendering stage, 12 FMCs are in planning stage, and rest 13 FMCs are under MDO's consideration and execution. CMPDI stands as a beacon of technical excellence, sustainable planning, and future readiness. With every initiative, it is transforming coal handling in India, making it greener, safer, and smarter. As we move forward, CMPDI's vision and innovation will play a pivotal role in supporting our nation's journey towards secure and responsible energy. And we appreciate the contribution, feedback, and support of all the stakeholders and partners in this journey. Without teamwork, this journey and uphill task would not have been possible. However, the path of building efficient and sustainable first mile connectivity without its hurdles, from design and execution challenges to coordination among stakeholders, the road is complex. But these challenges also offer us the opportunity to rethink, collaborate, and innovate. This workshop has been organized with the aim of addressing these very issues, bringing together the collective wisdom of EICs from coal subsidiaries, EPC contractor, vendors, and CMPDI. Each stakeholder brings invaluable experience and insights that can help us identify practical and scalable solutions. Let us use this platform not only to share knowledge, but to forge a shared commitment, a commitment to overcoming challenges, enhancing project delivery, and ultimately contributing to a more connected, efficient, and sustainable. Together, by understanding the challenges and fostering collaborative solutions, we can unlock immense potential for economic growth, environmental sustainability, and societal developments. Let's commit to tackling these complexities head-on and work together to build a better, more prosperous future for all. Once again, from my side and from the whole CMPDI side, I welcome you all again. Thank you.
Now, I would like to request the person with whose inspiration this workshop today has been organized with a name that a harmonious and in tandem working can be achieved between CIL and all the stakeholders of FMC. The person whom we all have been waiting to listen to. I request today's chief guest, Shri PM Prasad, to please share his words of wisdom on this topic. Sir.
Good morning and namaskar to one and all. CMPD, who is organizing this event, and my colleagues on the dais, and all the directors present, CEO Saab, ED, and all the GMs, Coal India, colleagues from Coal India, from turnkey projects. Samantha Saab is present here, and presentation from Asian Energy, Madhukan Energy, Black Diamond. L&T I have not seen here, but L&T is one of the pioneer in civil constructions and handling of material. Other than that, I have seen so many presentations by different premium transmission, Watts, Dodge Industrial, PPS International, Delta Electronics, Ecodia, Projects and Control, and all others who have not even presenting from both EPC and vendors. Once again, my heartfelt welcome, especially the turnkey project owners, representatives and vendors. In fact, this topic, more than Coal India, this is conceived around 2018-19 by ministry to fasten the coal handling systems both efficiently and also in greener point of view. And the topic also challenges of FMC projects, a step towards greener and broader goal of sustainable future. Above 5 million ton, all the projects were conceived, whether it is NCL or other. Previously in NCL, right from beginning, many of the projects, NCL and some mega projects of SECL, been working with this from the last 15-20 years, more than 20-30 years, and it has gone to MCL even before 2015, Bharatpur silo and Lingaraj silo was conceptualized. After this ministry's interference and direction that about 2 million ton, every project should have first mile connectivity. In one way, it is also helping the in the past, NEERI has done studies both at Gyavara and Lingaraj for a 10 million ton project and a 15 million, wherein it has been seen by implementation of that, by reducing the tipper distance, more than 70 to 80%, either dust emissions, diesel consumption, noise levels, everything has improved for a better sustainability. So, as per the direction and our target by 2030 for 980 million ton by FMC loading, and right now we are at 354, and almost next 1 year, 1.5 year, we will be commissioning around 150 million ton of the projects. And so many, especially challenges in Jharkhand. 4 years back we have awarded to L&T in Amarpali and Magadh at HEC. We have cancelled because of lack of forest clearances and land clearances, and again retendered. Forest is also one of the challenges. Some challenges are some PSUs who are taking and unable to complete the works. So this is also one thing we have to look into it. If a PSU takes and if you are not delivering in time. Similarly, some private EPC contractors are also taking at ECL and different places, even MCL at Hingula PSU. They are beyond schedule, both time overrun, cost overrun, almost 3 to 4 years lagging. Had they have completed by this time, instead of 350, almost 450 million ton could have been done. So we have been direct time and again by minister and secretary. If any contractor, whether it is failing, if it is due to the corona period or any other rainy season, if it is heavy rains, that much consideration can be given, but it is a prolonging for lack of funds or whatever may be planning or execution. It cannot be taken it easily, and the directive is that even you have to terminate, we have to go for termination. Of caution, it is not that only we have to get the order book. Along with the order book, execution is also important. And we are also under scanner. If we are committing by 994 million in 4-5 years, the world looks how the coal mining, if at all it has to be continued. In our case, we are going to continue. As our Honorable PM has told, by 2070, it will be reduced and we will get net zero by that time. And coal has to be thermal plants consumption in a phased manner, it will be cut down. In order to that, for each operation, if you want to do environment friendly, this FMC is the backbone, and where my request to all the EPC contractors and vendors, if you take a work, it has to be done in time. That is my request, and otherwise we will be bound to go for compelled action or 2.5 years project. If it is done for 6 to 7 years. In Krishnasila also we are faced with one CPSU. It is 3 years contract, we have done in 9 years. So basic purpose is finished, and the project life is also finished. Krishnasila maybe it will be more than another 7 to 8 years only. But had the project come in time in first 3 years, that 5 years we could have utilized. Similarly, in many places we are having some hindrances. From management side, we are responsible. From design, some vendors come, either electrical, they complain in tenders like NTPC, SAIL, and other bigger organizations. They don't insist for imported electrical items. This is one of the things, one of the vendors present here also today. So we have to look into it. I request GM E&M Biswas from CMPDL and CMPDL team under the Nagajari Saab and Ajay and CMD CMPDL. We have to look into it. Similarly, the ground bunker storage many times, in earlier times also it has given say 4,500 tons. If the project is of 3-4 million, whether that much is required or not, even for silo capacities. Wherever we can reduce, cost is also reduced, time also can be saved, economically also it can be done. So these things as a planner we have to see. We cannot go age-old private agencies in Bangalore. They are telling that a rapid loading system, even to a level of 100-150 crores it can come. So we have to see when other solutions in hand, and by comparison it can be thought of. And today's the day-long workshop, I think it will be very fruitful, and under one roof These are all veterans, just Samantha Saab, 86 to 90s, we were seen their workshops or coal handling plants. Similarly, L&T, Urumari L&T has done in a record time. And we are loading by FMC also. Wherever we are loading with this, even the surrounding villagers are also happy. So we have to see that the timeline is very important. If it is to be delivered in, say, 60 months or 72 months, it has to come. Coal companies will be benefited, and after the completion, EPC, the main work is completed so that AMC period can be started. Similarly, one CHP in area 1-2 in Jeria, where the Maheshpur silo is constructed because of rights. The line could not be completed due to any reasons because of main backfilling is there, and now next 2 months we are going to complete, but the silo is already completed and standing from the last 6 years. Similarly, in this Rajmahal field, one of our CHP is almost going to complete, but the track line from other side NTPC, it is going to come in next 1.5 to 2 years. They have put it very late, the work order to rights. Magad pipe conveyor, though it is not connected with directly, but if NTPC connects Tandwa power plant, 10 million, we can also be mutually benefited. Right now it is going by tippers to sidings. So once that is done, though Magad and Amrapali CHPs are in place, award is done, but forest main clearance of Amrapali we obtained, and another 145 hectare it has to be obtained to complete smoothly. Similarly in Magad mega projects, and wherever forest clearance is involved, my special request to the subsidiary companies to expedite these things so that once a vendor or EPC contractor has come, smooth operations or smooth installation work can be carried out. So I thank CMD CMPDL for organizing this workshop and bringing all the EPC contractors under one roof, and vendors. You can, there is no bar, and just Samantha Saab was asking, sir, I have to tell so many defective systems in your tendering or execution. I am telling you can discuss threadbare and free. DT Coal India also there, so that any chance we can rectify with any NTPC CHP systems or better things. CMPDL think tank is also there. We can definitely focus on it, because it is once this FMCs are constructed, we can tackle this overloading, especially railways always complain. With payloader loading, it will have an axle load, and safety also it is endangered. So both ways will be beneficial. So this forum is that we can look into it wherever, whether it is electrical side made or site handover side, anything you can discuss freely. We can take a note on it, and post the meeting or post this conference also, we can work on in the next 1-2 months. Wherever simplification to be done, we will definitely do. I thank once again CMPD in calling me to be amongst you. And once again, I welcome especially all the EPC contractors, vendors for this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights, deep insights, I should say, about every project and specific issues which needs to be discussed today, which needs to be resolved today at today's workshop. And I would thank him for sparing his valuable time and providing us this guidance. And as a mark of our gratitude, mark of the warmth that we have towards him, and equally that he reciprocates towards us, I would request our CMD CMPDI to please present a memento to our chief guest, Shri PM Prasad, to mark this occasion of this workshop on overcoming challenges of the FMC projects. Now CHP moves this black diamond coal through conveyor belts with a very precise speed to reach the destination where it's supposed to be. So I just thought of it that today's program warrants that I should not say moving on, rather I should say conveying on, as the conveyor moves the coal. So conveying on, we have very valuable suggestions, very valuable thoughts about the FMC projects of CIL, and it is coming directly from the top leadership of CIL, and it involves certain presentations, certain specific showcases. So for that, I would request all our guests on the dais to please take their respective places of the dais so that we can convey ahead to the next phase of this session where the top leaders of CIL will be providing their specific inputs. Now, as Chairman Sir has already underlined that we are all free here today to discuss and to resolve, because this is one of its kind opportunities. We have been discussing issues with every vendor, every EPC contractor separately about their issues or their suggestions or their grievances. So this is actually a very wonderful opportunity today that everybody comes together on one place, everybody listens to one another. Not only people from CIL, but other EPC contractors may listen to valuable suggestions from their counterparts, or the vendors may discuss merits, intercomparable merits together. But the leadership at CIL, most of them have already seen and have been instrumental in implementation of these projects on ground. It's not just them seeing, they've also been involved in implementation of these projects, so they have very specific suggestions and very specific inputs. So for the next session, or rather the continuation of this session, we would listen from them, we would see, and I would request everyone to please take note of these suggestions, because these are the things that will be eventually very important in finalizing how we are moving ahead today. What are the things that we gather from here today and take things forward? So for the next portion of the session, I would first of all request Shri Achyut Ghatak, Director Technical, Coal India Limited, to share his expectations on this workshop and further developments in the projects, FMC projects of CIL. So.
सब लोगों को सुप्रभात, नमस्कार. Respected Chairman Sir, respected CMDs, directors, respected stakeholders, all the audiences. I would not make this a very serious discussion, but would like to begin on a lighter note. I was given a big chotha here, which I read, and my colleagues gave me something which was very hi-fi, but as Chairman Sahab rightly said, this should be something which is heart to heart. In nutshell, यहाँ बैठ के सब फरिया लीजिए, ख़त्म कीजिए, let us go ahead, let us go fast. With that note, today's topic of challenges of the FMC. To me, this has many markers, many indicators. I consider it a very wisely chosen topic. To me, this topic itself suggests that we definitely have reached somewhere. कहीं ना कहीं हम पहुंच चुके हैं, जिसके चलते अब ये बात आ रही है कि हमें challenges क्या है. This topic is on challenges. What are our challenges today? मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ the journey this FMC had since 2019. I remember very distinctly we were summoned to the Ministry of Coal 2019. The government was just elected. It was the 100 days program of the government, wherein Honorable Chairman Sahab at that time, this was perhaps the DT of NCL, if I correctly remember. He was also there. He had made very good suggestions, and one of the suggestions was more of FMC. This is of course his idea that we go more for FMCs. Drawing inspiration from what Vikrant said, Rathasya Chatur Chakrena, for the 4 wheels, but there are numerous wheels. A train has at least some 600 odd wheels which are to move. So we are not confined to 4 wheels, we are now confined to multiple wheels, which fortunately run on 2 parallel lines, that is the ethics, the company and the service provider, which are tied by the sleepers. Sleeperon se juda hua, concrete sleeper se juda hua, that is the model that we have to do if we are to really go fast. आपको मालूम है रथ से ज़्यादा तेज आज की ट्रेन चलती है क्योंकि ये टेक्नोलॉजी का कमाल है. So we will have to move with the speed of the trains, the bullet trains, the rathas. Why this FMC? Let us look at the spokes of the wheel called FMC. The first and foremost on the top is the commitment to environment and sustainability. Second, employment generated. Third is the quality delivered. Fourth is the sizing. Fifth is the safety. And not last but not the least is the cost and the efficiency the system generates. So without losing focus, let us introspect where do we have reached and when do we end. These are the 2 important questions. हम कहाँ पहुँचे हैं और हम कहाँ पहुँचना है. 2030 is the time that we all know very well. Lot of work has been done in the between. I will take up the topic just within a few minutes. Where have we reached? 17 numbers, 223 million ton delivered. 27 numbers, 285 million ton being delivered. 2 numbers, 25 million ton are under tendering. 13 numbers, 155 million ton are on the drawing board. And last 13 of around the same capacity, that is 156 million ton, are attributable to the MDOs. They are doing it their own way. We hope to say the job is done by 2030, as I had mentioned. Over the prolonged period of 10 years, we are face to face with numerous challenges and questions. Why so much of time? Are we abreast with the future and the rapidly changing technology scenario across the world? Are our legalities proper? Are our mandates proper? Are our processes proper? Now, the aspects which I had mentioned broadly fall under 2 things: the construction aspect and secondly the utilization aspect. So 2 parties, 2 parallel lines, one for construction and one for the utilization. But the tying element is the sleeper, the process, the legalities, the intents. I will use all those big words because unless they are present as a element, essential element in whole of this system, I would call it a system, the things are not going to change, the challenges cannot be overcome. I would be cautious, would like to categorically mention that we are here to resolve challenges, as Chairman Sahab has said. Let us talk it out heart to heart. सारे फरियाद, सारे issues को हम off the table, on the table, हाथ मिला के सामने खड़े होकर resolve कर लें. And then on, we hope to see the outcomes from this interaction. इस interaction का जो भी outcome होगा, whatever be the outcome, we will be honest in overcoming all those challenges through these interactions. There may be pitfalls on both sides. We have to resolve them, the implementer and the both. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As you all can see, the quick implementability and thinking on the way he improvised the speech, so you can expect when he will be here throughout the day for today's workshop, you can expect talking straight to the point, hoping for resolution of the issues quickly. And as Sir has already scaled up the magnanimity of today's event, that technologically now we have leveled up, we have moved on from mentions of rathas to the speed of bullet train, and you can take it up that he will be taking up the issues in a no nonsensical manner, and straight points will have to be deliberated today. Another speaker that now I'd like to request upon, Shri JP Dwivedi, CMD WCL, who will be delivering his suggestions out of his immense experience of implementation of these FMC projects in various capacities that he has seen across the industry, and it will also for today's thought and today's workshop ahead. So I request CMD WCL, Shri JP Dwivedi, and I request to please put up his presentation.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, respected Chairman Sahab, all the guests present over here, CMD, CCL, all the directors of our company, all the HOD, general managers, EPC contractors, and who are present here. It is an honor to stand before you today at this pivotal conference workshop on the first mile connectivity. This topic resonates deeply with our shared mission of powering India's progress. My sincere gratitude goes to CMPDIL for convening this gathering of minds. Your collective ingenuity will undoubtedly chart the course of Coal India's next leap in operational experience. I am going to present before you some suggestions which I gathered from my practical experience working in few projects. Next. This is actually the basic first slide where we can see the concept MC, that is transportation of coal from mine to market. And the Coal India thrust on, as earlier told by our chairman, that first mile connectivity, this thrust was put in 2019. In first phase, there are 35 projects, capacity is 414.5 million ton, with a capex of more than 10,000 crores. In phase 2, there are 9 projects planned with capacity of 57 million ton per annum, with capex of 2,500 crores. And in phase 3, there are 17 projects, capacity of 292 million ton per annum and capex of more than 11,000 crores. In which this increased mechanized evacuation from 151 million ton, which was before 2000, to 994 million ton per annum. Smaller size CHP with RLS in new mines, now it is going up to 1 million ton. We can commission this RLS by making combination of the few projects with more than 1 million ton. Substantial improvement in environment and evacuation efficiency and reduction in cost can be seen by implementing these projects. Next. This is summary of FMC projects. Existing prior to 19 were 20 and capacity as it was 120 per annum. New constructed 22 with capacity of 265 million ton per annum. Under constructions are 21 projects, that is 232 million ton per annum capacity. And in tendering stage there are 3 with 35 million ton per annum capacity. And MDO and other scopes, there are 13 projects of capacity 156.2 million ton per annum. Under formulation, there are 13 projects, that is 154.8 million ton per annum. Now total this coming to 92 projects, that is 994 million ton per annum. And in this right side, there is this our targets. There are 37 completed projects, capacity of 373.5 million ton per annum. In 25 already completed till today, that is 5 number of projects, that is 42.5 million ton per annum capacity. And as so on, this in 25, 26 there are 14. In 26, 27, these 5 projects are to be completed. In 27, 28, the target is 14 projects, and 28, 29, it is 17 projects. This is the scenario of FMC projects in WCL. In phase 1, this in Makar Dhokla Umrer area, 1 project is completed now. It is under trial. That capacity is 8 million ton per annum. In phase 2, there is another project, that is Mogoli Nirguda Vani area of capacity 10 million ton per annum. It is under construction and it is to be completed by in the end of this calendar year. And is phase 3, that is integrated FMC of Gauri Pony expansion and Shasti open cast mine of 10 million ton capacity, that is work is awarded. Upcoming projects are Gauri Central of one project is 7 million ton capacity and another is Kolar Pimpari. One project that is 5 million ton capacity. The total projects are planned in WCL with the capacity of 40 million ton per annum. Additionally, 11 million ton per annum FMC through pipe conveyor being undertaken by FMC, who is main consumer of WCL coal. Next. Special features of CHP and silo of Makar Dhokla 3 Umrer area. There are 2 special features. We are producing this solar power. There is provision of solar panels having power generation of 3 megawatt, and the solar panels were installed over the roof of this gantry. Detector for fires, microprocessor based optical smoke and air provided along the conveyor. That is one of the good safety feature that is incorporated in this CHP project. Next. This is the line diagram of Makar Dhokla 3 project, which is commissioned. You can see clearly here that there are 7 belt conveyors, and in series there are 4 conveyors, C2, C3, C4 and C5. And the total conveyor length of these all conveyors is more than 0.5 kilometers. And in series there are 4 conveyors, the length is 4.3 kilometers. Next. This is the pictorial view of that FMC. Next. Salient feature of this project, this silo was, silo capacity is 4,000 ton capacity, and there is one ground bunker of 20,000 ton capacity. There is twin belt conveyors up kilometers in parallel. Transfer houses are 6. Drive houses are 8. Substations are 4. Next. With the experience and seeing this project, I am suggesting few things. This project, there are 4 substations planned and that had been implemented. But I am suggesting this improvement, that number of substations could be reduced. It can be operated with 1 substation at single in midpoint and with 2 switch rooms. But if we are going for that, then definitely there are this expenditure on cable and this voltage drop after laying the cable is negligible. We have calculated that. And in the example is also given in the third column. That is, if we are going to use this aluminum cable or 150 square mm, then the voltage drop is only 143 volts, whereas the operating voltage is 6.2%. And we calculated this example considering the total current in the circuit. If substation is situated in between, definitely the current will be divided in two parts and the voltage drop will further get reduced. By doing so, the capex and opex in infrastructure of these two substations would have been saved. Next. And we have given this table for the copper cable. If we are going to use this single core cable or this 3-core cable, then the resistance has been given in this table. Resistance. Next. It is for previous slide. It is for aluminum cable. The resistance and the impedance of the cable circuit that is given here for according to the sizes of the cable. Next. Now in civil design, we are also giving one suggestion. When we are going to make this 20,000 ton ground bunker, then the silo capacity could be reduced to 1,000 to 1,200 ton capacity by feeding the conveyors from ground bunker to silo. But presently, it is planned that there are two parallel 20,000 ton capacity conveyors, and we are suggesting for 5,000 ton per hour capacity belt conveyors. At one time, only one conveyor is sufficient to feed the coal to silo sufficient, and one conveyor will remain idle. Second suggestion is the 7 numbers of conveyor segment transfer points. Those can also be reduced by using pipe conveyor. Because there are C2 to C5, there are 4 conveyors in series and they are almost in a straight line. Their pipe conveyor can be planned for 4.3 kilometers. And we can operate this project, would have been operated with this 3 number of transfer point only. Third is suggestion in this that is, we can reduce the length of conveyor also. Before, when we are going to plan any CHP, the CMPDI team should visit the place and see whether there are some chances to take this railway line near to the FMC project and reduce the length of the conveyor. By doing so, safety will improve and energy consumption during whole life of the project, the LT also is going down, then OPEX will be lesser in comparison to the present scenario. Next. Now these are the details and comparison with the conventional belt conveyor and the pipe belt conveyor. There are so many advantages has been given, so there is no power, but this transfer point can be reduced. And at the transfer point we are deploying manpower, and that way the manpower can be saved, and by doing so the saving against the procurement of multiple motors and electrical can be saved. Saving in operational manpower, better environmental control, reduce space requirement, reduction in number of transfer points, and better availability of conveyor. Because when we are going to add conveyors in series, each conveyor there is reduction in availability of the system by almost 5%. If we are going to add 4 conveyors, definitely there is availability will reduced by around 15 to 20%. Next. This is the provision in NIT where some specification of rock breaker was not defined. If we are facing some problem that the rock breaker which is provided by the contractor In some cases, it is of insufficient capacity, and it is not able to break this larger size of our stone chunks. And another suggestion is no provision of painting of exposed surface of the concrete wall. It should be taken into consideration at the time of this planning. By doing this thing, this better reflection and protection from the weather, as I seen and experienced in Amlori, that in silo there is some deterioration due to corrosion because absorption of this moisture, there is some corrosion and some structures are getting now deteriorated. Next. And this is the final suggestion, that arrangement of coal from surface miner faces. At present, we are planning most of the projects with the surface miner, and continuously the percentage of continuous miner produced coal is increasing in Coal India. So now this suggestion is that there should be some provision of hopper, that directly we should feed the coal, surface miner coal, to this hopper, not through this crusher. Otherwise, there is wastage of the energy, and we are adding this capital also. So for that, I suggested that the arrangement for a sorter cum sizer system, where the sized coal minus 100 or minus 50, whatever it is, passes through the grizzly and directly conveyed to overground bunker without passing through immediate crusher. The oversized coal is screened and discharged into the roll sizer, intermediate crusher for sizing. By doing so, we should install one smaller capacity of 20 or 30% of the capacity that can serve the purpose. Next. Now this this final suggestion, which is there should be one interdisciplinary team from the CMPDI to visit the places where this construction and commissioning is going on, and during operation also they should visit and see whether there is some problem at the time of execution or at the time of operation. Then only there in future the improvement can be brought into the system. Next. Now it is this new beginning towards cheaper, sustainable and efficient coal evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for all the valuable insights. And I'm sure all the engineers and GMs from CMPDI have a lot of work to do based on these suggestions to improve, with a common goal of improving the FMC infrastructure of CIL and its implementation, smooth implementation without any problems between the officials, engineer in charges and the EPC contractors. Now conveying request Shri Nilendu Singh, CMD CCL, for sharing his thoughts on the roadmap of today's event. Sir.
आदरणीय चेयरमैन CIL साहब, आदरणीय CMD WCL, CMD CMPDI, स्थित DT कोल इंडिया साहब, यहाँ उपस्थित नागाचारी साहब, हमारे DF साहब, CCL के CVO साहब, यहाँ उपस्थित हमारे बाल सखा जो हमारे CCL में भी डायरेक्टरेट में है और CMPDI यानी ECL में भी है, यहाँ उपस्थित सर्वगण, मैं अपने कुछ प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंसेस को आपके बीच शेयर करना चाहूँगा डायरेक्टली। अपने सर्विस कैरियर के दरमियान इस 35 साल में काफ़ी ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स के साथ काम करने का ये मौका, जहाँ FMC या तो पहले से था या स्थापित होने वाला था या स्थापना के दौर से गुजर रहा था, जिसमें गेवरा, दीपका, मानिकपुर, रायगढ़ एरिया के छाल, बरोद, ECL के राजमहल, हुरासी, देन यहाँ CCL में आने के बाद में 4-5 प्रोजेक्ट्स। मैंने पाया कि इसको यदि 3 कैटेगरी में हम लोग बांटते हैं, पहला प्लानिंग स्टेज, दूसरा कंस्ट्रक्शन स्टेज और तीसरा एग्जीक्यूशन स्टेज, तो क्या क्या डिफ़िकल्टी जो है ये सामने आती है, ये आपके सामने मैं बिल्कुल बिंदुवार और स्पष्ट रखना चाहूँगा। और मैं इस हाउस से कामना करता हूँ कि जो अभी दिन भर का डिस्कशन हो उस पर इन पॉइंट्स पे भी मंथन जरूर करें आप। सबसे पहला है प्लानिंग स्टेज में, तो ये देखने में आया कि फर्स्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी ऑन पेपर प्लान हो गया, 3 साल से धरातल पे आया नहीं। कारण जानने की कोशिश की गई तो मालूम चला कि क्लियरेंसेस नहीं है। तो जिस समय एफएमसी प्लान होता है और जब ये टेंडर में जाता है और फाइनलाइजेशन होता है, ये ऑलमोस्ट 1 साल की प्रक्रिया है। तो एक निवेदन हमेशा रहेगा कि जहाँ जहाँ भी ये प्लान हो तो वो एक ध्यान में रखा जाए कि जैसे ही प्लान चालू हुआ वैसे ही फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंसेस की वो व्यवस्था जो है वो शुरू हो जानी चाहिए। डेफिनेटली कुछ स्टेट्स ऐसे हैं जहाँ थोड़ी प्रक्रिया में विलंब जरूर होती है, बट हिम्मत नहीं हारना। सेकंड चीज है, जहाँ एफएमसी ऐसे जगह में प्लान किया गया जो पूरा नीचे एसफिल्ड है और ऊपर से वो एक पतला सा लेयर डम्प्ड है ओबी का, तो जब वो एग्जीक्यूशन के दौर में वहाँ गए लोग तो पाए कि इसका स्टेबिलिटी अब क्या होगा। तो कृपया करके इस पर जरूर ध्यान दिया जाए कि जिस ग्राउंड लेवल को आपने और हमने प्लान किया है वो पहले से ही स्टेबल हो। यदि उस समय सोच लिया गया रहता तो आज एग्जीक्यूशन के दौर में ये समस्याएं नहीं आती। थर्ड चीज है कि एक बार जब अवॉर्ड हो जाता है ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट तो उसके बाद में प्रक्रिया चालू होती है इंजीनियरिंग ड्राइंग के अप्रूवल्स की, और ये मैंने पाया है कि कम से कम 6 महीने और अधिक से अधिक 8 महीने से 10 महीने का समय लगता। इसमें ऐसा मैं नहीं कहूँगा कि डिले होता है, बट मैं ये कहूँगा कि कहीं ना कहीं परसेप्शन में जब तक हम लोग कॉन्क्रीट उतर के नहीं आते तो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की ओर से ये डिज़ाइन ड्राइंग सबमिट नहीं हो पाता, और जब ये डिज़ाइन ड्राइंग सबमिट होता तो फिर स्क्रूटनी में एक वैल्यूएबल टाइम देना जरूरी है। तो क्या ये प्रक्रिया टेंडर होने के पहले हो सकती है क्या? ये एक सोचने का विषय है। ये टेंडर होने के बाद जो इंजीनियरिंग ड्राइंग की प्रक्रिया चलती है, ये यदि पहले से ही इंजीनियरिंग ड्राइंग अप्रूव्ड रहे और इसी धारा में हमको बहना है, क्योंकि सीएमपीडीआई ही सारी ये व्यवस्थाएं इस एफएमसी से रिलेटेड करती हैं, तो सीएमपीडीआई बाद में ड्राइंग का अप्रूवल भी देती है, तो क्या ये पहले क्यों नहीं किया जा सकता? इस पर एक थॉट प्रोसेस आना चाहिए हमारे विचार से। फोर्थ है कि डिजाइन में ऑलवेज एक चीज का ध्यान हमेशा पैसा जितना बच रहा है उस पर थोड़ा कम फोकस रखा जाए, सुविधा इस्तेमाल करने वाले को कितनी होगी इस पर ज़्यादा फोकस रखा जाए। क्योंकि हमने अपने पूरे करियर के दरमियान जो 15-20 साल इस एफएमसी में काम किए, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि कहीं ना कहीं कुछ पैसे बचाने के चक्कर में ये दुविधा जो है ये 10 गुना ज़्यादा बढ़ गया। शायद यदि वहाँ कुछ उसको ढीला छोड़ा गया रहता तो सुविधाएं बहुत होती। फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं आपके साथ रखना चाहता हूँ, दीपका एक माइन है, आप लोग कोई भी जाके देख सकते हैं, या एसईसीएल से हमारे कुछ मित्र यदि आए होंगे तो वो बता सकते हैं। वहाँ 3 सर्किट है, वो जो इनपुट जहाँ आता है वहाँ से जब चलता है तो 3 बेल्ट का सर्किट है। बताया गया कि ये 2 बेल्ट का सर्किट वो यूज के लिए डिजाइंड है, एंड 3rd बेल्ट का जो सर्किट है वो स्टैंड बाई सर्किट है कि यदि ये दोनों में कोई एक ब्रेकडाउन हो या मेंटेनेंस में जाए तो तीसरे बेल्ट सर्किट को जो है वो इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता। तो एट अ टाइम 24 घंटे में हमेशा 2 बेल्ट सर्किट रहेगा और टारगेटेड जो प्रोडक्शन है वो अचीव कर पाएगा। मैंने जब उसका ऑपरेशनल ऑपरेट किया और 2 साल के दरमियान ही वहाँ काम करने पे बहुत गहन अध्ययन किया, तो मैंने 1-2 छोटी सी चीज़ें पाई जो आपके बीच में रखना चाहूँगा। यदि एक बेल्ट सर्किट ब्रेकडाउन है तो उसमें 4 टुकड़े हैं बेल्ट के, C1, C2, C3, C4 लाइक दैट। बट बी और जो ए सीरीज ऑफ बेल्ट है वो जो दूसरा और तीसरा, उससे कहीं भी कनेक्टिविटी ए में नहीं है, न ए से बी में है, न बी से सी में है। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है यदि A1 चला पहला, B1 चला उसके बाजू में और C1 चला तीसरा उसके बाजू में, तो यदि मान लीजिए A1 ब्रेकडाउन है तो आप A2, A3, A4, A6 किसी का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते। तो क्या ऐसा संभव है क्या कि हर टुकड़े बेल्ट के बाद में एक इंटरकनेक्टिविटी हो जाए ABC में? और इसी के रिलेशन में जो PLC कंट्रोल होता है रूम में रहता है, क्योंकि आपको मालूम होगा कि यदि आगे का बेल्ट किसी कारण से बंद हो जाता है तो स्वतः पीछे की सारी बेल्ट जो है वो उसे बंद हो जाना चाहिए, और वो बंद होता है। इसे प्रोग्रामेबल लॉजिकल कंट्रोल की भाषा में ENT के लोग बोला करते, मुझे उतना नहीं मालूम उसके डिटेल्स को, बट मैं इतना जानता हूं कि आगे का बेल्ट बंद होने से पीछे का बेल्ट बंद होना चाहिए। तो शायद मुझे लगता है कि यदि ये इंटरकनेक्टिविटी करिएगा तो क्या ऐसा यूज हो सकता है कि A1 यूज हो, B2 यूज हो, B3 यूज हो, C4 यूज हो, देन C5 यूज हो, मतलब एनी टाइम आपके पास में एक अपॉर्चुनिटी बेल्ट का रहेगा। अदरवाइज आपके पास उतना बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्कुल खड़ा हो जाएगा। यदि A1 ब्रेकडाउन है और C6 यदि ब्रेकडाउन है तो होल ऑफ द CHP इज अंडर ब्रेकडाउन। तो एक ये आने का एक इस पर मंथन होना बहुत जरूरी है। कुछ पैसे जरूर लगेंगे इसमें कॉस्ट ये, बट ऑपरेशनल जो है वो बहुत सुविधाएं प्रदान करते हैं। थर्ड चीज मैंने देखा उसी माइन के ये में कि जब आप 3, 4, 5, 6 रिसीविंग हॉपर डालते हैं तो उसका जो ऊपर का ग्रिजली डिजाइन है दैट इज सो पुअर कि वो 3, 4, 5 महीने में जब कोयला आता है, ये देखिए क्या है, कोयला इज अ ओपन इंडस्ट्री। यहाँ आप यदि आप E=mc² यदि सोच के आए हैं तो बंधु कहीं और चले जाइए, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है। यहाँ हमेशा M=EC² भी होता है, C=EM² भी होता है। तो ये ध्यान रखना अत्यंत जरूरी है कि यदि हमारा कोई रिसीविंग हॉपर है तो वहाँ केवल 100 mm ही कोयला आएगा, हमेशा आएगा, ये कतई संभव नहीं है। माइनिंग एक ऐसा इंडस्ट्री है जहाँ पे कि इफ़ एंड बट काफ़ी होते हैं और घंटे घंटा प्लानिंग बदलना होता है, और जिस डिफ़िकल्ट कंडीशन में काम करते हैं आप हर मिनट इतना सिंक्रोनाइज हुए, तो देयर शुड बी ऑलवेज अ प्रोबेबिलिटी कि वहाँ एक ग्रिजली की व्यवस्था हो कि कहीं ना कहीं से 1-2 ट्रक उसमें जो है बड़े लम्प्स आ ही जाएंगे, तो उनके बचाव की व्यवस्था हो। जो पैजामा सूट जिसको बोलते हैं कि इधर से उधर चला जाए, इधर से उधर चला जाए, दैट इज अ टर्मिनोलॉजी एक जो रिसीविंग हॉपर के साथ में होता है, उसका डिज़ाइन थोड़ा बंधु संभालने की ज़रूरत है, सुधारने की ज़रूरत है। और मेरे हिसाब से जो मैंने देखा कि बेल्ट की कैपेसिटी जो इनपुट की आती है वो बेल्ट की कैपेसिटी कृपया करके 1.5 से 2 गुना कर दीजिए। यदि वो आपको 300 TPH में लेके जाना है कोयला, तो काइंडली ऐसा डिज़ाइन किया जाए कि वो 600 TPH कैटर कर सकता है। क्योंकि क्या होता है, कभी कभी बेल्ट एम्प्टी रन करता है और अचानक से एक बार 5-6 ट्रक आ गए यदि, और वो यदि 5-6 हॉपर में गिरा दिए, तो अचानक से आपको मालूम चलेगा कि फॉर फ्रैक्शन ऑफ मिनट नॉट सेकेंड आपको लगातार 2-3 मिनट तक आपको काफ़ी ओवरलोड जाएगा। तो दैट वो हो सकता है। तो ये एक वो डिज़ाइन पैरामीटर देखने की आवश्यकता है, तो थोड़ा सा उसमें रिलैक्सेशन देना वो अत्यंत जरूरी है। एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा जो मैंने अपने एक्सपीरियंस से अध्ययन में पाया कि क्या ये साइलो जरूरी है क्या। इसके पहले आप यदि पूरे FMC को समझिए तो ये बड़ा ही साधारण तौर पे लाइन डायग्राम में ऐसे समझ सकते कि एक रिसीविंग का पॉइंट होता जहां पे हॉपर्स होते जिसमें ट्रक आके या किसी और मीन से आप कोयला उसमें इनपुट करते। वो संख्या आप अपने हिसाब से डिजाइन कर सकते जैसी आपकी प्रोडक्शन का टारगेट है और जैसा कैपेसिटी का आप ये FMC डिजाइन करना चाहते हैं। सेकंड चीज होता है एक बंकर, चाहे जिसे हम ग्राउंड बंकर कहते हैं या ओवरहेड बंकर कहते हैं, वो डिपेंड करता है कि आपका टोपोग्राफी जो है वो कैसा है। ऊपर जाने वाला है तो आप ग्राउंड बंकर में चले जाते, और यदि ज़्यादा नीचे जाने वाला है तो आप ओवरहेड बंकर में जाते। यदि लेवल में होता तो आपके पास दोनों ऑप्शन है। तो ये बंकर एक दूसरा चैप्टर है। एंड तीसरा चैप्टर है ये सैलो। एंड फोर्थ चैप्टर है इसके बीच की कनेक्टिविटी जो बेल्ट से आप करते हैं, चाहे 1 से कर दें 100 मीटर की, चाहे आप 10 से कर दें 10 किलोमीटर की, ये डिपेंड करता है आप कहाँ से कोयला लेते हैं और कहाँ तक जाना चाहते हैं। तो मेरा एक ये थॉट आपके बीच में छोड़ के जाना चाहता हूं, जो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आज के सेकंड हाफ या फर्स्ट हाफ एंड में जो डिस्कशन होगा उसमें आप लोग जरूर मंथन करेंगे कि क्या साइलो की आवश्यकता है। क्या आप ढंग से सोचिए तो साइलो 2 चीज काम करता है। एक आपका उसके बीनीथ जो उसके नीचे जो रेक आता है उसकी लोडिंग करता एंड वो स्टोर रखता है अपने पास में। दैट इज द ओनली 2 पर्पज साइलो इज सर्विंग। तो यदि आपके पास में पहले एक ग्राउंड बंकर है जो स्टोरेज सिस्टम के लिए है, तो क्या उस स्टोरेज सिस्टम को 2 या 3 भाग में बांट के पैरेलल में, और पैरेलल हम ले जा सकते क्या साइलो के लिए, और वहां उतना लंबा चौड़ा स्ट्रक्चर नहीं बना के हम यदि उसको डायरेक्ट एक लोडिंग का अरेंजमेंट वहां बना दें, क्या ऐसा कर सकते, या कुछ छोटे साइलो के साथ में वहां काम कर सकते। अब मैं ये क्यों कह रहा हूं, इसका आपको मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूं। में जाइएगा तो साइलो का एक मिनिमम हाइट होता है। यदि आपका 4000 टन का यदि साइलो है तो आप देखिएगा ऐसे देखते 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 तो टोपी आपकी गिर जाएगी, और उस पर जब टॉप में बेल्ट आप लेके जाते हैं तो वो बेल्ट इतना ग्राउंड लेवल से ऊपर होता है, और जब वो एक बार बेल्ट आपका यदि टूटता है या किसी स्ट्रक्चर में यदि प्रॉब्लम होता है तो आप उनसे पूछिए जो उनको रिपेयर करते हैं। जो घंटे भर का काम है वो 5 दिन लगता, और उसमें इतने सेफ्टी फीचर, इतने सेफ्टी, इतना डेंजरस काम है कि मैंने उसमें 2-2 बार क्रेन उलटते देखा है, 3-3 बार आदमी को गिरते देखा है। तो ये जो डिजाइन पैरामीटर है, आसमान में ले जाने की जो तमन्ना है, इसको यदि कहीं यदि थोड़ा रिड्यूस कर लिया जाए तो ईज ऑफ डूइंग भी बिजनेस होगा, काम करने में भी अच्छा रहेगा, और सुविधा सेफ्टी के रिस्पेक्ट में बहुत हाई रहेगा। मेरे हिसाब से इसमें थोड़ा आप लोग मंथन जरूर करें कि वो एक अरेंजमेंट रह जाए कि एक बॉक्स में यदि 60 टन लोड करना है तो एक अरेंजमेंट वहां ऐसा रह जाए कि 60 टन की कुछ एक कैपेसिटी जनरेट हो कि एक बार उसको लेके प्री वेट हम कर लें और उसको हॉपर खोल के एक बार एक बॉक्स में डाल दें। तो क्या छोटे साइलो से काम हो सकता? सेकेंडली, यदि साइलो नहीं है तो क्या ये जो ग्राउंड बंकर है, ये जो हम लोग 20-20 हजार टन का एक ग्राउंड बंकर बनाते, क्या ये 4 ग्राउंड बंकर बन सकता क्या पैरेलल सर्किट में? सो दैट कि हमारी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी भी रहेगी कि एक में प्रॉब्लम है तो दूसरे में चले जाइए, दूसरे में प्रॉब्लम। गेवरा दीपका से कोई आप लोग अवगत होंगे तो वहां पे मैं आपको एक सूचना देना चाहता हूं कि वहां जो ग्राउंड बंकर है दैट इज 60% डिफंक्ट, क्योंकि कहीं किसी समय 5 साल उसमें ध्यान नहीं दिया गया और वो पूरा पुराना कोयला जो है वो चिपक गया ग्राउंड बंकर के जो उसके आपके सूट्स हैं और जो बिन्स हैं उनके वॉल में। और आपको ये बताते हुए बड़ा मतलब सुनते हुए बड़ा तज्जुब होगा कि कोई मैकेनिकल मीन्स से उसको तोड़ नहीं पाया हम लोग, और अल्टीमेटली हम लोगों को छोटा छोटा जो है वो उसमें ब्लास्टिंग करना पड़ा to remove that coal particle from that place, and that was how risky, how मतलब dangerous, और कितना out of law way है वो काम करने का, आप इससे अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। तो क्या ये 20,000 टन 30,000 टन 10,000 टन ग्राउंड बंकर को क्या 2-3 पार्ट में हम छोटा छोटा कर सकते हैं क्या? दिस इज अनदर थॉट प्रोसेस जो आपके बीच में छोड़ना चाहूंगा। फाइनली, यदि एग्जीक्यूशन के लिए जाते हैं तो उसमें एक, जब आप कंस्ट्रक्शन में जाते हैं तो यू विल फाइंड, पहला मैंने आपसे जिक्र किया, ये ड्राइंग पहले हम लोग करके रख सकते हैं क्या, तो ये 6-7 महीना बचेगा। सेकेंडली, जो पेमेंट का शेड्यूल दिया जाता है, तो एक झांझरा प्रोजेक्ट है, मेरे मित्र आए हुए हैं जिनके साथ मैं वहाँ काम किया, मैंने वहाँ पाया कि वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हर महीने के बाद में हाथ खड़ा कर दे, सर और मेरे पास में लिक्विडिटी नहीं, मेरे पास मनी नहीं है और आगे नहीं जा सकता हूँ। और हर हमेशा हम लोगों को कुछ ना कुछ उपाय ऐसा करना पड़ता था जिससे कि लगे कि हाँ वो कंटिन्यूड रहे, क्योंकि 350 करोड़ 400 करोड़ 500 करोड़, आप जानते हैं आजकल के ज़माने में कोई 500 करोड़ पॉकेट में लेके आके और फिर ये CHP बनाने नहीं आता, वो एक रनिंग अमाउंट रखता, उसी को वो रोटेट करते रहता। तो क्या ये पेमेंट के शेड्यूल को हम सिंप्लीफाई कर सकते हैं क्या? जैसे झांझरा का यदि एग्जांपल लूं, यदि उनसे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स में से कोई महोदय आए होंगे, तो उसमें सपोर जी पालोन जी हैं वहाँ, तो उन्होंने बताया, उसमें पता चला कि कुछ एक्टिविटियां हैं जो यदि इस लेवल में, मान लीजिए यदि सिविल का कोई काम है, तो वो यदि ग्राउंड लेवल तक आ गया तो उसका एक पेमेंट शेड्यूल है। अनलेस एंड अनटिल ग्राउंड लेवल तक नहीं आया, वो 90% काम किया हुआ है उस जोन में। साइलो में वो 90% काम किया हुआ है ग्राउंड लेवल तक, और वो बंकर में 90% काम किया हुआ है ग्राउंड लेवल तक, तो उसको एक भी पैसा रिलीज नहीं होगा। उसमें शेड्यूल है कि ग्राउंड लेवल तक आइएगा तो 100%, उसके बाद में प्लिंथ लेवल तक आइएगा तो इतना, रूफ यदि आप ढाल लेते हैं तो मिलेगा, फिर ऐसे मिलेगा। तो इसको थोड़ा सा आप लोग बीच में कि उसका पेमेंट शेड्यूल कितना आसान हो सकता। मैं ये नहीं कहता कि बिना काम किए हुए उसको पेमेंट हो जाना चाहिए, या मैं ये भी नहीं कहता कि उसको पेमेंट करने के लिए ही हम लोगों ने बुलवाया है, बट इतना जरूर ध्यान में रखा जाए कि पेमेंट शेड्यूल जितना आसान होगा ये प्रोजेक्ट उतना जल्दी आएगा, क्योंकि उसके पास लिक्विडिटी की उतनी सुविधा वहां मौजूद रहेगी। एंड एबव ऑल एक चीज बहुत ध्यान रखने की आवश्यकता है, दो ये बहुत ही टेक्निकल एफएमसी प्रोजेक्ट्स जो होते हैं बहुत टेक्निकल होते हैं। उस टेक्निकलिटी में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि कृपया करके जो भी उसके ऑपरेटिंग कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हैं, आप एक्सपर्ट जरूर रखें, पर एक चीज़ का ध्यान रखें कि वहाँ पे जितना से जितना मैन पावर आप लोकल्स रख सकते हैं, उतना जल्दी आपको ये एफएमसी प्रोजेक्ट बनाने में मदद मिलेगी, बाधाएं उतनी कम होंगी। और मैं एक और प्रश्न आपके पास छोड़ के जाना चाहता हूँ कि क्या इन्हीं वर्कर्स को, इन्हीं मैन पावर को जिन्होंने इसको बनाया है, एट डिफरेंट एंगल देखा है, क्या इन्हीं को कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मैकेनिज्म के तहत आप बाद में 5 साल के लिए रख सकते हैं क्या, कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं क्या? बिकॉज चीज बोला जाता है सल्तनत वो सबसे मजबूत है जहां की इतिहास सबसे मजबूत, और राजा वही सबसे सबल है जिसने इतिहास का अध्ययन किया है। तो ये जो व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने उसको जमीन से लेके पूरा आकार और प्रकार दिया, यदि उन्हीं के साथ आप आगे 5 साल की यदि आप एक मेंटेनेंस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट यदि प्लान करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत ही कारगर होगा, बहुत फ्रूटफुल होगा। और यदि कोई व्यक्ति वहाँ देख रहा है 3 साल बनने में और 5 साल अनदर, मेरे पास 8 साल तो पक्का नौकरी है, तो आपको सहयोग भी बहुत मिलेगा। एबव ऑल थोड़ा सोचिए कि जहां जो प्रोजेक्ट बन गया, क्या उसमें एआई आ सकता है क्या? जो प्रोजेक्ट बन रहा है, क्या उसमें कहीं से एआई जोड़ सकते हैं क्या? क्योंकि ये बड़ी सुविधा प्रदान करेगी। मैं आपको एक एग्जाम्पल से समझाना चाहूँगा कि चलते चलते अचानक पता चला कि C3 बेल्ट वो बंद हो गया और उसमें फायर हो गया, और जब वहाँ लोग पहुँचे तब जाके पता चला कि वो फायर अलार्म जो है वो बजा था और उसके कारण ये बेल्ट रुक गई। उतना दूर तक तो फायर अलार्म बचा दिया, बट वो बेल्ट को जलने से नहीं बचा पाया, क्योंकि वो ट्रिगर भी जब तक हुआ तब तक इतना हीट हो गया था बेल्ट कि वो एक छोटा सा जो स्लैग आया वो टाइमिंग का, उससे पूरा बेल्ट जल गया। बहुत बदनामी हुई, ये सबसे बड़ा नुकसान था, क्योंकि बदनामी एक ऐसा चैप्टर है जो ये शो करता है कि जो चीज पढ़ के हम लोग आए हैं वो हमें आता नहीं। इसके बाद का आर्थिक नुकसान था जो उस बेल्ट को रिपेयर करने में लगा, और उससे भी बड़ा आर्थिक नुकसान था जितना देर मेरा कोयला इस देश को बिजली बनाने के लिए सर्व नहीं हुआ। तो क्या करना है? एक छोटा सा दिमाग में उस समय आया कि यदि वो पता चला बाद में कि जो ड्रम, जो आपका हेड एंड ड्रम है, वो जब घूम रहा था तो उसमें एक लैगिंग था, वो लैगिंग निकल गया था। देन उसके ऊपर जब ड्रम घूम रहे थे तो उससे जो है सो कुछ बियरिंग में आवाज आई और उसके कारण वो हीट होने लग गया, एंड ड्रम के हीट के कारण जो है सो वो बेल्ट में आग लगी। यदि ये ड्रम के हीट के सेंसर के थ्रू यदि पीएलसी कंट्रोल में, कंट्रोल रूम में यदि ये एक कोई सुविधा होती कि वहाँ एक बजर बजने लग जाता, एक अलार्म आने लग जाता कि आपका C3 का जो हेड एंड ड्रम है वो ये हीट लिमिट को पार कर रहा है, तो इमीडिएटली जाके देखा जाए तो शायद ये बच सकता था। मैं ये बात क्यों, एक प्रोजेक्ट की थी, मैं नाम नहीं लूंगा, बट मैं दूसरे प्रोजेक्ट की नाम लूंगा जहां ये व्यवस्था ऑलरेडी सन 94 से लेके ये लागू थी, और वो प्रोजेक्ट का नाम था पिपरवार। मुझे ये सौभाग्य मिला था पिपरवार में 11 साल काम करने का, और जब उस कंट्रोल रूम में बैठते थे हम लोग तो पूरी सर्किट जो 3.5 किलोमीटर की थी उसमें ऐसा कोई बिंदु नहीं था जिसमें ये नहीं पता चले कि कहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है और कहाँ दिक्कत है। तो क्या हम लोग इसमें कहीं ना कहीं एआई का सहारा ले सकते हैं क्या? आजकल तो बहुत सारे मैकेनिज्म्स ऐसे आ गए, उपलब्ध भी हैं बाजार में। तो मेरा एक दरखास्त रहेगा इस पे भी मंथन करने के लिए कि इसको किसी तरह से इनकॉर्पोरेट किया जाए, जहां हो चुका है वहां भी, जहां बन रहा है वहां भी, और आने वाले में तो बिल्कुल ही रखा जाए। एंड एबव ऑल, लास्ट, आपका ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, ये सेफ्टी फीचर्स जो हैं इस CHP पूरे साइलो प्रबंधन के, ये FMC प्रबंधन के, करवद्ध प्रार्थना है सभी से कि कृपया इसे बिल्कुल भी बाईपास ना करें। मैं आपको छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूं, यदि आपका पुल वायर सिस्टम ओके है तो आप बहुत सारे ब्रेकडाउन्स को, बहुत सारे एक्सीडेंट्स को, बहुत सारे डाउन टाइम को आप इवेड कर सकते हैं। यदि ओवर सूट अलार्म जो एक बेल्ट से दूसरे बेल्ट में गिरता है, वो जो बंकर होता है, वो सॉरी जो रिसीविंग पॉइंट एंड जो वो सूट होता है, उसमें एक छोटा सा प्रॉप लटका हुआ रहता है, बिल्कुल छोटा सा रहता है, इतना सा, वो जैसे ही टच कर जाएगा नीचे कोयला से आपका ट्रिप कर जाएगा, बट वो आप कहीं भी नहीं पाइएगा। यदि नया CHP और साइलो है तो एक आध दो जगह आप पाइएगा। मेरा दावा है कि यदि आज चालू करेंगे तो ये जो 350 मिलियन टन जहां हम लोग अभी FMC ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि आप 10-20 मिलियन टन से ज़्यादा वाले CHP में कहीं आप इसको पाएंगे। दैट इज़ अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सेफ्टी एस्पेक्ट। तीसरा हम लोग मिस करते हैं क्या, टेलेंट के साइड में हमारा डस्ट एक्यूमुलेशन होता रहता है। एक डस्ट स्क्रबर नाम का चीज आता है, पतला सा चीज है, बिल्कुल हल्का सा चीज है, एकदम नो कॉस्ट टाइप का चीज है, लेकिन यदि आप उसको नहीं लगाते तो ड्रम धीरे धीरे जाम होगा, फिर बेल्ट के अंदर में आपका वो फाइंस जाएगा, देन आपका टेल दोनों आपका जो है सो डिस्टर्ब होगा, लैगिंग, और उसके बाद में आप बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम जो है सो वो फेस करेंगे। फिफ्थ इज कि मेटल डिटेक्टर, मेटल डिटेक्टर हम लोग लगाते हैं, और आजकल जितने अब जो प्लान हो रहे हैं, जैसा मुझे बताया गया, मैंने देखा नहीं है इसीलिए बहुत पुख्ता नहीं बोलूँगा, बट जितने सूट्स हैं पहले उसमें मेटल के आते थे लाइनर्स, तो वो अक्सर जो है कुछ समय के बाद में टूट फूट के गिर जाते थे, और एक आध दो बेल्ट जो है सो 200-500 मीटर का तो बर्बाद कर ही देते थे। शायद मुझे अभी बताया गया कि शायद डिज़ाइन में कुछ परिवर्तन किया गया है, और अभी कुछ उस टाइप का सॉफ्टवेयर मटेरियल उसमें आ रहा है, जो रिप्लेसमेंट तो बार बार हो रहा है, बट वो बेल्ट को डैमेज करने से बचाएगा। मैं ये दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि अभी आप यदि जाएंगे तो मोस्ट ऑफ द ये CHP एंड CPP साइलोज में आप ये मेटल डिटेक्टर नहीं पाएंगे। तो ये कुछ ऐसे सेफ्टी एस्पेक्ट्स हैं, उसी में सेंसर्स हैं जो ये हैं, ओवरशूट अलार्म है, ये हैं, PLC कंट्रोल है, वो आपको अच्छे से चलना चाहिए। करंट के फ्लक्चुएशन एंड का इतना ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस है, ये एक इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियर ही समझ पाएंगे, वो आप PLC कंट्रोल में ये उसको एनालाइज कर पाएंगे। तो ऐसे ऐसे छोटे छोटे जो सेफ्टी फीचर्स हैं, मेरा निवेदन है कि इसको सेफ्टी फीचर्स को आप बिल्कुल अपने जगह में रखिए। आप देखिएगा 25% आपका डाउन टाइम आप कम करने में जो है ये कामयाब होइएगा। चीज़ें तो बहुत हैं, इरादे बहुत हैं, बहुत नेक लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, समय की प्रतिबद्धता है। मेरा उम्मीद है कि जितने चीज़ों से हम लोग आज अवगत यहाँ होंगे, वो आने वाले समय में कोल इंडिया के लिए एक नया तारीख, एक नया आयाम लिखेगा, क्योंकि आप देख रहे हैं कि 2030 तक जिस तरीके से 1 बिलियन टन के करीब केवल ये साइलो एंड FMC मैकेनिज्म ये जाने वाला है, तो ये कितना इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है, तो कृपया करके आज का ये दिन सारगर्भित हो, ऐसी हमारी ईश्वर से कामना है। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद सर, आपकी ओजस्वी वाणी और अथाह अनुभव को जो आपने यहाँ साझा किया, और बहुत ही कुछ प्रासंगिक प्रश्न आज सबके लिए आप यहाँ पे रख चुके हैं, जिसको आज दिन भर में सब लोग चर्चा करेंगे। और मेरा एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि सर को इन सभी प्रासंगिक प्रश्नों के जवाब यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट सभी इंडस्ट्री स्टेक होल्डर, सभी इंजीनियर्स दे पाएंगे। हमारे चेयरमैन सर, चीफ गेस्ट ऑफ टुडे, अब निकल रहे हैं यहाँ से कोलकाता के लिए। बाकी सबों से मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कृपया कर अपनी जगह ले लें। नेक्स्ट अब हम आगे बढ़ेंगे और आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट श्री पंकज कुमार, CVO CCL एंड CMPDI फॉर शेयरिंग हिज व्यूज ऑन टुडेज टॉपिक एंड वर्कशॉप। आप सभी से अनुरोध है कृपया कर अपनी जगह ले लें। सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग, सभी को नमस्कार, जोहार। कोल इंडिया परिवार के मुखिया प्रसाद सर जो भी जस्ट गए हैं, उनके सम्मान के साथ ही मैं संबोधन शुरू करना चाहूँगा। उनके अतिरिक्त हमारे CMD सर्स, डायरेक्टर सर्स, हमारे पार्टनर्स, आज का यह विषय मेरे 15 सालों के रेलवे के कार्यकाल का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण जुड़ा हुआ, इसलिए जब मुझे मालूम चला कि ऐसे विषय पे संगोष्ठी हो रही है, वर्कशॉप हो रहा है, तो मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि मुझे भी शामिल करें इसमें और मैं भी कुछ ज्ञानवर्धन करूं, ताकि आने वाले वक्त में जब मुझे दोबारा मौका मिलेगा तो मैं उसका लाभ उठा पाऊंगा। काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण बातें सर लोगों ने कही, खास करके CMD CCL ने जो बातें कही, उनमें से कुछ बातें मैं भी कहना चाह रहा था, तो मैं अब उसको रिपीट नहीं करूंगा। मैं एक दो चीज़ों पे बहुत ज़्यादा चाहूँगा कि सदन का ध्यान आकृष्ट हो। सबसे पहले तो ये कि कोयला जो है वो डिजाइंड है साइलो लोडिंग के लिए और हॉपर अनलोडिंग के लिए, क्योंकि अगर हम साइलो से लोडिंग नहीं कर पाते हैं तो मैं रेलवे का पक्ष रखना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि रेलवे और कोल इंडस्ट्री बहुत ही ज़्यादा करीब से जुड़ी हुई इंडस्ट्री है, और मुझे नहीं लगता है कि पूरे इंडस्ट्रियल वर्ल्ड में कोई भी दो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इतना एक दूसरे पे इंडिपेंडेंट है, एक दूसरे के परफॉर्मेंस से जुड़ा हुआ है। तो जब हम साइलो से लोडिंग नहीं करते हैं तो इतनी सारी समस्याएं आती हैं। बटर होता है रेलवेज का, वो है डब्बा, वैगन। वो वैगन हमें कितनी देर के बाद दूसरी बार लोडिंग के लिए मिलता है, जिसे हम टेक्निकली वैगन टर्न राउंड बोलते हैं। वो कम से कम 40 से 50% बढ़ जाता है। तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट तो ये समझना है कि हमें FMC चाहिए, साइलो लोडिंग चाहिए। अब हमें गुंजाइश नहीं है कि इसके बगैर हम काम कर सकते हैं। कई दशक तक कर लिए, तकनीकी अभाव में, इच्छा शक्ति की अभाव में, लेकिन अब नहीं कर सकते, अब इसे हमें एग्जीक्यूट करना है। दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाहूँगा, एग्जीक्यूशन की बात आती है तो रेलवे का जो नेटवर्क है उससे कनेक्टिविटी लेकर साइलो तक जाना, जिसे फर्स्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी हम बोलते हैं, FMC, और वहाँ पे साइलो बनाना, CHP बनाना, वो दोनों दो हिस्सा नहीं है। कहीं से भी दो हिस्सा नहीं है, उसे उस रूप में नहीं देखना है, क्योंकि मैंने देखा है अपने अनुभव में कि जो रेलवे का पोर्शन डेवलप करने वाले एजेंसीज है, वो राइट्स हो, इरकॉन हो, कोई और एजेंसी हो, और जो साइलो आप बनाते हैं, उनके बीच में तालमेल की कई सारी कमियां हैं, और वह पीसी मिल में रेलवेज के पास आती हैं। जो साइल नेटवर्क बना रहे हैं रेलवे का, उनकी अलग इशूज होते हैं, और जो FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स ला रहे हैं, इसका सबसे बेहतरीन नमूना है महेशपुर साइलो, जो BCCL में है, कि साइलो बन के तैयार हो गया। जब रेल ले जाने की बात हुई कि रेलवे का ट्रैक वहाँ जाएगा, तो मालूम चला कि जो सरफेस से क्लियरेंस होना चाहिए था सूट का, उसमें 2 मीटर की कमी है। अब एक ही उपाय है, या तो हम सूट को ऊंचा करें या जमीन को नीचा करें। अब जमीन को नीचा करें तो आपके पास इतनी जगह होनी चाहिए कि आप ग्रेडियंट मेंटेन कर सकें उसका, क्योंकि जब जमीन का रेल तो फिर ऊपर भी आएगा। धनबाद ऐसी जगह में, जब धनबाद शहर के विसिनिटी में, शहरी इलाके में ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स बन रहे हैं, वहाँ जमीन इतनी होती नहीं है। उस चक्कर में वो 2 से 2.5 साल डिले हुआ। लास्टली उसका पूरा पोस्ट लोडिंग जो लाइन जा रहा था उसको चेंज करना पड़ा, उसको शिफ्ट करना पड़ा डिज़ाइन में। जब वो शिफ्ट हुआ तो चला गया कि इसके नीचे कोयला है, पहले कोयला निकालेंगे तब लाइन बिछाएंगे। अनदर 2 साल लगा उसको कोयला निकालने में, ऑब्वियसली कठिन काम है कोयला निकालना। और जब वो कोयला निकला तो अब लाइन बन रही होगी, जैसा कि सीएमडी सर ने बोला, चेयरमैन सर ने बोला कि अब 2 महीने में कमीशन होगा। पल है जो बताने के लिए काफ़ी है कि जो हम साइलो डेवलप कर रहे हैं और जो रेलवे ट्रैक आ रहा है, वो दोनों एजेंसी को एक साथ कैसे काम करना चाहिए। और ये बेहद आज का चूँकि फोरम ऐसा है कि ज़्यादातर आप लोग वो हैं जो साइलो डेवलप कर रहे हैं, तो मेरा रिक्वेस्ट आपसे यही है, गुजारिश है कि आपके यहाँ रेलवे पार्ट में जो भी एजेंसी काम कर रही है उनके साथ बेहतर तालमेल बनाइए, डिज़ाइन लेवल पे भी और ग्राउंड लेवल पे भी। जब भी आप साइलो ला रहे हैं तो ज़रूर उनकी विजिट होनी चाहिए कि साइलो का डिज़ाइन जो भी है, ग्राउंड रियलिटी क्या है वो देखें, वो ऑप्टिमम क्लियरेंस होना चाहिए। एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट और इशू है इसमें कि हमने देखा है कि जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, अमूमन 4 लोग हैं इस पूरी परियोजना में, कोल इंडस्ट्री, रेलवे के वो सब्सिडियरी या पार्टनर जो आपका रेलवे नेटवर्क का काम करती है, इरकॉन, आरवीएनएल इत्यादि, और चौथे हमारे पार्टनर्स वेंडर्स। उन चारों के बीच में एक ज्वाइंट वर्किंग ग्रुप बननी चाहिए। जिस दिन से ये प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन होता है उस दिन ही ज्वाइंट वर्किंग ग्रुप होनी चाहिए, जिसकी कम से कम क्वार्टरली फिजिकल मीटिंग होनी है। अभी मैं 4-5 दिनों पहले महानदी में था और वहाँ भी मैंने यही सजेशन दिया, क्योंकि वहाँ पर बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं एफएमसी के और वह काफ़ी धीमी गति से चल रहे हैं। तो अगर ज्वाइंट वर्किंग ग्रुप बन जाए, और जरूरी नहीं टॉप लेवल के एग्जीक्यूटिव्स का हो, मीडियम लेवल के एग्जीक्यूटिव्स का भी अगर हम ज्वाइंट वर्किंग ग्रुप बनाते हैं और उनकी एक रेगुलर मीटिंग होती है तो एक दूसरे के पक्ष से अवगत हो सकते हैं और वह स्पीड अप हो सकता है। इसके साथ साथ सर मेरा रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि जो जोनल टीम होती है रेलवेज की, हेडेड बाय जनरल मैनेजर और जीएम ऑपरेशंस, जो कि मुख्य रूप से काम करते हैं रेलवे में एग्जीक्यूशन का, उनके साथ भी साल में 1-2 मुलाकात सारे एफएमसी प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े हुए लोग हों, उनके लीडर हों, और वो बताएं कि एक दूसरे से क्या सहयोग की अपेक्षा रखते हैं। ये तरीका अपनाकर हम लोगों ने नॉर्दर्न कोल फील्ड्स में 3-4 एफएमसी प्रोजेक्ट कमीशन किया जो वर्षों से अटके पड़े थे, और 2 साल के एफर्ट से ये सारे जयंत, दुधीचुआ कमीशन हुआ, गोरबी ब्लॉक बी कमीशन हुआ, और आज काफ़ी एडवांस स्टेज में किंसिला का प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा है। तो इसमें कम से कम 1-1.5 साल हम बचा पाए, सिर्फ यह कोऑर्डिनेशन करके बेहतर तरीके से और प्रायोरिटी एक दूसरे को समझाकर। कहीं न कहीं हमें हर स्टेक होल्डर्स को समझना या समझाना दोनों पड़ेगा कि ये प्रोजेक्ट कोई अब चॉइस की चीज़ नहीं है, ये हमारी ज़रूरत है और बेहद ज़रूरत का चीज़ है। इसमें अगर हम 6 महीना भी सेव करते हैं, 1 साल भी सेव, तो यह कोल इंडस्ट्री के साथ साथ रेलवे के साथ साथ अपने नेशन को सर्व कर रहे हैं। हमारा जो भी एग्जीक्यूटिव जुड़ा हुआ इसमें है, हर के अंदर यह ओनरशिप की फीलिंग डालनी बेहद ज़रूरी है अगर हमें एफएमसी प्रोजेक्ट 2030 तक जो लक्षित है हमें हासिल करना है। तो मैं समझता हूं कि ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट ये एक यज्ञ के समान प्रोजेक्ट है। किसी ग्रीनफील्ड लेवल पे जाकर वहां नया नेटवर्क रेलवे का क्रिएट करना, इतनी बड़ी कोल हैंडलिंग प्लांट लगाना, ये यज्ञ है। तो इस यज्ञ में सबसे पहले अपनी ईगो की आहुति देनी चाहिए हमें, जो हम मानते हैं मीडियम लेवल पे कि हम अपने क्षेत्र के बड़े अधिकारी हैं, तो इसकी जरूरत नहीं है। यज्ञ तभी सफल होगा जब चारों स्टेक होल्डर्स के जितने भी लगे हुए जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, लीडर्स हैं, एग्जीक्यूटिव्स हैं, वो इसको मानेंगे कि हमारा एक कॉमन गोल है, इसे हमें मिलकर कारगर करना है। 1-2 टेक्निकल चीज मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि अभी मैंने देखा है कि कोल इंडस्ट्री एफएमसी 2 तरह से ला रही है। एक साइलो बेस्ड जिसमें 4000 टन का साइलो होता है, दूसरा रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम जो मैंने अभी महानदी में देखा है। मेरा रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि मैंने तो अपने जीवन काल में जो रेलवे में रहा हूँ साइलोज लोडिंग देखी है, एनसीएल की और सीसीएल की भी, लेकिन रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम का मुझे बहुत अनुभव नहीं है। तो मेरा रिक्वेस्ट ये है कि रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम में जो भी एफएमसी प्रोजेक्ट्स चल रहे हैं और जो साइलो सिस्टम में चल रहे हैं, उसका एक ज्वाइंट कॉम्परेटिव स्टडी होना चाहिए, एक रिव्यू करने की जरूरत है। क्योंकि अभी जो मैं महानदी में गया, वो रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम हार्डली 8-9 महीना पुराना है और 8-9 महीने में ही उसमें हिकअप्स कभी सारे आने लगे हैं। क्योंकि 4000 टन का जो हम बनाते हैं साइलो, उसकी एकमात्र वजह है कि रेलवे का एक रिक्श 4000 टन कोयला लेता है, वो कम से कम 4000 टन लेके निकल जाए। क्योंकि मैं अभी सीएमडी साहब ने काफ़ी अलग बातें कही सोचने के लिए कि आप सोचिए कि ज़रूरत है कि नहीं है, उनका ओपिनियन है, वो हमसे ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस्ड है। कोल इंडस्ट्री का वो पॉइंट अभी हो सकता है, लेकिन मैं एज ए रेलवे ऑफिसर रेलवे का पॉइंट ऑफ बताना चाहूँगा कि वो 4000 टन बेयर मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट है। क्योंकि लास्ट हमारा लक्ष्य क्या है, मेरा कोयला निकलना है, एकमात्र लक्ष्य यह है कि कोयला निकालना है और कोयला जल्दी से निकालना है। तो जल्दी से तभी निकलेगा जब वह बक्सा आपको दोबारा हासिल होगा, और दोबारा हासिल करने के लिए जरूरी है कि उसका डिटेंशन न के बराबर हो। साइलो लोडिंग दुधीचुआ में जो हम लोग देखते हैं, या अभी हमारे नॉर्थपुरी मारी में है, अगर कोयला है आपके पास, या तो 4000 टन साइलो में है या फिर लगातार आ रहा है, तो 70 से 72 मिनट में एक रेक की लोडिंग हो जाती है। और मैंने रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम का जो एवरेज टाइमिंग निकलवाया पिछले 10 रेक का महानदी में, तो 2.25 घंटे आ रहा था। तो अगर वो डबल टाइम कंज्यूम कर रहा है, और जो मुझे स्ट्रक्चर दिखा उस रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम के स्ट्रक्चर में, मुझे लगता है वो साइलो से भी ज़्यादा जाइंट है, पैसे की सेविंग हुई होगी। साइलो की हाइट अगर 15 मीटर 20 मीटर होगी, तो वो जो मैंने स्ट्रक्चर देखा है रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम को, उसकी हाइट मुझे लगता है 40 मीटर से कम नहीं थी, और 750 टन के उसमें कैपेसिटी है। तो उसको एक बार रिव्यू कर लें, और जो बेहतर लगता है लॉन्ग टर्म पर्सपेक्टिव से भी, क्योंकि है रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम, साइलो, सीएचपी, वो मेंटेनेंस खोजता है। और हमारे यहाँ एक लिगेसी है कि हम मेंटेनेंस में बहुत काबिल हैं या नहीं, लेकिन बहुत ध्यान नहीं रहता है मेरा। तो फेलियर्स, ब्रेकडाउन्स बहुत ही फ्रीक्वेंट हैं। तो उस ब्रेकडाउन ऑफ फेलियर्स जो हमारी रियलिटी है, उसको भी ध्यान में रखना होगा अगर हम ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स को डिजाइन कर रहे हैं। और जो मैं आज शेयर करना चाहूँगा कि जो भी बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स हम ला रहे हैं एफएमसी के, उसमें ये चीज़ बिल्कुल ध्यान रखें कि जो रेल नेटवर्क है वो बल्क अरेंजमेंट के साथ है। क्योंकि अब जो आपके प्रोजेक्ट हैं 25 मिलियन, 30 मिलियन, 40 मिलियन टन के जा रहे हैं, वहाँ बैक टू बैक रेक सप्लाई करके हमें निकालना है। एनसीएल ने कमी देखी, एनसीएल के जितने भी साइलोज हैं वहाँ बल्क अरेंजमेंट नहीं है। बल्क अरेंजमेंट नहीं होने से अगर लोडिंग टाइम 70 मिनट है, तो संटिंग का टाइम 75 मिनट हो जाता है, 80 मिनट हो जाता है। ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा डिले करता है हमारे वैगन्स को, और दिखता नहीं है, लगता है कि काम तो हो ही रहा है, आगे इंजन लगा है, पीछे इंजन लगा है, लोग संटिंग कर रहे हैं। अभी हम लोगों ने जो उसमें जितने बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं सब में बल्क अरेंजमेंट किया है। बल्क अरेंजमेंट से अभी मैं बताऊं कि सीसीएल में जो हमारी लोडिंग होती है, उसमें 2 रेक एक साथ आते हैं, उसे हम लॉन्ग होल बोलते हैं। 8000 टन हम एक साथ लोड करके निकालेंगे, और ये 8000 टन कोयला बस लोड होगा और 10 मिनट के अंदर वो जगह खाली कर देगा। 10 मिनट नहीं, 4 से 5 मिनट दूसरा रेक हम प्लेस कर पाएंगे। तो जो भी बड़े मोर देन 10 मिलियन के, 8 मिलियन के, जहाँ से 5-6 रेक, 10 रेक की लोडिंग होगी पर डे, मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है कि वहाँ जब भी प्लान करें तो बल्क अरेंजमेंट के साथ प्लान करें, ताकि कोई भी संटिंग की जरूरत नहीं हो, वो ऑटो मोड में चले। इसी के साथ जुड़ा हुआ एक दूसरा टेक्निकल पहलू है कि आपको पता होगा कि रेलवे अब 100% इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन कर चुकी है अपने नेटवर्क का। साइडिंग्स में भी रेलवे अपने कॉस्ट पे जहाँ में इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन कर रही है। तो हमें अपने एफएमसी प्रोजेक्ट्स, साइलो हो या रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम हो, इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन को ध्यान में रख कर डिजाइन करना होगा। और उसमें एक बहुत ही छोटा सा डिजाइन मॉडिफिकेशन है। अभी हम लोगों ने जो साइलोज के अंदर इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन किया है, तो जहां पर कोयला गिरेगा डब्बे के ऊपर, वहां ओएचई को हटाना है। उसकी लंबाई हार्डली 11 मीटर की है। 11 मीटर एरिया में हमें ओएचई को रिट्रैक्ट करना है। जब नेट पे सर्च किया तो मालूम चला कि वर्ल्ड वाइड ये टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल है। इसको हिंदुस्तान में लेकिन अभी तक ये टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है किसी भी साइलोज में, लेकिन ये बहुत ही छोटी टेक्नोलॉजी है। जब भी हम रेक को प्लेस करेंगे, जैसे ही लोकोमोटिव्स आगे चला जाएगा, साइलो के पोर्शन से आगे गया, उधर भी इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन है, चार्ज है उधर भी, उसको उन दोनों चार्ज को सेपरेट रेलवे कर देती है वो टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से। मुद्दा सिर्फ ये है कि वो 11 मीटर हिस्सा जो साइलो के नीचे का है, उसके OHE को हम खींच लें, लोडिंग चलती रहेगी। जब वो लोडिंग आखिरी बक्सा कंप्लीट हुआ, उसको रिट्रैक्टर को फिर प्रॉपर तरीके से कर दें। ये बहुत ही सॉफ्ट टेक्नोलॉजी है, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि बहुत कठिनाई होनी चाहिए इसको अडॉप्ट करने में। तो इसको जरूर ध्यान में रखें कि इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन के लिहाज से वो कॉम्पेटिबल हो, क्योंकि अभी जो हम दूधी चूहा में लोडिंग कर रहे हैं NCL में, वो इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन के बावजूद भी हमें डीजल ट्रैक्शन से करना पड़ रहा है, और उसकी सिर्फ ये वजह है कि रिट्रैक्टर वहाँ पे हम नहीं लगा पाए। तो ये 2 टेक्निकल इशूज थे जो रेलवे साइड से मुझे लगता है कि ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि बल्ब अरेंजमेंट हो और इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन के लिहाज से हमारा FMC प्रोजेक्ट आए, तभी हमें कर पाएंगे। आखिर की कोयला प्रोडक्शन और डिस्पैच एक दूसरे से जुड़ा हुआ है, बगैर डिस्पैच के प्रोडक्शन नहीं, और प्रोडक्शन डिस्पैच तो नहीं होगा। मैं आज देख रहा हूं कि 3 सब्सिडियरीज ने समय रहते जब डिजाइन कर लिया रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, उसमें नंबर 1 पे CCL, BCCL और NCL। किसी भी कंपनी में कोयले का बहुत ज़्यादा स्टॉक नहीं बचता है किसी भी महीने में, क्योंकि इवैक्यूएशन का प्लान समय पे हो गया था, समय से पहले हो गया था। 2 कंपनी जो सबसे बड़ी हमारी है, महानदी और ACCL, वो अभी तक इस समस्या से जूझ रही है। आज भी महानदी में 40 मिलियन टन का स्टॉक है, जो किसी किसी कंपनी का प्रोडक्शन साल भर का है, और वह स्टॉक अगर है इवैक्यूएट नहीं हो पा रहा है तो वो कहीं ना कहीं सोचने का विषय है। और उसमें एक बहुत बड़ा विषय है कि उन जगहों पे FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स नहीं रहे हैं ट्रेडिशनली। अब जाकर ACCL में 29 रेक और MCL में 35-36 रेक का लोडिंग हो रहा है, जबकि वहाँ की लोडिंग क्षमता मोर देन 100 रेक्स की है। तो FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स अगर हम जल्दी ले आएंगे और इस तरीके से लाएंगे कि इवैक्यूएशन फास्टर हो, तो मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले 2-2.5 सालों में किसी भी कोल सब्सिडियरीज में स्टॉक हैंडलिंग कोई इशू नहीं रहेगा, और कहीं भी स्टॉक की बहुत बड़ी मात्रा नहीं होगी, और किसी भी पावर हाउस में कोल इंडिया की तरफ क्वेश्चन नहीं आएगा, पहुंचा नहीं पा रहे हैं। और रेलवे और कोल इंडिया के बीच में जो बार बार एक बोन ऑफ कंटेंशन रहता है, वो भी सदैव के लिए खत्म हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उसका समस्या का समाधान सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी है। टेक्नोलॉजी और कोऑर्डिनेशन, ये 2 सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। मैं एक बार फिर गुजारिश करूंगा इस पूरे सदन से कि 4 लोग हैं इसमें सहभागी, रेलवे, कोल इंडस्ट्री, हमारे पार्टनर जो FMC ला रहे हैं, FMC का 2 हिस्सा जो साइलो पार्ट CHP ला रहे हैं, और जो रेल नेटवर्क ला रहे हैं। इन चारों के बीच में बेहतर तालमेल बनाइए। इस यज्ञ में अपने अहंकार की, अपनी ईगो की आहुति दीजिए। चारों मानिए कि हम लोग टुगेदर वी विन, टुगेदर वी लूज, और हर प्रोजेक्ट को कम से कम हम 6 महीना पहले लाएं, 3 महीना पहले लाएं, तो भी हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी सेवा होगी। इतने पेशेंटफुल हियरिंग के लिए आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और सारे FMC प्रोजेक्ट समय पे आए, इसकी शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद सर। एक बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट पर्सपेक्टिव, एक अलग पर्सपेक्टिव रेलवेज की तरफ से टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम जो यहाँ श्री पंकज कुमार ने रखे, और मैं एक्सपेक्ट करूँगा कि हमारे CMPDI के भी जो प्लानर्स हैं और EICs जो हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं सर के इस अनुभव का, इस एक्सपीरियंस और एक्सपर्टीज़ को लाभ उठाएं, उसको लेवरेज करें। और सर जितने वेलकमिंग पर्सनालिटी हैं, मैं आई एम श्योर जब भी आप उनके पास जाएंगे आपको सही में बहुत अच्छा मार्गदर्शन मिलेगा, और जो आज सर ने एक राह दी है उसको, उस पर चल के हम इस समन्वय को रेलवेज, कोल इंडिया और EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के बीच को इस्टेब्लिश करके, जो एक सर का विजन है कि FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स देश सेवा के लिए और कोयला के डिस्पैच के लिए स्मूथ तरीके से काम करें, वो आगे बढ़ेगा। और इसी के साथ अब मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूँगा श्री अजय कुमार, डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल P&D ऑफ CMPDI, फॉर हिज व्यूज़ अबाउट द रोल ऑफ FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स इन प्लानिंग रिपोर्ट्स ऑफ माइनिंग ब्लॉक्स।
Chairman Sahab, respected DTCIL, respected CMD CMPDI, respected CMD WCLs, others, colleague directors from other subsidiaries of Coal India, HODs of Coal India and other executive, and also the most important, our partners, EPC contractors from the different industries. Good morning to everyone. Today I am here to talk about the pivotal role of first mile connectivity of FMC projects in shaping modern mining. Far from being just about moving coal, FMC projects are truly transforming our mining sector, particularly in how we approach and prepare the mining project reports. A lot has been talked about the upper aspects of safety aspects and engineering aspects of the FMC projects, but the first and foremost what the CBO Saab was telling about the Samay Se planning. The project reports are the first and foremost thing from where we have to plan the FMC projects in all the projects. तभी हमारा evacuation हो पाएगा. Not long ago, the FMC projects were considered to be a luxury during the planning stage. Only the larger projects, say 5 million, 10 million or more projects were considered to be suitable for FMC projects. Now, due to environmental concerns and other factors, FMC projects are a necessity during the planning stage only. So the FMC is to be considered as the first vital leg of a coal mine's journey from pithead to the main transportation lines. Historically, this has been meant a heavy reliance on the road transport with all its associated challenges. But FMC projects are changing that by championing environment-friendly and highly effective. Now, a brief insight into the FMC projects in the project reports. The first one is this is the most environment-friendly mode of coal transport from mine to the nearest railway siding. It is a cornerstone of all our environmental commitments. By minimizing road reliance and maximizing mechanized loading and transport, we significantly reduce our carbon footprint. This means cleaner air around our mining areas with pollutants. We are also tackling noise pollution, traffic congestion and habitat disruption. When we embed these strategies into our PRs, we essentially streamline the crucial environment clearances and making it smoother and faster. The next one, the next consideration in the PR is the most efficient way of coal transportation. At the heart of FMCs are modern coal handling plants and silos with rapid loading systems. They represent a leap in efficiency with optimal coal handling, drastically reduced loading times, leading to faster turnaround of railway wagons and smoother coal evacuations, and critically minimizing manual interventions, which cuts down the human error and agency. Now, unlocking the economic benefits. The efficiencies brought by FMCs directly translate into tangible economic advantage. Lower transportation cost by reducing expensive road haulage, increase revenue because faster loading and dispatch mean we can get more coal to the market, and a significant reduction in diesel consumption, which is a win-win situation for bottom line government also. And the last but not the least, it's now a necessity for regulatory compliances. FMC projects are vital for regulatory compliances. By implementing these systems, we naturally adhere to the stricter environmental guidelines for coal transportation and handling. The detailed operational and environmental data generated from these modern facilities also make it much easier to fulfill the reporting requirements of our PRs. In essence, FMC projects are not merely about logistics. They are fundamental to building sustainable, efficient and economic systems. They are an integral part of preparing comprehensive mining project reports, ensuring we can meet our environmental goals, optimize our operations and contribute to a stronger, cleaner energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for underlining and scoring the importance of taking care of all the eventualities during the planning stage itself. Now, as you all have seen throughout this session, right, I have been able to get the advantages of the experience of such luminary personalities, such relevant points, such relevant views, suggestions that have been put forward, which will be taken up further during the next technical sessions by all of the engineering and EPC contractor personnel present here. Now, as a token of our gratitude for all the dignitaries that took out time so early in the morning from their busy schedules and coming up here today and providing their inputs and words of wisdom. And to mark the occasion, we would like to present them with a memento of today's event. And for that, first of all, I would like to request Shri Ajay Kumar to please present a memento to mark this occasion to our Director Technical CIL, Shri Ghatak sir. Next, I request sir to please present a memento to CMD CMPDI. I request sir to please present a memento to CMD WCL. And at last, I request sir to please present a memento to CMD CCL. Now I request Shri Shankar Nagachari, our DT, to please present the memento to DT CCL present here, who provided his valuable time at this occasion. I request sir to please provide a memento to DT ECL, who has traveled all the way from Asansol to be present here today. I also request sir to please present a memento to Director Finance ECL. I request sir to please present memento to CVO CCL and CMPDI for sparing his time, also providing such valuable inputs today. Thank you, sir. I now request GM E&M to please present a memento to our Director Technicals here, to Shri Ajay Kumar, our Director Technical PND. Also request sir to please present a memento to our Director Technical CRD, who has been given his immense time in successful achievement and coordination of this event. Now request sir to please present memento to ED CP and PMCIL, Shri Raj Shekhar sir, who has traveled all the way from Kolkata. I request sir to please present a memento to our senior advisor, A.K. Rana. Thank you all. And with this, we end today's inaugural come technical session 1. And now we have a small refreshment break of 15 minutes. And after that, I request all of you to please gather again, as we have very important presentations and discussions ahead with the main EPC contractors who are present here today. So I request everyone to please break for a refreshment break of 15 minutes, and we will assemble within 15 minutes to start the next phase of technical sessions. Thank you. I request everyone to please start taking their seats. We will move on to the next technical session, the presentations from 4 major EPC contractors. So I request everyone outside. The tea will continue inside the hall as well as per your request. So I request everyone to please take their respective seats in the hall so that we can proceed ahead with the next technical session. सर प्रेजेंटेशन वहीं पे देना होगा, वहाँ पे सेट कर देगा. I again request everyone to please take their respective seats. Please, all outside who have taken their refreshments, I request everyone to please take their seats inside the hall so that we can start ahead with the next session, the technical presentation. I again request everyone, ma'am, I again request everyone to please take their respective seats. DTCIL is already in the house. He has taken his place. The speakers are ready. So I request everyone outside, please come inside the hall and take your respective seats.
On behalf of CMPDI, I would request everybody to get to their places, please. CMPDI का behalf में बोल दे रहा है ना सबको place में लेने के लिए.
I think everybody is inside the hall. Please, the next upcoming presentation is a very important presentation, the next round, and I request everyone to please take their seats. These are the inputs and views which will be very important in shaping up how the future recommendation for this workshop proceeds ahead. So I request everyone. So the next presentation is one of the stalwarts of the industry who has been instrumental right from the beginning of the FMC journey. So I request everyone to please take a note and listen properly to this presentation. So the next presentation is by Shri Surojit Samanta, who is the MD of SK Samanta and Company Private Limited. So I request sir to please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. And good afternoon to all my friends sitting at the back. People on the front has stated whatever they want to say and they have given it in detail. So I did not go into the arithmetics and statistics of the data. I only thing would like to say is what we have suggested today as FMC projects for coal handling plants. Coal handling plants is an age-old thing starting from probably 40s or 50s and been coming on in NCDC and even before that in the state railways. However, so the ministry, Government of India, Ministry of Coal has taken up the matter to expedite the FMC projects in order to set up the coal handling plants, the dispatch of coal. Prior to this, before independence, before formation of NCDC, before formation of Coal India, it was transported by either road transport or even by from the pitheads from the railways which we had in the past. Coal handling plant is not only handling, it is only just expediting the issues of dispatch of coal, keeping in view the demand of railways, keeping in view the demand of rakes and wagons and engines. It's a culmination of all these systems wherein maybe 10 organizations are fitted into it. Not simple as removal of OB or not simple for a civil engineer for construction of buildings or roads or bridges. It's a culmination of civil, electrical, mechanical, PLCs, automations, and as somebody said, even entire motors, entire gearboxes, everything. There are control systems, there are automation systems are there. It is all depends on the user, whether you are checking it up or not. The PLCs are provided by ABB, the Siemens, the Parkers, and entire thing goes into the control systems. I will go into detail. Before that, I will just go into a brief slides. Please bear with us for 10 minutes. We have dispatched 42 million tons as a single entity. As a single entity, we have dispatched 42 million tons out of 200 million tons capacity we have built for the industry. From 1986 till this date, we have completed 25 silos and we have built facilities for 200 million tons. And we alone has had dispatch facilities of 42 million last year. We have completed 4 years of operation maintenance from 2017 onwards for Sonpur Bajari, which is ending in October, and for Kusmunda, which is ending also in October, for 4 years completion of operation maintenance. Next slide. These are the places where we operate. All these subsidiaries into, and these are the places all we operate. Next slide. These are the projects we have done it, and the total comes to around 227.5 million tons, which includes Kusmunda, it includes the new projects are not here. The next. This 105 million tons in next 3 years, it will be built up. Next. This is a small video for 3 minutes. This timeline shows from our contribution to the coal industry from 1958 by late Sri Shakti Kumar Samanta, where we started in.
Company Private Limited, guided by the strategic leadership of Managing Director Suraj Samanta, whose 4 decades of experience in construction and industrial development have been instrumental in the company's success. SKSL has become a trusted name in large-scale infrastructure execution. Established in 1955, SKSL has evolved from humble beginnings into one of India's most respected engineering and infrastructure firms. With nearly 70 years of legacy, the company specializes in turnkey solutions for coal handling, power systems, steel, pipelines, water treatment, and industrial logistics projects. From its earliest projects to today's multi-million dollars, SKSL has consistently delivered quality, innovation, and reliability. The company's national footprint spans across Orissa, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Delhi, NCR, and West Bengal, enabling critical infrastructure in India's core industrial regions. SKSL's client base includes some of the country's most trusted public sector undertakings: Coal India, NTPC, SAIL, Damodar Valley Corporation, NMDC, and Talcher Fertilizers among them. These long-standing partnerships reflect SKSL's commitment to excellence and long-term value. SKSL has played a pivotal role in transforming coal logistics infrastructure across Coal India subsidiaries. As part of its comprehensive engineering, procurement and construction services, SKSL has constructed an impressive portfolio of coal handling plants across the country. To date, SKSL has built facilities enabling the dispatch of over 200 million tons of coal through these coal handling plants. In alignment with Coal India's policy shift towards efficient operations, the operation and maintenance responsibilities of coal handling plants were formally integrated from 2017 onwards. SKSL embraced this challenge and has since excelled in both construction and sustained operational performance. During the financial year 24 to 25, SKSL achieved a milestone by dispatching 42 million tons of coal, the highest by any single entity under O&M model. The company has virtually completed 4 years of successful O&M at Sonpur Bazari Coal Handling Plant under Eastern Coalfields Limited and Kushmunda Coal Handling Plant under South Eastern Coalfields Limited. Recent milestone projects include the 51 million ton per annum Magad Coal Handling Plant for Central Coalfields Limited, valued at $160 million, and the 10 million ton Dowhill Conveyor System at the Kirandul project for NMDC, worth $115 million. These projects underscore SKSL's capacity, high-value infrastructure at scale. Under Mr. Samanta's visionary leadership, SKSL has expanded its job bookings from just 1.2 million to over $460 million. His business foresight and focus on executional discipline has driven SKSL's transformation into a modern, scalable enterprise with a reputation for dependability. Fueling this growth is a highly capable team, over 500 including 150 graduate engineers across civil, electrical, and mechanical disciplines. Many team members have spent decades with SKSL, reflecting a company culture built on loyalty, trust, and professional integrity. SKSL's impact goes far beyond construction. Through strategic corporate social responsibility initiatives, the company actively supports healthcare, education, and community development. From mobile ICU units and hospital modernization to rural infrastructure and vocational training, SKSL is committed to uplifting lives across India. These initiatives reflect a core belief: engineering progress must go hand in hand with social responsibility. As a trusted engineering partner, an employer of excellence, and a responsible corporate citizen, SKSL continues to build more than just infrastructure. It builds opportunity, resilience, and impact. SKSL, engineering India's future, one project at a time.
Thank you. Now here are the slides which refers to the contract management manual, what we are here to discuss, and the request for the changes that we would like to have, and the points that has been referred by our speakers in the past. Coal handling plant is, as I said, is not simply either removal of burden, or it's a pure engineering. We need a lot of thought process. As CMD said, We have a lot of inputs to provide in that. Next. When a document is made, these should be taken for reference. Mr. CVO sir is here. I am sorry to say today the pre-qualification criteria doesn't go in line with the CVC memorandum of February 2002. However, MECON has its own, along with CMPDI does it, and because we work with all these 5 consultants, we have different thought process, not into particular CMPDIL. We have from PDIL at Talcher Fertilizers, whose pre-qualifications are different from what they does it. And it's not that CMPDI does it not absolutely correct, but it should be more motive-oriented to completion of the construction, not award of work. EIL has their own. When we work with the oil and gas division, they have their own. And most stringent is NTPC, because unfortunately, most of the people, those who participate here in the industry, are not participating here in NTPC or any of these organizations. Next. This is what the CVC, it's not a guideline, it's a memorandum of 2002, which says categorically that 3 projects of 40%, 2 projects of 50%, and 1 project of 80%. I'm not a authority on this, I'm not a writer of this. This is all just I gathered, and I thought it might be of any use to the people, those who make the document here. Today what we have is been liberalized to that extent. The 80% has become 40%, the 50% has become 25%, and 40% has become 20%. It is again a cakewalk to many of the people, those who are actually not been there, and new players coming into here, this engineering is very difficult. Just somebody was saying that these are not any rocket science. I am surprised to say that why all over the world only Boeing and Airbus are the 2 companies which has built aircrafts these years, maybe 200 or more. So CHP has an importance over all other construction industry. One has to admit, one has to accept and deal accordingly. It is not just run of the mill. Next. This is what I was saying that, sorry, I said February, it's 17th December 2002. Next. Next. As I was referring to Director of Finance, stringent penalties. Many would be saying that as a contractor I should not say this, but in the interest of the country, the interest of the industry, I would definitely say that time is the major factor. Time is money, time is everything. A project has to be completed and it has to be made operation. If it's a project has been awarded and not been awarded, not been completed, the company has to bear an parallel expense of movement of the coal. If the project would have been completed in 2 years, the capital cost investment in that would have been of helpful to the organization much at large. Next. Ensuring timely approval and land acquisition, as CMD said earlier, that we have 2 projects here where the awards have been done and land acquisition is a problem. And this is not a problem only for this is problem on turn of us. An advantage and a disadvantage is that there is a cap in the escalation, and the escalation has a cap within themselves also. The entire contract does not have an escalation. So by virtue of this, the total projects gets delayed, but we are paid escalation only for civil and structural works and no other portion of the contract. So we would request sincerely that for these projects, the escalation formula should be looked into. We have, for financial purposes, we have for income tax or for GST, we have external agencies for auditing and for income tax purposes and all that. We had for some time in the past, Deloitte, for reviewing of the projects and the progress and the quality, and with PDIL and with NTPC, we are having external agencies like TUV and some other companies who has monthly checkups of the quality executed by us and certified by them, then only payments are released. So by virtue of that, a third-party check of the quality becomes a mandatory. This is what the CIL tender is. Next. This is what the statistics of all that which has been awarded and which has been pending has already been narrated by next. Next. This is again the terms and conditions of different projects. Next. Next. This is all on that, speaks on the pre-qualification. This is with NTPC tender. They go specifically with 7 years as the CVC guideline, and then minimum of RCC for that project in 1 year, minimum of fabrication that needs to be done based on the quantity required for that particular project. That refers to the minimum erection of structural steel. This is how NTPC does it. You have to do the specific work, then only to qualify for the same. Next. 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 The executed by the bidder company, subsidiary company shall not be considered for meeting the qualification requirement of the bidders. Here we have 2 people, 3 people, 4 people joining hands together to get one single contract. Next. Next. Reinforced concrete, 4,600 meter cube of fabricated steel. These are all huge quantities which normally will not get unless otherwise large companies are there. Next. Eman Dostur, again a consultant of prime repute in India and worldwide. NM Dostur, SAIL and NMDC employs Eman Dostur as a consultant. Next. Next. For larger, they have increased from 7 years to 20 years, but they have not changed otherwise the technical capacities of the capabilities of the parties. Next. Next. Minimum 33,000 meter cube of reinforced concrete, minimum structural steel 15 years, minimum 7,500 metric ton of steel. These are huge. Many friends of mine over here would be thinking what SK Samanta is presenting, but I am presenting the future for India and not I am thinking of what I am going to get or what I am not going to get. Definition of similar nature of work. This is again another part of it. Next. This is PDIL. They have their own way of presentation. Next. 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 They specify the work that is to be executed. That's MECON is mandatory. Next. Next. This was all that was there regarding the pre-qualification criteria of the tender. Next is O&M and DLP. My sincere request to all friends of mine in CMPDI and those operating in the subsidiaries. We are doing operation maintenance and not defect liability period. the definition itself is different. A defect liability period is basically an civil engineering terminology which for a static structure, a building been constructed and has to undergo 6 months of defect liability period or 1 year of defect liability period to check whether the roofs are leaking. It is there that is to be rectified. We are not doing that. We are absolutely doing operation maintenance, which does not mean cleaning. I have seen in Mahanadi tenders have been floated for operation maintenance for cleaning purposes, which will have all the problems that has been said by our speakers in the past, that the heat sensors will not be working, the PLCs will not be working. There are small issues are there which cannot be deducted unless proper electrical mechanical engineers understanding the PLCs supplied by all these big companies are there to understand. There are heat sensors. There are automatic heat sensors. The belt cannot catch fire. God only can help. So all these facilities, as has been said by our CCL CMD, most of the facilities are there in the tender. It is up to our executives to be, after that, getting it there. As Mr. Dwivedi said about the railway tracks, this was the point we raised in 1988 in Amlori, that the railway track should be taken as far as possible into the mines, because railway is the cheapest mode of transport all over the world. Unfortunately, that has not been done in many places. There are opportunities of can be getting done. As far as CVOs have said, there are bulk facilities. Yes, NTPC, all the tracks are having a bulk facilities, whereas where we have private have a bulk facilities. NTPC rakes in Singrauli, all of them is under a bulk facility, comes and goes, 2,000 tons or 2,400 tons or 3,200 tons, all the rakes, whereas for private loading it is 4,000 tons, and now what we are seeing that the silos have been built for 8,000 tons. Next. So the conditions we say that should be required for operation maintenance. Escalation. Whether it is 5 years or 10 years, escalation has to be provided, which is, we have been paid today, but there has to be a clarity. It is not only labor, it also has a lot of mechanical. There is total gearboxes, pulleys, belts, motors, everything is there which needs regular changes, greasing, wear and tear, everything. If it's 10 years, we have to keep spares to run the plant continuously for 24/7 for years together and meet the needs of the dispatch facilities. Mr. Nair is here from ECL. Last year, a 12 million ton, we could literally touch 13 million ton or maybe plus minus here and there, but at times, whatever the need was, we could do it from the silo, and it's 24/7 the CHPs were working. Next. This is what I said about the price variation of the O&M. This is what we propose, which has been there in many of the contracts in Mahanadi, I think, and in ECL also, but it has not been generalized and centralized from CMPDIL. Next. This is what the proposal of SKSL. This is what I said is the land acquisition. Once a CHP has been constructed, if it's a 10 million ton, we know per annum, if it's 4,000 capacity of the rakes, 8 rakes or 9 rakes is compatible enough to 10 million tons. The contractor is responsible thereafter to provide that dispatch of minimum 10 million tons, provided the rakes are and coal is provided to the CHP. Other than these two agencies, the entire responsibility goes with the contractor. I have seen this in northern coalfields in Jayanth. I had to go and complain to the senior officials at the highest level that in spite of 15 million ton, we are dispatching 3 rakes, and which I used to feel bad because I have, with so much great difficulty in Jayanth, with the hilly terrain and with 15-16 kilometers of conveyor, built it up in 2 years, 2.5 years, not been utilized. So officers at the project level used to say, what is your problem? That I said, yes, I have a problem. I have built this with heart and soul. And if you do not utilize this, it pains me, then what for I am doing it? I am doing with an objective and not just as a contractor, I am building it up. Next. Even in the O&M, these things are to be provided. The mandatory testing, the third party and all this, quality. And even many a times it's been talked about, but somehow or the other it's not been done. This 5 years for many of the people, many of the officials over here, I would like to submit that the first time operation maintenance came into being in 2017 when Mr. Sudito Bhattacharya was the chairman Coal India. And it was one of the discussions which I was also a part of it when it was decided that to eliminate vendor list from the drawings, that it should be given 5 years responsibility to will do the operation and maintenance, and which I said it is absolutely right. And it went up to the discussions to the level of secretaries and the additional secretaries where I said, as a contractor, I would like that after 2 years you leave it out and go. But if I think in terms of the industry, if as a core mining engineer, the heart and soul of it is mining coal, and if that has been outsourced for 25 years, if the dumpers has been outsourced for maintenance for 17 years, why not a CHP, a coal handling plant which constitutes of around 60% equipments, cannot be outsourced for 5 years, 10 years? A simple reason is that if the air conditioning working in your house has been given a 5 years maintenance, you are not borderless absolutely. If it goes off, it can immediately call up an agency and say that, hey, look into it, that my ACs are not working. If it is not so, then you have to run around yourself, call on the people, get it checked, and as it is, you will lie into problem. So there was many a times thereafter, last 5 years, after that 5 years, they thought that why not 10 years, why not 15 years? I said, yes, if you are giving it for MDOs for 25 years, why not operation maintenance to any of the people? Because there were people who had come and said that we would like to remove it. And I was asked about my opinion. I said, no, for an industry where manpower is a huge problem, therefore this is mandatory. For the private can easily pick up people to operate this, but for the government it is difficult to operate it with so many people. Each of the CHPs to run, we need at least 150 to 200 people with maybe 20-25 engineers in 3 shifts round the clock. Next. Next. This is what exactly I said, sorry for the last strip, you can go. This is what ensuring daily dispatch of, if it's a 1 million ton, at least 1 rig should go. How did I achieve 42 million last year? I was pressurizing for it to achieve. I did 45 million because the capacity was 45 million. My Kusmunda silos were for 50 million. There were 4 silos which we have, when we have commenced it, sir, there were 11 rakes standing on 11 lines completely to show the minister. And we have operated 8 rakes simultaneously for loading purposes. But unfortunately, that was 1 day. So I feel bad about it, that 4 silos together in one place. We had accidents. And it's not been it's underutilized, I would say. So this is where my submission is that if it is built, it should be properly used. People should not have any hard feelings. You are there today, you will not be there tomorrow. I'll be here today, I'll not be there tomorrow, but the project, the things will be there for the country years to come. A CHP built will be go for 40 years, not for 1 or 2 or 5 years. Next. This is about accountability of both sides. If you are delaying it, I would sincerely request escalation. If the contractors is delaying it, you go for penalty. Even earlier we had a bonus system. We had bonus system during 2000 and 2005, 2010 in Nighai. We had got in Silo, in Giant, we had got it. There was bonus system. If 24 months project completed before that, we had a bonus system. Here I have something to say for CMPDIL. A 50 crores project is also 2 years, and for all concerned, a 1500 crores is also 2 years. How is it justified? How is it justified, sir? A 50 crores for 2 years and 1500 crores for 2 years, how is it justified? So this has to be looked into. Coming to an end. Is the time or is it's over? Next. This is all come to an end, is thanks. I'll get back to a little bit of the things that we had discussion with the past. Railway track, I said, is not the thing. It is there since 1988, railway tracks to go into the mines. Regarding the drives, there is CST drive, which I myself had opposed quite a lot. But I had checked up, we had installed more than 50 CST drives in our projects. And definitely it has a better facilities than normal gearbox. And only reservation I had, again, on terms of the government, that it's a single identity, Chinese manufactured, and think of Coal India the way it processed. There is no LPP. Tomorrow the people will be into trouble that how long you go on for single procurement purchase from one party. So I had always requested an engineering thing, not with the name of Dodge or not with the thing and not in Chinese. There has to many people come in to the picture. But technically this is definitely the best thing that we can do it as long as the prices are matched. We have another problem over there for Mahanadi Coalfields is BOCM. Building and workers thing is, we have to get registered for our projects. It's not that Coal India has to get registered. As we have to pay income tax, we have to assess for GST, we have to assess for BOCW. So deducting 1% from our bills and jabardasti depositing to the department where it's not even required at times, because all our projects is in the mines. The people, those who implement, I would sincerely request to read 2 lines of that wherein categorically it has been given that where the Mines Act is applicable, things are not applicable. So we all construct within the premises of the mines and we do not go because we are being reviewed by Deputy Director Mine Safety and we have been penalized for that. One of our directors have been charge sheeted because of accidents. We have provided 4 ambulances in the project as per the 2017 guideline in all the CHPs. Sir, the CHP and RLS and silo is the same identity. Inside a silo, it's a hollow part where we put the equipment which is called as rapid loading system. It has got 70,000 tons of hopper which leads to 60,000, 65,000 to the wagon. It has got hydraulic gates which opens and it loads. From 4,000 tons, it comes down to 70 tons and it's loaded into a wagon in 1 minute. Difficulty there is these are all PLC controlled and we need creep control engines. Unfortunately, it is specified as 0.8 kilometers per hour the engine has to move and it has been designed and provided according. But if we do not have it, NTPC provides that. But Coal India with the private loading does not provide that. In that eventuality, it is in the hand of the engine operator to increase or decrease the speed of the thing. At times it is overflow and at times it's underflow. So although they specifies for RLS and silo, but RLS and silo is one identity only. Another thing, Mr. N.K. Singh is not here. This is definitely not E equals to MC square. Yes, 2 minutes. It is definitely minus 100 is not minus 100. We are facing the maximum problem because surface miners works, I have with many senior ex-CMDs that Samanta साहब कैसे अगर minus 100 है तो आपको 200 का कैसे साइज आता है? हम बोले सर चलिए मैं दिखाता हूँ, मैं व्हाट्सअप भेज देता हूँ, मैं हर एक CMD को कभी कभी भेज देता हूँ. सरफेस माइनस चलती है ऐसे करके जो साइड का बम्स रहता है उसको लेके डंपर में दे देता है और डंपर ले जाके कोयला इसमें है which is not designed for. So therefore a crusher is essential where any type of crusher is essential to have the bigger thing or you remove it which is practically impossible. So with the surface miner is not the only solution to get minus 100. Which is more important for design aspect is a boundary wall if you have to operate. We are doing it of our own at our own cost. Even in spite of the fact it is not provided in the agreement. Because if we have to operate for 5 years, every coal mines has a kawadiwala. Every coal mines has a kawadiwala. Security guards cannot fight those 100, 200 people, those who come in a bunch. Place like ECL, handling all those people, I know how I completed the project. Place, Saab was saying about Maheshpur. To handle the people over there, I know how I have completed that project. That project was completed by me. Not the problem, they had filled over there 3 meters, 4 meters to have truck loading in that. And by virtue of that, the entire thing, if they remove it, the beams are much lower than what it is today. So that will not be a problem for putting up the sleepers on the level that was there. I can send you the joint signature between the railways, SK Samanta and BCCL on the RL and the coordinates of that. Boundary wall is mandatory, sir. Mandatory. Even in Magad, we are putting it of our own. Even in Amrapali, we are putting it of our own. None of the thing, even if I do it for 5 years, after that it will not remain. Jayant, huge problem. Bina, Kakari, when we used to do night work, 200 people in the silos are taking up the coal. They say that, Saab, aap kuch mat boliye, main koila le ja raha hu. आप अगर सिटी मारिएगा, आपका सिक्योरिटी अगर सिटी मारिएगा, मैं आपका सिटी मार दूंगा. So we had to 8 feet high boundary wall all along. Even in Gevra, we had done it at our own cost of 2 crores. So boundary wall is the must. Whosoever is the engineers there from civil department, they know that we have been hitting at it for a boundary wall. Design engineering, before the work is been awarded, it's not possible because we don't. Once upon a time, CMPDI used to do item rate contracts. Today it is turnkey contract because we do not have people. We means the industry does not have people. It is subletted to the contractors. Contractor does design engineering and it takes 6 to 9 months. It's an advantage to us if it's a forest problem. During that period, if somebody is sincere enough, can complete the design engineering and the supply of equipment, it gets a bonus to us, frankly speaking. Belt capacity to silo. It will not help, sir. As sir said that it is going to come 8,000 tons. You need more number of silos. You can eliminate bunk because silos, if you want to fasten up the dispatch of rakes, you need more number of silos. So that 8,000, 10,000, 12,000 coal can be dispatched within 1 hour's time. If you dispatch 1 hour's time, you have a circulation of rakes at that faster movement. You're expediting today the belt capacity has gone up to 6,000 metric ton, 6,000 MTY, but that is not going to help to expedite the silos loading. So silo is a necessity. Silo is mandatory, silo is necessity. We had objected to even 500 M3, 500 tons. The first thing we did was in 92-93 in Belpahar. Here the GM ENM is there, who had worked with us then in 92-93, which we had very difficult. Probably that was 300 metric ton. Today we have in Gevra, and every day we get a complaint of underloading and overloading because we cannot complete the loading with 500 MTY. as they were talking about the billing schedule, there is a pro rata payment. It is not that the billing schedule, I am talking all this on behalf of CMPDA only. There are billing schedule, pro rata payments at every level the payments have been made. This is all that I can say. Thank you very much for patiently listening to us and all the details that I can give it to each and every individual, whatever they had, whatever I had to my knowledge. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
You still had a lot of inputs out of your vast experience to share today and to answer a lot of other questions, but as far as the time goes, there are other speakers as well, and I'm sure you would also love to listen to them for their perspectives on all the issues. So next up we have a presentation by Messrs. Asian Energy, and Shri Kapoor is here to present on behalf of Asian Energy.
Respected Director CIL, CMD CMPDI, CMD WCL, and other respected people sitting here. I would, first of all, I would like to say that Coal India has really done a great job. Over these 6-7 years, rather 5 to 6 years, that the concept for adding CHPs has been introduced. I believe we've we've gone 3 times now to what capacity we had earlier, and there's no comparison to the addition of capacity. But again, as per the requirement, there are certain changes that should be brought about to improve the overall system. So I'm just going to point out towards these changes only. I'm not going to talk much about what we've been doing or what Coal India has been doing. I'm just going to point out certain changes that we require in the system. I have divided this presentation into 3 parts. NIT is in 2 parts. That is part 1 of NIT, which is the commercial portion, and then you have the technical portion in part 2, and then the third part of the presentation, in the field, the problems that we are facing. So I'm going to point out that the time duration that that we are given for completing a project is not very realistic. There are projects which have to be completed in say 1.5 years. There are others which are given 2 years for completion. Normally, before we can actually hit the ground, before we can start excavation, it will be 6 months since the first civil drawing, foundation drawing. By the time it gets approved, it's already 6 months gone. So practically we are left with, say, in a project which has been given 1.5 years for completion, we're just left with 1 year, in which we have to complete the project and then do the commissioning and then the PG test also. So another three months that would go in commissioning and PG test. So we just left with 9 months to complete the project. So I don't think that's sufficient. So most of the projects, that's why they are running beyond the scheduled completion, and extension has to be given. So what I would suggest is that we should be more realistic in the time duration that we are giving for a project. See, variation clause, the price variation clause that we have, simply says that it is capped at 10% of the civil cost. In spite of the fact that the project might extend because of, say, delays in land acquisition, because of other factors, there are projects which are being completed after 5 years of, say, completion of the bidding process. But still, the escalation is not allowed for the, beyond 10% of the civil work. And let's say if the civil work is just 50% of the project cost, so that in fact we are getting escalation capped at 5% of the project cost, which certainly means that either the bidder has to build in the provisions has to face losses. So I think this cap of 10% should be removed. It should be made more realistic. Further, now the O&M of 5 years is also there. During this period, the salary and wages of the workers, like even if you go by the standards that Coal India is following and the pay revisions that happen, or the revisions that minimum wages that are being revised by the government from time to time. The provision should be there that at least in the O&M period, the escalation in wages should be allowed over and above this 5% or 10% cap that we've kept on the price variation. So, so that the contractors can be properly compensated for, and rather I would say that they don't have to underpay their workers in order to maintain their profits. There's this clause on qualification requirements wherein I feel it strange that when we are putting a cap of say 7 years or 10 years for a particular say experience, if it's more than like the period that is when you completed the project, if the period is more than 7 years, that particular experience would not count. So there have been cases wherein he was qualified for one project, but the next project that he is bidding for, he is not qualified because he is like he's been time barred. And maybe he has been allocated a project, say just 3 months ago, based on his experience, but he becomes unqualified for the next project, so which is not justified. Like, he should be allowed to carry his experience if he, during the period of these 7 years, if he has got another project which may not have been completed, but he should be allowed to carry the experience because it's in the same company that he is doing the other job also. So that would help increase participation. See, it is as such, when we are coming out with say 15, 20 projects in a year, we want bidders to be there. We want to have multiple bidders so that we can have a healthy bidding process. So if we are going to restrict for such reasons, then that would not happen. Another aspect is that the performance security that we are taking, it is like even in the O&M period, we are carrying it forward. So the security deposit that is there is like being retained by the company for project construction and another 5 years of O&M. So for a contractor, if he has to take into consideration that he is not going to get this money for the next 7 years, then probably he has to write it off. So finally, I don't know whether he would be giving you a competitive price or not. Since that money which the company is going to retain for 7 years, he cannot count it in his cash flow. So like it is more like having like when you're bidding, what you're doing is you are not counting this 10% in your cash flow. So that in fact increases the price that he is going to bid on. We can go to the next slide. See, the total retention that we are doing amounts to about 20% of the project cost. Now, on one hand, we say that we require 20% working capital, and on the other hand, we are doing 20% retention. So basically what is happening is the total money, like by the end of working capital is blocked in retention. So how do you expect a company to complete the job if retention is so high as 20%? So what I would say is that we should, like it would be more realistic if retention is brought down to 10% or a lower percentage. For a project to succeed, cash flow has to be there. You cannot have a situation wherein you squeeze cash flow and ask the contractor to perform. Again, the last point also is pointing towards having provision over and above the 10% for O&M period. The salary and wages should be a separate, should have a separate provision for, say, escalation, price escalation. Now coming to the technical part. For the project to succeed, it is very important that we have a hindrance-free site. See, as per my experience, what has been happening is that although we are handed over a site which handed over to us, and for all practical purposes it's hindrance-free, but we'll always come across certain hindrances which would be there, like maybe a haul road would be passing nearby, or there'd be an electrical line, or there'll be some small structure which has to be dismantled. Invariably what is happening is during the construction phase, the dismantling of these structures or shifting of the road or shifting of an electrical line is always getting delayed because the team of the project from the Coal India side, these people would be saying, okay, you don't need to do this work today, so you can delay it for another say a month or two, and practically overall this results into the delay in project implementation. I'll just give you an example. There's this road in one of the projects that we are doing, which crosses through the conveyor line. It had to be diverted. So for the past 2.5 years, we've been asking for deviation of this road. But initially it was that, okay, you can always do this portion of the conveyor gallery at the end of the project. And now it's been 2 years and still we are looking for that diversion of the road. So finally at some stage it becomes very critical. So what I suggest is that there should be a team or rather a group, a committee involving the area people and maybe people from the head office who should probably meet twice say twice a year or maybe at a higher frequency and try and sort out the hindrances that are there in the project. So that these hindrances don't become a bottleneck. They don't start affecting the critical path of the project. So, yeah. There's another point wherein the geotechnical data or the soil bearing capacity, etc., is not provided by the company in the NIT. Okay, I agree that the responsibility of having to ascertain the soil quality should rest with the contractor. But during the bidding stage, if no data on quality is available, then you either you become uncompetitive by providing for the worst conditions, or you carry the risk of bidding with the values which may not be true. So certainly when CMPDI does a design or say they do costing for the NIT, they would be considering certain parameters. So I don't think there is a harm in sharing those parameters in the NIT document, so that the bidders also are aware as to what to expect at the site. You can always put a rider that these parameters may not be taken as the final parameters, and the bidder, after winning the contract, should do a proper geotechnical study of the area. At least some data should be provided. Further, I would also like to add here that if CMPDI has prepared a cost estimate, say considering certain say bearing capacity for the soil, and later on when actual testing is done, the soil is found to be very adverse, say it requires piling to be done, or some soil improvement method to be adopted. So there should be a provision that this additional expenditure that the contractor has to take, compensated for in some form or the other. There are conditions wherein the additional cost may be 5 to 10% of the total civil cost. So if provision for such situations, then I think it would be helpful. Now coming to the process of approval of drawings from CMPDI. What I have experienced is that CMPDI is overloaded with the number they are doing. Normally there'd be let's say 2 or 3 projects for which NITB is being made. There'd be 2 or 3 projects for which drawings are being scrutinized by CMPDI. Under that condition, it becomes very difficult for them to stick to a timeline for approval of the drawings. And that becomes a burden on the contractor, because his drawings getting delayed means that he'll be hitting the ground with that delay. So what I suggest is that instead of the contractor having to interact with CMPDI for getting their drawings approved, it would be better if the production company who owns the CHP interacts. So the contractor should just have with the coal producing company, and the coal producing company should ensure that the drawings are approved within a given time frame. So that way, whatever technical interaction is required, the contractor will do. But the approval timelines would be monitored by the other production company rather than the contractor having to follow. See, there's another issue that we've been facing, that in case wherein a drawing has been approved earlier and it requires to be modified by whatever be the maybe there's some equipment that now we've purchased and we've come to know that that equipment has some different say parameters and requires a bigger or a smaller base which may in turn require modification in the drawing. So in that case it becomes very difficult for AI to approve the drawing, because they find it difficult to go through the process again. So there should be some established methodology for revisiting a drawing in case it requires modification at a later date. Next, please. Next. Another issue that we've been facing is that in a few cases, say the motor rating of the conveyor that has been specified in the NIT, and the motor rating that like while designing the system, the motor rating may be less, or that may be true for say the belt specifications or any of the equipment. But then CMPDI finds it very difficult to approve any say variation on the lower segment. Although that might mean that for the life of the project they might have to spend extra on power consumption, or say there might be say additional cost involved for the project for the life of the project. But downwards revision of the specification of the equipment is an issue which is very difficult for CMPDI to approve. So I think NIT should have some provision wherein such downward revision is also permitted. Now, like another thing that I would like to point out here is that invariably in most of the NITs that we've come across, the rating for transformers that has been provided in the NIT is almost 50% of the that which is finally required for the project. So I would request that while specifying the ratings in the NIT, a thorough system should be followed wherein the specifications while designing the specifications, so that because these specifications while making a bid, since the period available is just 1 month, so normally we would be going with the specifications as provided in the NIT rather than doing the design itself. Now, there have been quite a few incidents when the bidder, after either at the pre-bid stage or after winning the contract, wants to introduce some design improvement. So now it becomes very difficult for the design improvement to be introduced, because or there might be some the price variation would not allow CMPDI to approve the design improvement. Like, I'll just give you an example. There's this project that we are doing for CCL. The location of the bunker is on, say, overburden dump, on old overburden dump. Now we want to remove, shift this bunker from this location to wherein it will be on natural ground. But that would involve introduction of high inclination conveyors, because the distance from the bunker to the silo would be reduced and we would have to go for a higher inclination conveyor. But can we propose it? If we propose it, who pays for it? So, is CMPDI or the client willing to say accept design improvements which in fact will be advantageous in the long run? Similarly, there's this project which is still in bidding stage in MCL, wherein they have proposed 3 substations. One substation is only for receiving the incoming power. 2 substations for distribution to the CHP. So we wanted to propose that instead of having these 3 substations, we could go with 2 substations, wherein the substation which is receiving power could be clubbed with any one of the other 2 substations. But that would not be acceptable, because there again one of the substations would have to be eliminated, and like CMPDI or the client does not know how to go about it with regards to the cost, whether the cost compensation has to be or the cost saving has to be recovered from the contractor, or what is going to be the mechanism. So similarly, there are quite a few examples wherein, like for instance, there is this case wherein most of the CHPs that have been made are suffering because the truck loading station is not able to take the oversized coal. It gets jammed. So in a new CHP, which is again coming up with the same arrangement with a flat grizzly, if we want to propose say a vibrating grizzly, we cannot do it because it won't get approved. The design improvement will not get approved. So how do we go about it? How do we introduce design improvements is a question. Next. Again, another design improvement that we are looking for is that at the truck receiving station, if the platform that is made has a concrete top, it would, like during the rainy season, the problem that is being faced because of potholes, etc. happening. But we like whether such design improvements would be acceptable. Now, similarly, firefighting system. It also requires that the water that is being supplied should be of such quality that it does not block the nozzles, spray nozzles. But like a contractor can do it on its own costs. But after all, like for the contractor.
So request you to please expedite, sir, slightly.
There's just a couple of more, just one more slide, I think. So I won't elaborate on this, but what I'm trying to say here is that the specifications that are given in the NIT, they need updation periodically. What is happening is that the specifications that were probably designed 20 years ago are still being followed. Whereas there should be a periodical upgradation of the specifications. You can go to the next slide. Now, with regards to implementation of the project, what we found is that at most of the site, security of the under construction site is a big issue. Like Mr. Samanta was also pointing out that ensuring that the theft can be controlled becomes very difficult. He had suggested there should be a proper boundary wall. But what I would like to point out here is that since the project and the ownership is with Coal India companies, they should also shoulder the responsibility of ensuring security at the site. Like, we should not be left alone. We are working as a team and we should be as a team. I'll just state an example. We are doing a project in ECL. Every day, every night, probably 20 to 30 people come to steal from the site. We've had, the closed circuit cameras that we've installed. People come and there have been incidents where the transformer that was kept for installation was carried by them and it was taken away. So the theft is, it's not a one-in incident, it's a everyday incident. And it becomes very difficult for a contractor to control this theft. I was just trying to get a quotation from a professional company. The quotation that they have given me is probably would require somewhere around, let's say, 10% of the project cost just for manning the external security guards. So it is important that the company comes forward to provide such for such situations. So I think I would not take any further time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Messrs. Madhucon Projects Limited for their presentation.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity for participate in this occasion. And the most of the points covered by S.K. Samanta and Asian Energy and all other persons also. The main important thing is here, the main two important things are there. One is the system optimization. There are the two categories are there. One is the equipment optimization, second one is the flowchart optimization. For flowchart, whatever the given by CMPDI with respect to the NCLR or CCLR, whatever the things, there is the one type of the flowchart they are given, the flow path and everything. Second thing is the equipment optimization. Comes to the secondary. First flowchart which is given by the CMPD, that can we give the suggestion to them, or they will go into accept that flowchart? Is there any chances for the optimization of the flowchart or not? That is very important. In this, there are the main important components are the three components are there. One is the truck receiving station, second one is the bunker, third one is the silo. Is there any chances are there? We have also some solutions go for the solutions are there for the truck receiving station, and whatever the instead of the bunker, is there any other solution is there? and improve the capacity and as well as the reduce the manufacturing and execution time and everything. And silo is there, everyone is talking about the silo. There are the chances, and SK Samanth sir told that one silo is not possible to change. That is correct, true, but what extent is possible? Is it required for the 4,000 or is going for the 3,000? Because there are the two streams are there. The one is the standby conveyors, or another two conveyors are there. That what extent? Here the main problem is there. The distance between the bunker and silo is very close for the some cases. The some cases how it is going to be? You have to maintain as per the contract 1:5 elevation or 16 degrees or 13 degrees with respect to the angle of repose of the material and everything. Based on that one, there be accommodate, but the final aim is to reach the capacity. Whatever the million ton per annum is given, that is the possible or not? That is the possible by changing the some parameter and reducing the cost and as well as the complication and safety point of view. That in case of the CMPDs, way before tendering or after tendering also, if they are going to be allowed, that suggestions will be going to be possible to. The second thing is the soil investigation. Soil investigation already is done by CMPD and they are doing the estimation. That estimation, after that we are also going and we are also doing the soil investigation, and sometimes what we are taking the estimation, it is a pile foundation or isolated foundations or pile foundations are there. What they are doing, there is the discrepancies there. The quantities are hugely increasing. There are the many changes are there. Because the tenders are floated, in case of today they floated, they prepared the CMPDs, prepared the any tenders today, it is going to the after 6 months or 7 months later that is going to be got the LOI. Meantime, the site physical area and whatever the area from the 6 months and after now, there are the many changes are there. That changes and these changes are not uniform and there are the lot of hindrances, overburdens and soil configuration. There are the many changes will be coming. That is also a very big challenge to identify what they have done before tendering and what we are taking at the tendering. These are the very important which is required. The second, the mechanical equipment. The mechanical equipment, there is the already told that sir told that one there are the many equipments in the 20 years back, 30 years back and everything is proposed. Now in earlier the O&M is the only 2 years is there. Now it is changed to the 5 years. Here the CMPD or over there, they are changed that one, the specification, years maintenance, what type of the technology is required. Because now finally the contractor is responsible for the up to concept to commissioning. In this, the 2 years technical specification and 5 years operation and maintenance and 2 years operation and maintenance and 5 year operation maintenance is a very big difference. That time, what type of the technology, the equipment sizing or equipment life and wear and tear of the material and design configurations and everything you are considered not. If you are not considered, that is the problem for contractor. That is a very important from the mechanical equipment point of view. There are the many mechanical equipment points are there, like a metal detector and plow feeders and dust suppression system and firefighting system. They are already written, but already sir explained. I don't want to repeat much more. These are the many major important. I will discuss independently with them and whatever the problems are there for the metal detector and plow feeder and advanced coal sampling, firefighting and dust suppression system and what we are doing the present engineering, what is the technical specification chase. There is a lot of gap is there. That gap, how do we will go? Because if we are not going to be concluding, there are the big problems we are facing while executing the system. That is the reason we will sit together and conclude this is our flow path, this is our firefighting system which is considered. There are in case of example, in case of our project we are working for the 3 truck receiving stations are there, 1 bunker is there, 1 silo is simultaneously not working. One is working, another one is the 2 are the standby. That time when we are going for the find out the firefighting system as per the TAC norms, that will be going to be considered the total entire flow path or otherwise the only one single path or second path, because now all 3 will not be come to the fire and everything is not possible. But here the pressure, whatever the pressure, because in every contract document they are given the capacity of the water content is the 300 cubic meter. But here, any small project or bigger project, 1500, 1200 is coming. Where we done the mistake or where the problem is there, we are not able to predict that one. That we have to discuss what basis you are taking the 300 cubic meter, what basis we are taking the 1500, 1100 cubic meter. That is very, very there is a very important is required. And coal sampling is unit is also some specifications in the secondary cutter is enough that as per the specification secondary is another specification tertiary is there. Which one is the, as per the system requirement, tertiary sizing is required or the secondary sizing is required. Sometimes the cutter is going to be the 3 times or sometimes it is written the 4 times. Which one is the correct? As per the code is says that one something, but sometimes the code is superseding in the contract document, sometimes is the lagging. Where is this type of the disturbances are coming? That is also very, very important to identify and clear cutly we will give in. Similarly, fader breaker. Fader breaker, some specifications are given for the apron identification. Some places is given the fader breaker specifications. Which one is the correct? While we are taking the conclusion, that time it's taking a lot of time to conclude it. Which one is the correct? Which one is the not correct? Which one we will take it? Which one will not take it? That is also one ambiguity is there. That is the NITs, the different NITs for the same Coal India project, different NITs, different system requirement is the same, but application is same, but technical specifications are different. Different is there. That time while we are quoting, while we are saying, there are a lot of ambiguities coming. That is the main important thing, sir. And recently there is the above 300 kilowatt motor, you have to use the CST drive and fill controlled type arrangement, scoop type of arrangement and normal couplings. These are the superlative designs. Whatever the given the CST or whoever the given the fill control, their working principle is based on the completely mass moment of inertia. Mass moment of inertia is controlled by that system. To smooth running, smooth operation, smooth any unbalancing forces, unbalanced acting is there coming, that will be controlled by that arrangement. But that arrangement when you are using, that time there is a lot of power saving is there. But you are already defined in the technical specification 300 kilowatt motor, 400 kilowatt or 500 kilowatt motor you are specified. The one excess power is going to be, because excess power for all the electrical motors, finally it will go 25% extra power is consuming. That is bared by the Coal India only. But how do you want to reduce the power? There is also money optimization is there. There is also power saving should be required. And here whenever we are selected, that the problem is coming. You want to this type of the superlative, high expansive, new technology and type of the couplings when it is coming, the power is that much of not required, but we are using the same power. That is a very, very important thing we are considered. We are also worked some CST drive by aid of the artificial intelligence, where the power is going to be reduced, how much power will be going to be reduced, whatever the parameter they are taken, how that the fluid coupling with gearbox is integrated. I have the one side which is done for the other project. I also would like to share here also that how much power is reduced, what is the stability, what is the belt life will be going to be increased. Such about many things are there incorporated in the design. That is also very important, sir. The second thing is the OHE system, sir. The OHE system, could you please, can you change the slide, OHE? Can you go, next one, next one, next. The OHE system, sir, this is the very, very important, the OHE system, overhead electrification. This system is the frequent, the main important thing is the first fixing the position silo coordinates which is given by the contract document. When we are going to be executing that time, there is a lot of changes are there. And after that, there is a communication gap between the railways and the contractor. That is the one point. After that, once all the points are fixed at the middle of the project, after middle of the project we are going to be concluded. This is for the point which is going to be fixed for the OHE silo system. After silo system, we want to integrate with the OH, overhead identification. Overhead identification, there are the many safety precautions are there. There are the many clearances are required, and there are the right now executed, but which one either not result, I don't think so. No places we didn't find any result for the OH systems. That system had a lot of specifications are there. These specifications as per the RDSO, as per the railway, there are the lot of safety features and operational features, and as well as the wagon with silo simulation. That simulation will be very, very important. And the simulation, how it is going to be simulated. In the technical contract document also the specifications are not clear. There is given the very few specifications are given. There is a separate operator cabin, there is a separate software, there is a separate simulation system will be there. That is also very, very important for the future. There is the main important thing is that the completely underneath of the OHE, everything is the structural item. The structural, how we will going to be protect, how we will going to save for the human hazards and everything, that is very, very important. There are some slides are also there, that is also I will explain you later, sir. Because the time is very short. Just go for the next one, sir. Next. These are the point which is related to the firefighting. And we will discuss, sir. Already SARS, SK Samantha and Asian Energy is already discussed. These are the point which is not, there is a confusion. It is a confusion between the contract and execution. That is also one point we have to discuss, sir. Next. Next. This is, sir, this is my presentation, and most of the points is covered by the SK Samantha and Asian Energy, sir. Thank you very much for giving opportunity.
Thank you, sir. And at the last presentation of this session, I would like to call upon representative from Black Diamond Equipments Private Limited for their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Being very shortage of time, I will act swiftly. Please start it. The objective of today's workshop is very obvious. It has been discussed numerous of times this afternoon, so I will move forward. We have classified this into the phases of a project, from engineering, during construction and execution. The major challenge which we have seen during the engineering phase is that standard documents often used across projects lacks specificity, incurring corrections and ambiguity while quoting. This is regarding the tender document which is being published. It has been observed that documents is quite standard. It lacks, at times it lacks the specification of a project. So our recommendations for that are, the technical specifications shall be thoroughly vetted before publishing. The customized tender document based on the project specific requirement, and the standard documents shall be revised periodically. Next, during the tendering phase, it has been observed mostly that the construction timelines are quite unrealistic. Our fellow partners have also highlighted this point, that the construction timelines or 500 crore projects are nearly same. So this has to be revisited, that the construction timeline should be realistic. Next is that post award of a tender, there is no scope for modification. If we cater to any unforeseen requirement during the execution. For these recommendations from our side will be revisit and align construction timelines with the actual scope of work, land availability and other statutory clearances like forest clearances and others. And also, meantime, the coordination with the other stakeholders mostly. Next, contract signing and statutory licenses. It has been observed while once the contract gets awarded that we incur delay in obtaining statutory documents like labor license and GST, etc., which eventually disturbs the commencement date of a tender. So we would like to recommend that account for the time needed to acquire labor licenses and PAN GST documentation should also be considered, and the zero date of a contract should rather be started from site handover or availability of working. Next, construction phase monitoring. We have observed that ineffective milestone tracking is a major problem during the construction phase of a project, and delayed problem resolution either by the contractor or by the owner as well. So our recommendation on this would be assign a realistic milestone. While monitoring the construction progress of a project, the milestones planned should be rather more realistic, and proactive monitoring system should be applied, which will incorporate a fortnightly, monthly, or half-yearly monitoring of a project. And this shall all be encouraged to have a collaborative problem solving for bottlenecks from the both ends, from the contractor as well as from the owner of the project. Construction phase drawings and approvals. We also experience quite a delay due to the lengthy drawing approval process during the execution of a project. We would rather request that the drawing scrutiny shall be rather more streamlined, and it should be ensured that the approved working drawing shall be readily available with us. Summarizing our key recommendations are the tender document shall be customized per project. The realistic timelines synced with the external agency shall be decided, and begin project timelines post readiness like site availability, documents and drawings availability, and improve monitoring with milestone based approach and fast track design approvals. I will end my presentation with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping track of the time and delivering a very swift presentation with targeted recommendations. Now we will break for lunch, and after that we will gather here again at 2:30 p.m. for taking the next session ahead, which will include presentation of various subsidiaries, what are the issues they have faced and what are their suggestions for resolution. So that will be the time to hear from the other side of the table. Till then, I urge everyone to break for lunch, enjoy your lunch, and we will gather here again at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I request everyone to kindly settle down so that we can resume the session. I request everyone to kindly settle down. CVO CIL is joining us in a while, so we are waiting for him to come. So after he arrives, we will start the session. Sri Brajesh Kumar Tripathi, CVO CIL sir has just joined us. I request everyone to kindly welcome him with applause. I request CMD CMPDI Manoj Kumar sir to kindly welcome CVO CIL with shawl, shriffle and a bouquet. Thank you, sir. Sir, I request Sri Brajesh Kumar Tripathi sir to deliver his speech on the challenges on first mile connectivity projects. Sir, I welcome Sri Brajesh Kumar Tripathi sir. Thank you, sir.
मैं एक सिविल इंजीनियर हूँ और आज के ज़माने के हिसाब से जिस तरह से हम लोगों के पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और हमारा अपना रिसोर्सेज में कमी होते जा रही है, मैं मानता हूँ कि हमारे जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स हैं, हमारे जो वेंडर, वो हमारे इंटीग्रल पार्ट हैं। और मैंने देखा है कि मेरा कॉन्ट्रैक्टर सक्सेस मतलब मेरा सक्सेस, मेरा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फेल मतलब मेरा फेलियर। सर, मेरे लाइफ में मैंने बहुत सारे अवार्ड पाए हैं, लेकिन हर अवार्ड के पीछे मैंने एनालाइज किया है तो पाया है कि मेरे ठेकेदार साहब ने काम किया, मैंने सक्सेसफुली उसका काम कराया, उसी का फल ये मुझको मिल रहा है। तो आप कितने इम्पोर्टेंट हैं किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए, ये हर यहाँ पर कोल इंडियन, चाहे हर कंपनी वाले, हर गवर्नमेंट नौकरी करने वाले, हर जो सिविल इंजीनियर खास करके देखते हैं कि आपकी सेवा कितनी इम्पोर्टेंट होती है। जहाँ तक एफएमसी की बात है, मैं अभी सर 10 जनवरी को हमारे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ कोल आए थे IICM में। उन्होंने IICM का जब सराउंडिंग देखा, वहाँ का हरियाली और वहाँ का आबो हवा ये सब देखे, तो उन्होंने बताया कि एक तो धरती हमारी माँ है और वो धरती माँ से हम लोग कोयला निकालते हैं। कोयला निकालने के बाद उसके बाद हम उस इलाके को, उस जगह को बिल्कुल वैसा ही बनाएं जैसा IICM है। मैं IICM को बोलता हूँ कि वह काफ़ी नीट एंड क्लीन और हर तरह से रखा हुआ है। तो मतलब आफ्टर माइनिंग रीडेवलपमेंट के बाद हमको उसको ऐसे ही बना देना है जैसा हमारा पहले था, चाहे उसे और अच्छा बना देना है। कोल इलाके में जहाँ कोयला निकला, वहाँ के लोगों को ऐसा फीलिंग आए कि मेरे यहाँ से यदि कोयला निकल गया, हम बहुत ही भाग्यशाली हैं, ऐसा उनके लिए फीलिंग आए। यानी मेरा ये कहने का पर्पस ये है कि यदि कहीं माइन है, वहाँ पॉल्यूशन ना हो। ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है, हमारे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट चैलेंजेज है। इसमें हमारे FMC लोडिंग, ये देखिएगा बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट स्टेप है कोल इंडिया की तरफ से। और कोल इंडिया की जो थिंकिंग, जो हम लोग काफ़ी पॉल्यूशन के प्रति जो काम कर रहे हैं, इवन सेफ्टी का और अपना क्वांटिटी और ब्रांडिंग की तरफ से जा रहे हैं, इसमें आप लोगों का बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है। एक और हमने देखा है, आप सहयोग कीजिए कि जब हम कोई भी टेंडर कर रहे हैं तो हमारा टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट में क्या ऐसा हम कंडीशन डालें ताकि आपको काम करने में आसानी हो। क्या कंडीशन रहना चाहिए, क्या रेट रहना चाहिए, एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया क्या रखें, क्योंकि आप इसके एक्सपर्ट हैं, आप हमको गाइड करें, हमारे लोगों को गाइड करें ताकि हम अपना वो कंडीशन में डाल सकें। दूसरा, जो भी हमने अपने लोगों को ये बताया है कि जो भी रिसर्च करना है, जिसके साथ में बैठ करके जो भी अपना हम स्टैंडर्ड टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट बनाएं, जब एक बार हमारा स्टैंडर्ड टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट तो जल्दी से हम लोग टेंडर फाइनल करें, क्योंकि एक बार हमारा बाइबल रेडी है तो जो लिखा हुआ उसके हिसाब हमको टेंडर फाइनल करना है। और टेंडर फाइनल होने के बाद जब काम करने आए तो माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, आपका वो सारा रिसोर्सेज, आपकी सारी काबिलियत और अपना सारा एनर्जी आप वहाँ लगाएं और हम भी उसको लगाएं, ताकि जैसा हमारा टेंडर एग्रीमेंट, टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट साइन हुआ है, जिस टेंडर वो गति से हमको काम करना है, जिस क्वालिटी पेस के साथ काम करना है, उस पेस से हम लोग कंप्लीट कर सकें। ये हमेशा हमने पाया है कि जो काम हमको 2 साल में ख़त्म करना है वो 3 साल लग गया, 4 साल लग गया। तो प्रोजेक्ट का डिले होना का मतलब हो गया कि हम कहीं ना कहीं पीछे हो जाते हैं। माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, कई बार हमने ये भी देखा है कि जब एक बार हमारा FMC चालू हो जाएगा तो जो भी वहाँ पर इलीगल एक्टिविटी हो रही थी, लीकेजेज हो रहे थे, कोई एनोमली हो रही थी, वो तो ख़त्म हो जाएगा। लोग ऐसे हैं जो चाहते हैं कि आपका FMC प्रोजेक्ट बने नहीं। एक और मैं बोल रहा हूँ, बहुत ऐसे हैं जो बन जाने के बाद चाहते हैं कि इम्प्लीमेंट ना हो। तो इसमें भी आपका सहयोग होना चाहिए कि जल्दी से जल्दी हम बनाएं, जल्दी से जल्दी उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करें और आपसे जो बेनिफिट हमको मिल रहा है उसको हम लोग जल्दी से जल्दी बनाएं। तो मेरा एक ये काम कर दीजिए कि जो भी वर्ल्ड लेवल की हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी है वो हमको बताएं, हम अपने कोल इंडिया में इम्प्लीमेंट करें। जो फैसिलिटी हो सकती है टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट्स में बढ़ाने में, अपना टेंडर कंडीशन को इम्प्रूवमेंट करने में, वो कंडीशन हम भी डालें। और कैसे काम जल्दी हो, जो क्या भी वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड, वर्ल्ड लेवल का, इंटरनेशनल लेवल में कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी का ज़्यादा, कौन से मशीनरीज का ज़्यादा यूज हो रहा है, उस तरह से हम लोग बनाएं। काम तेज़ी से हो, उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करें और उस इलाके को जहाँ हमारा माइन है उस इलाके में पॉल्यूशन को ख़त्म करें और उस इलाके के लोगों का भाग्य बनाएं। जो हमेशा ही डरते हैं कि कोल कंपनी मतलब पॉल्यूशन, कोल कंपनी मतलब कि गंदगी, उस सब से हम लोग दूर हो जाएंगे। तो आप आज ये भी मैं हमेशा सबको बताता हूँ कि कोल इंडिया इतना बड़ा, इतना महान हो चुका है कि जब चाहे तब आपके जैसे दिग्गज लोगों को एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर ला करके, बुला करके एक साथ आपके आपस में इंटरेक्शन प्लस आपके साथ सीखने का ये सामर्थ्य रख रहा है। ये जो भी हम शान से बोल रहे हैं ये आपके बदौलत ही बोल रहे हैं, क्योंकि आपने विगत दिनों में करके दिखाया है कि कैसे हमारा RLS का हो, चाहे रेल कनेक्टिविटी का हो या फर्स्ट FMC का हो, इस प्रोजेक्ट को कैसे हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे और कैसे उसको जल्दी से जल्दी लागू करेंगे। तो इस फोरम का भरपूर यूज हो रहा है। सवेरे मैं कहीं और चला गया था, नहीं आ पाया था, और आई विश सक्सेस ऑफ दिस फंक्शन। और मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ हमारे CMD PDI साहब का। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ उनके विजन का, कि जो इतना बड़ा बड़ा सोच लेता है लोग, और इस तरह का मेगा सेमिनार, मेगा फंक्शन करके हम लोग कोल इंडिया के टॉप पर लेके जाने वाले हैं। तो ये सब मिल करके काम करें और विजन 2047 और विजन 2070 पर काम करें और देश को विकसित बनाने में साथ दें। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सर। सर आपने जो भी बातें बोली, जो भी सजेशन दिया सर, वो सर सिर्फ CMPDI के लिए नहीं सर, पूरे कोल इंडिया के लिए सर एक गाइड है सर, और इससे सर हमें आगे और बढ़ने में सर बहुत ही सहायता मिलेगी सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। बिफोर लंच वी हैड a session from EPC contractor. Now we move to our next part, that will be taken by the EICs and the executive dealing with the FMC projects. In this connection, I would like to request Shri Sushant Das, GM ENM MCL, to come on the stage for their PPT. Thank you.
Respected CBO sir, respected CMD, CMPDIL, respected DT, CIL and other directors and dignitaries present here in this occasion. I would like to thank CMPDI for organizing this huge workshop and giving us chance to so far as the challenges of FMC project is concerned. Thank you very much. First, I have categorized the issues into 4 categories. First, pre-NIT stage, means preparation of NIT. First, issues in planning and designing. So first slide is survey, soil. There are 4 stages involved: survey and soil testing, then plant layout finalization, equipment selection and capacity, and technical specification. So issues related to survey and soil testing, what we have faced, that there is always delay in providing the input data to CMPDI regarding the survey of the area where the plant is to be constructed. So for that purpose, it is my humble suggestion that whether CMPDI itself would take pain in taking out, at least supervising the survey work, so that proper survey is done. And the survey is the most important factor in the plant layout finalization. And thereafter, soil testing. We have faced lot of difficulty due to soil testing. Earlier, we have fixed a silo location at some place. During execution, we find that this will require pile foundation, or it is not feasible at itself. So, before finalizing the layout, preliminary soil testing of important location, that is bunker, silo, TRH, should be done, so that there will not be any deviation during the execution of the work. And once the deviation happens in the execution of work, delay occurs, because people are terrified to take decisions, because there is a huge financial implication also. So we have faced in Ananta RLS, the RLS location was shifted, then much hue and cry, 1 year left after award of contract. So this type of situation we can avoid by conducting soil testing before finalizing the NIT. Next, Next is that the site visit and consultation with all stakeholders. We prepare the plant layout in a hurried manner, whereas we should give much more priority to finalization of plant layout, because it is the main heart of the plant, and thereafter all the dispute will arise if we will not finalize the plant layout in a proper way. We have seen many projects, there are forest issues, there are road issues, and when the contract get awarded, contractor getting the award, he goes to the site and finds that there is something else, and how he will construct the plant. So a brainstorming should be done with the cooperation of RI7, do a lot of exercise and conduct at least 3 to 4 site visits and consult with all the stakeholders. In one of the cases in Bhubaneswari silo, what we faced that MDO operator was not consulted when the plant layout was finalized. Then what happened, after we have constructed the CHP, we have awarded the contract, and after that the MDO operator said, we were not consulted, we will not construct the belt up to 25-meter height. So my suggestion is that everyone should be consulted, every stakeholder should be reached out, and brainstorming should be done to finalize the plant layout. That will minimize itself the most, and the project delay will be certainly minimized with this. Then another important aspect of plant layout finalization is that in FMC project, we are only designing on the CHP part, concentrating on CHP part. The rail connectivity part should always be looked into ahead of the CHP part. Before we design the CHP part, first we should go for rail connectivity finalization. But reverse is happening everywhere. In all our cases, our layout is finalized, and we are waiting for the FSR and DPR to finalize and get the silo coordinate. That's why in all our FMC project in MCL, Lajkura, Sardega, Bhubaneswari, everywhere, almost 6 months to 1 year lapsed after award of contract due to non-finalization of rail connectivity, FSR and DPR. At least the silo coordinate should be finalized before the issue of work order. Otherwise, delay will happen. This is the another important aspect in PDI. While preparing the NIT, they should look into the track layout, because we only consider the CHP part. The accessories like lift and staircase. These are also to be accommodated in between the rail track. We are not considering the distance, center to center distance between the rail track. Then what happens after construction? We never find any location to construct the lift, and railway does not give approval that you should run this silo, because we are not having the sufficient space for constructing the lift. So these issues we have faced and we have experienced, and lot of deliberation were made, and there were dispute between the rail contractor, the contractor who is constructing the rail side, and the contractor who is constructing the CHP. There is often level of the rail track. These issues can be minimized if we go in a planned manner. Next, this one I have told. So finalization of rail connectivity is the most critical aspect of FMC project. Next. Then the equipment selection part. What we do the capacity selection of the conveyor, hopper, and silo. First of all, we should think what will be the receiving capacity. What type of trucks will be used to feed the CHP? What will be the turnaround time? What will be the unloading time? Only constructing a hopper of 1,000 ton capacity, and below that there will be vibro feeder and conveyor belts. That will not suffice, because unless you calculate the traffic density, how much coal and how many trucks will be unloaded in 1 hour, then only can you decide how much coal can be received. Only by designing our equipment will not suffice. So my suggestion would be we should first decide what would be the lead from the mine, what would be the capacity of the truck, what should be the unloading time, what should be the traffic density, so that otherwise there will be congestion. We are planning for 25 million ton CHP, and hoppers are in a single straight way, and how many trucks will ply? How this study will be done? This study should be done so that we are saying that we have receiving capacity of 20 million ton, but we are not able to receive. So the input factor should also always be considered. Then the coal loading capacity. Loading capacity means track loading pattern will go, whether it will be front back or through loading, or how the placement will be done, how much time it will take for placement drawn out, and we only consider the loading factor, loading time 1 hour, and we have sufficient time to load 25 rakes, 25 million tons constructing. But the track layout is an important factor, because rakes will not be able to come and go out if we will not plan properly. Suppose we are constructing a front back system of loading, then one rake will come, then its front back will take more than the loading time, front back time will take more than the loading time. So what is the purpose of our capacity utilization? So capacity as well as the coal loading capacity, next slide please, should always be considered. Either it will be front back loading or through loading, or it will be 1 chute below each silo or 2 chute. What will be the conveyor capacity? And there was a debate between silo and surge bin. We have to weigh in all the factors. Silo definitely have a larger storage capacity, and surge bin is having lesser storage capacity. And it is more reliable to load in through silo and in a shortest possible time. Next. Now I come to the technical specification of the plant layout and the other specification. Technical specification, there are some issues. For example, we have some old technical specification which needs to be updated. Even we can see other public sectors, NTPC, SAIL, they have updated, but we have not. So full core switch, it should be on both sides of the conveyor, but it is only one side of the conveyor. And these are addressable type. On the sitting on the control, full core switch has been operated. These things have come, but we have not yet updated. Then next. So many things. The surge lightning arrestor, bunker sealing arrangement. There is huge dust in the dust suppression. We are telling that it is a FMC project, we are mitigating pollution. But in the truck receiving upper area and the bunker area, there is often more dust generation than the road trucks flying on the road, because we don't have the proper dust suppression arrangement. Oh, we should have now it is more sophisticated, we are not using it. Then the seal plates should be provided all along the conveyor. And the dust suppression at the truck receiving hopper, it should be more explored so that there will not be more dust. Next. Thing is that we are making a lengthy NIT where we are mentioning the scope of supply. Next please. We are making same text is written in the scope of supply, technical specification, system description, and in the tender drawing. Why? What is the need to write all these things in all the documents? Because it often adds to confusion. Because suppose in the scope of supply and in the technical drawing, some language difference is there, oblique. I am giving one example. Please go back to the next slide. Hello. Please go backward, please. Previous slide. Yes. Example of ambiguity in specification. 33 kV bus bar system complete with AAA conductors, oblique aluminum bus bar tubular bus. तो उसमें क्या वो बोला, कंडक्टर बोला कि हम कंडक्टर ही देंगे, बस बार नहीं देंगे. तो हम लोग दूसरा जगह लिखे हैं ओनली बस बार. तो हम लोग स्पेसिफिकेशन में स्पेसिफिकेशन लिखे, स्कोप ऑफ सप्लाई में क्यों लिखेंगे, और स्कोप ऑफ सप्लाई और स्पेसिफिकेशन को एक जगह ले आए तो इजी हो जाएगा. तो हम लोग का जो डिस्प्यूट क्रिएट होता है मोस्टली हम लोग फेस करते हैं, जैसे राउंड वायर आर्मोर्ड केबल लिखता है लेकिन कोड देता है AY FY फ्लैट केबल. तो ये सब अवॉइड किया जा सकता है। हम लोग अगर वो NIT को अच्छे से स्क्रीनिंग कर देंगे और स्कोप और सिस्टम डिस्क्रिप्शन को, स्कोप और टेक्निकल स्पेसिफिकेशन को एक जगह कर देंगे तो ये डिस्प्यूट आधा चला जाएगा। और ड्राइंग में ज़्यादा CMPDI को ये फेस करना पड़ता है। बिल्डर आके जब तब वो इंजीनियर इंचार्ज के पास ही जाता है कि देखिए ये तो NIT में 2 चीज़ रह गया, कैसे इसको रिजॉल्व किया जाए। डेफिनेटली बिल्डर लोअर साइड को जाएगा। नेक्स्ट, तो इसीलिए हम लोग को अपडेशन ऑफ टेक्निकल स्पेसिफिकेशन और ये जो एम्बिग्युइटी को हटाना होगा। नेक्स्ट, ये भी बोल दो। देन अनदर थिंग इज दैट द लाइनर्स, स्क्रैपर्स और बेल्ट क्लीनिंग डिवाइसेस, ये सब जो इक्विपमेंट है इसका परफॉर्मेंस हम लोग रिव्यू करें। जो CMPDI जो प्रपोज कर रहा है उसको हम लोग फीडबैक देना चाहिए कि ये सिस्टम क्या फंक्शन कर रहा है, उसी हिसाब से नया सिस्टम का स्पेसिफिकेशन जनरेट किया जाए। और सिविल स्ट्रक्चर्स का डिजाइन में थोड़ा बहुत सारा इम्प्रूवमेंट का स्कोप है। जैसे बहुत लोग बोले हैं बाउंड्री वॉल का प्रोविजन नहीं रहता है, जिससे कि काम करने में मुश्किल होता है। स्पेस फॉर बेल्ट चेंजिंग, जैसे बन गया उसके बाद कैसे ऑपरेट होगा, उसके लिए बेल्ट चेंजिंग के लिए स्पेस चाहिए। मूवमेंट के लिए क्या होगा, सेफ्टी के कोल स्पिलेज, और जो टॉप ऑफ द साइलो में कैसे मटेरियल हैंडलिंग होगा। एक साइलो में हमारा हुआ कि मटेरियल हैंडलिंग के लिए प्रोविजन नहीं है, मोटर को हम लोग नीचे लाने के लिए 7 दिन लगा, तो वो सब को भी हम लोग को ध्यान देना होगा। मटेरियल हैंडलिंग और मेंटेनेंस कैसे होगा, जैसे टेकअप को हम लोग हॉरिजॉन्टल वर्टिकल टेकअप दे के उसमें स्पेस नहीं देते हैं, कितना हमारा स्पेस होना चाहिए, बेल्ट चेंज करने के लिए क्या स्पेस होना चाहिए। तो सिविल स्ट्रक्चरल में बहुत सारा चीज़ है हम लोग को, जिसको मॉडिफाई करने से इट वुड बी ऑपरेशनल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू में बेटर रहेगा। तो उसके लिए हम लोग को डिजाइन रिव्यू करना पड़ेगा। जो एग्जिस्टिंग प्लांट है उसमें जाके हम लोग को स्टडी करना पड़ेगा कि उसमें क्या परफॉर्मेंस दे रहा है, क्या चीज और कौन सा स्पेसिफिकेशन का क्या इम्पैक्ट आ रहा है। और नेक्स्ट उसके और भी हमारा जो दूसरा विजिटिंग अदर न्यू बल्क मटेरियल हैंडलिंग प्लांट जो कि पोर्ट में हुआ कि NTPC हुआ, वहाँ पर विजिट करके वहाँ क्या नया टेक्नोलॉजी आ रहा है उसको भी हम लोग, और वो कैसे सक्सेसफुली चल रहा है उसको भी, और इनपुट कोल कन्वेइंग के बारे में भी हम लोग को सोचना होगा, उसमें नया टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे अडॉप्ट किया जाए। नेक्स्ट इश्यूज रिलेटेड टू कमर्शियल टर्म्स। ये कमर्शियल टर्म्स में हमारा नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। PG टेस्ट पुराना NIT चेंज हो गया कि PG टेस्ट के बाद हम लोग हैंड ओवर करेंगे कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हमको प्लांट, लेकिन पुराना NIT में रह गया PG टेस्ट टू बी कंडक्टेड बाय ओनर। उसके लिए भी लोग बोलता है ये तो लिखा है सर ओनर करेगा, हम कैसे करेंगे। उसके बाद इन केस ऑफ लो रेक सप्लाई हाउ टू कंप्लीट ट्रायल रन बोलता है कि फुल लोड में करना है, और रेक सप्लाई कोल सप्लाई मान लीजिए किसी कारण नहीं हो पाया, तो उस समय वो पार्टी बोलता है कि हमारा ट्रायल रन कंप्लीशन दे दीजिए। वो कंप्लीशन हम लोग नहीं दे पाते हैं क्योंकि ट्रायल रन का जो कंडीशन है कि फुल लोड में ही ऑपरेट होना चाहिए। बाद लोडिंग एक्यूरेसी, वो बोलता है लोडिंग एक्यूरेसी हमारा 0.05% प्लस माइनस होना चाहिए, लेकिन उसका नहीं होने के लिए क्या हम लोग प्रोविज़न रखे हैं, जैसे ओवरलोडिंग, अंडरलोडिंग, जो कि मेन कंसर्न है जिसके वजह से ये साइलो बना है, उसको हम लोग कैसे एलिमिनेट करेंगे। उसका डिटरेंस कुछ नहीं है। मान लीजिए कोई परफॉर्मेंस नहीं दे पाया, ओवरलोडिंग अंडरलोडिंग हुआ, तो उसके अगेंस्ट में क्या हम लोग एक्शन ले रहे हैं। उसके बाद नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। और एक चीज़ होता है हमारा बेल्ट और मैक्सिमम मेजर सिस्टम कंप्लीट हो गया, तो हम लोग उसको ट्रायल रन में देना चाहते हैं क्योंकि प्रेशर रहता है कि हम लोग उसको ऑपरेशन में डाल दें। तो उसके लिए हम लोग को स्पेसिफिक प्रोविज़न देना पड़ेगा, और DLP पीरियड में प्रोविज़न फॉर फार्मूला फॉर अवेलेबिलिटी जो है उसको अभी भी मतलब हर इक्विपमेंट का 90% अवेलेबिलिटी देना है, वो प्रैक्टिकल उसको रिविजिट करना पड़ेगा। और जहाँ ऑपरेशन को हम लोग स्कोप में रखे हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का, उसमें उसका यूटिलाइजेशन वो कैसे करेगा वो उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं है। खाली अवेलेबिलिटी के लिए हम मेंटेनेंस के लिए अवेलेबिलिटी एक पैरामीटर रखे हैं, ऑपरेशन के लिए कोई पैरामीटर नहीं है। और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंटली हमारा प्राइस वेरिएशन क्लॉज DLP में नहीं है, जो कि बहुत डिसएडवांटेज पोजीशन में कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को डालता है, क्योंकि हमारा 2 साल कंस्ट्रक्शन और 5 साल ऑपरेशन, 7 साल तक एक लेबर प्राइस में वो कैसे काम करेगा, और उसका मटेरियल कॉस्ट भी बढ़ता रहता है। और एस्टिमेशन जो है एस्टिमेशन भी हमारा पोर साइड में रहता है। 2% ऑफ द P&M कभी एस्टिमेट मटेरियल कॉस्ट हो ही नहीं सकता है, उसको बढ़ाना होगा। मैं बार बार बोलता हूँ, टूल्स टैकल्स लगता है, कंज्यूमेबल्स लगता है, कन्वेयर बेल्ट लगता है, लेकिन हमारा जो एस्टिमेट बहुत लोअर साइड में रहता है। तो उसमें जो अभी हमारा जो O&M कॉन्ट्रैक्टर एग्जीक्यूट कर रहा है, वो सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टिंग जब देता है उसको में वो कैसे बिल कर, मतलब बोला सर आप तो 40 लाख दे रहे हैं, हम कैसे उसको काम कराएंगे, हम भी देख रहे हैं प्रैक्टिकली उस। और दूसरा चीज़ है कि मैंडेटरी स्पेयर्स का प्रोविजन होना चाहिए ड्यूरिंग O&M, क्योंकि स्पेयर्स नहीं रहता है तो ब्रेकडाउन लिंगर करता है, हमारा यूटिलाइजेशन होता नहीं है। नेक्स्ट। और ड्यूरिंग एग्जीक्यूशन ऑफ द वर्क हमारा प्राइस वेरिएशन जो है सिविल स्ट्रक्चरल का जो है ऑन ऑल कमोडिटीज है, जो कि स्टील और सीमेंट मेन इसका आइटम है। और स्टील का रेट अगर एबनॉर्मली राइज होगा तो वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर कहाँ से ऑब्जर्व करेगा, उसमें डिरेल होगा। सप्लाई ऑफ आइटम, सप्लाई ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिकल आइटम में कॉपर एल्युमिनियम का रेट बहुत भाग जाता है, तो उस समय कॉन्ट्रैक्टर सामंतो जैसा है वो संभाल लेते हैं, लेकिन छोटा कॉन्ट्रैक्टर कैसे संभालेगा, ये हमको देखना होगा, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर करना पड़ेगा। बहुत सारा चीज है। और नेक्स्ट और मोर देन 5 इयर्स का DLP का हमारा प्रोविजन हो गया है, लेकिन उसका एस्टिमेट प्रिपरेशन का SOP थोड़ा CMPDA जल्दी बना देने से वो हमारा इम्प्लीमेंटेशन नहीं हो पा रहा है। उसके बाद मैंडेटरी स्पेयर्स तो मैं बोल चुका हूँ, और हैंडओवर टेक ओवर जो आफ्टर DLP होगा उसके बारे में कोई प्रोविजन नहीं है। नेक्स्ट। और एक जो कमर्शियल रिलेटेड है वो मैं CIL टीम को बता चुका हूँ सर, जो कमर्शियल रिलेटेड जो हमारा प्रॉब्लम है। नेक्स्ट। और एग्जीक्यूशन ऑफ वर्क में हमारा और 5 मिनट दीजिए। एग्जीक्यूशन ऑफ वर्क है जो है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। हमारा स्टैंडर्ड बिलिंग शेड्यूल नहीं है, स्टैंडर्ड बिलिंग शेड्यूल नहीं हुए, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बार बार रिवीजन के लिए अप्लाई करता है, उसका बिल पेमेंट नहीं होता है। इसीलिए हमको एक जिसमें कि लिक्विडिटी हो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का, उसको करना पड़ेगा। और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम, वो एक तो स्टैंडर्डाइज प्रोग्राम होना चाहिए। हम बिडर जो दे रहा है उसको स्क्रूटिनाइज करते हैं, और RI का अलग होता है। एक स्टैंडर्ड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस प्रोग्राम, ये प्रोजेक्ट क्योंकि सब इक्विपमेंट तो सेम है, लगभग सेम है, उसमें बन सकता है। दूसरा पॉट चार्ट, जो टाइम कॉम्प्लीशन का पॉट चार्ट है उसको भी स्टैंडर्डाइज किया जा सकता है। नेक्स्ट है ऑनलाइन ड्राइंग अप्रूवल। पोर्टल सिस्टम में बहुत ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अभी ड्राइंग अप्रूवल कर रहा है। जो पोर्टल डेवलप किया है, ये लोग क्या ना, पोस्टल और कोरियर में भी टाइम चला जाता है। पहले CMPDI को देगा, फिर इंजीनियर इंचार्ज के पास आएगा, उसमें बहुत सारा टाइम लॉस होता है। उसको हम लोग पोर्टल बेस्ड कर सकते हैं। दूसरा है कि सर्वे, सॉइल टेस्टिंग और डिजाइन इंजीनियरिंग, वो क्या करते हैं हम लोग, वर्कर, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। LOA देने के बाद हम लोग वेट करते हैं एग्रीमेंट होने का, एग्रीमेंट होने के बाद हम लोग लेआउट फाइनलाइज करते हैं। तो LOA देने के बाद हम लोग को प्लांट लेआउट फाइनलाइजेशन में लग जाना चाहिए, ताकि एग्रीमेंट होने के बाद ड्राइंग उसका हाथ में हो। ये जो 6 महीना है, हम अपना एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देख चुका हूँ। जो LOA इशू होने का 4 महीना में जिस दिन साइट हैंडओवर हो रहा था उस दिन उसके पास एक था, ये मैं करके दिखाया हूँ, क्योंकि वो भी RI 7 का मदद से। तो ये हो सकता है, इसमें बहुत टाइम हमारा चला जाता है। नेक्स्ट। और एक चीज है पेमेंट, सप्लाई आइटम का पेमेंट। वो बोलता है मंथली पेमेंट करिए, लेकिन सप्लाई आइटम जब दिया तुरंत पेमेंट हो जाना चाहिए। वो 1 महीना के लिए इंतजार करेगा, उसके लिए भी वो लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्टर लोग परेशान होता है। और टाइमली इंस्पेक्शन और डिस्पैच ऑफ मटेरियल वो भी नहीं होता है। और रिजोल्यूशन ऑफ टेक्निकल इशूज, जो भी टेक्निकल इशूज अराइज करता है उसका एक SOP बनाया जाए, ताकि CMPDI और हम लोग मिलके उसको तुरंत रिजोल्यूशन करेंगे, ताकि प्रोजेक्ट डिले नहीं हो। हम लोग सीट बैठ जाते हैं, कोई भी टेक्निकल इशू आया उसके ऊपर बैठ जाते हैं, उससे हमारा डिले और फर्दर लिंगर करता है। नेक्स्ट। टाइमली क्लियरेंस ऑफ हिंड्रेंस, इट इज ऑफ कोर्स एवरीबॉडी नोज। एंड पावर सप्लाई एट 1 पॉइंट, इसको भी देखना होगा कि साइलो का लोकेशन दूर में है, इधर एक जगह में है, तो एक जगह में पावर सप्लाई देने से कॉन्ट्रैक्टर उधर कैसे काम करेगा, तो वो भी हम लोग को देखना होगा। मल्टीपल पॉइंट में होना चाहिए। सेफ्टी ड्यूरिंग एग्जीक्यूशन, और एक चीज़ है जो कि ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस में, मतलब प्रोडक्शन शेड्यूल में इन्वॉल्व नहीं हो, लेकिन हम लोग वही लोग को यूज करते हैं जो डे टू डे प्रोडक्शन में, इसलिए जो इनका कॉन्ट्रैक्टर का इशू एड्रेस नहीं हो पाता है। और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस तो क्वालिटी ऑडिट के थ्रू हो रहा है, लेकिन उसमें थोड़ा सा और इम्प्रोवाइजेशन का जरूरत है। नेक्स्ट ऑपरेशन, लास्ट 2-3 मिनट है। ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस ड्यूरिंग डीएलपी। ऑपरेशन ये स्कोप हम लोग पूरा क्लियरली डिफाइन नहीं किए हैं, खाली गारंटी क्लॉज में लिख दिए हैं 60 महीना होगा, उसको और थोड़ा सा डेलिब्रेशन करना है। और क्लीनिंग कैसे होगा, सिक्योरिटी क्या होगा, इंश्योरेंस प्लांट एंड मशीनरी का कौन करेगा, वर्कमैन का कौन करेगा, और जो स्टैट्यूटरी मैन पावर, अदर मैन पावर मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको मेंशन नहीं करने से लोग कम मैन पावर डिप्लॉय करता है, सेफ्टी और यूटिलाइजेशन हैम्पर करता है। तो मैंडेटरी स्पेयर प्रोविजन में बोल चुका हूँ। और स्ट्रक्चरल स्टेबिलिटी टेस्ट ड्यूरिंग द डीएलपी पीरियड वो भी होना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट रिपेयर मेंटेनेंस ऑफ सिविल स्ट्रक्चरल्स के बारे में कुछ नहीं है उस एनआईटी में, ओनली पीएनएम का गारंटी पीरियड 5 साल है, लेकिन सिविल स्ट्रक्चरल में रिपेयर मेंटेनेंस कैसे होगा, पेंटिंग के लिए प्रोविजन रखना पड़ेगा, और स्टैंपिंग और डीजीएमएस अप्रूवल कौन कराएगा, ये सब बहुत सारा ग्रे एरिया है। हमारा ओएनएम पोर्शन को, एनआईटी को और अच्छा बनाना होगा, नहीं तो हम लोग ये जो सिस्टम में चल रहे हैं उसमें थोड़ा सा बहुत सारा प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे हैं। और रिव्यू ऑफ एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट फॉर डीएलपी, ये प्रॉपर असेसमेंट ऑफ मैन पावर, स्पेयर्स, टूल्स, टैकल्स, जो मैं बोल चुका हूँ। डीएलपी कॉस्ट जो एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट फॉर ओएनएम उसको थोड़ा जुडिशियसली बनाना होगा। और लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, हम 5 साल के बाद क्या करने जाएंगे, ओएनएम जो 5 साल है वो हम लोग लास्ट में सोचेंगे जब 2 महीना कंप्लीट होते रहेगा, अभी से हम लोग सोचने से बेटर रहेगा। यही, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. There is a small request that we are actually running out of time, so to complete our program in scheduled time, so I request every coming speakers to kindly conclude their presentation in 10 to 15 minutes. Next, I would like to request Sri Abhay Kumar, General Manager, Civil ECL, to come on the stage for his presentation. Thank you.
माननीय मंच एवं सम्माननीय सदन, सभी को नमस्कार। सबसे पहले तो मैं CMPDIL और स्पेशली मैं CMD सर और DTCIS सर को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, जिनके दिशा निर्देश में आज का ये एक बहुत ही ज्वलंत मुद्दे पर इस वर्कशॉप का आयोजन किया गया है। निश्चित रूप से ये हम लोगों की ज़रूरत ही नहीं, एक आवश्यकता बन गई थी। और आज इस एक बहुत ही व्यवहारिक विषय पर इस वर्कशॉप का आयोजन किया गया है, परफॉर्मेंस एंड चैलेंजेस बीइंग फेस्ड इन इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, एग्जीक्यूशन एज वेल एज ड्यूरिंग ऑपरेशन ऑफ FMC प्रोजेक्ट। निश्चित रूप से जैसा कि CMD CCL साहब ने बोला कि हमारा कोई भी FMC प्रोजेक्ट है उसमें मुख्य रूप से 3 स्टेप है, 3 पार्ट है। पहला है प्लानिंग का जो स्टेप से शुरू होता है और अवार्ड पे ख़त्म होता है। दूसरा है एग्जीक्यूशन, जो कि कमेंसमेंट से शुरू होता है और कमीशनिंग में ख़त्म होता है। तीसरा है ऑपरेशन, जो कैपेसिटी से शुरू होता है और यूटिलाइजेशन पे ख़त्म होता है। निश्चित रूप से जो फील्ड में हम लोग काम करते हैं, इसमें हम लोग जो नेक्स्ट 2 पार्ट है, एग्जीक्यूशन और ऑपरेशन, इससे हम लोगों का ज़्यादा पाला पड़ता है। तो मैं निश्चित रूप से इस 2 विषय में जो हम व्यवहारिक रूप से हम लोग प्रॉब्लम फेस करते हैं उस पर के, और ये सही भी कहा गया है कि सही शुरुआत आधी पूर्णता है, उसी तरह से सही योजना समस्या का समाधान है। अगर योजना में, प्लानिंग पार्ट में अगर बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम लोग कवर कर ले, कुछ उसमें मॉडिफिकेशन कर ले, तो निश्चित रूप से ड्यूरिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन एंड ऑपरेशन ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही सहज और सुलभ हो जाएगा। नेक्स्ट, ये हमारा ECL का कुछ ये है सर, ईयर वाइज। अभी हमारा 25-26 में हमारे 3 प्रोजेक्ट हैं, 26-27 में 1 प्रोजेक्ट है, 27-28 में हमारा 2 प्रोजेक्ट है और 28-29 में 3 प्रोजेक्ट है। नेक्स्ट, ये सर जो अभी 25-26 और 26-27 में जो हमारा प्रोजेक्ट ऑन गोइंग है उसकी स्टेटस है कुमार डी बी है जिसका 96% कंप्लीशन हो चुका है, राजमहल CHP है जिसका 81.11% कंप्लीशन हो चुका है, झांझरा CHP है जिसका 65.40% कंप्लीशन हो चुका है और हुरा सी जो 93.67% कंप्लीट हो चुका है। ये जो ECL के कुछ ऑनगोइंग प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उसके स्टेटस थे। अब मैं जो मुद्दे हैं अपने मैं मुद्दे पर बात करना चाहता हूं। सबसे पहला जो है कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ FMC प्रोजेक्ट इंक्लूडिंग रेल कनेक्टिविटी। देखिए जैसे ही हम लोग FMC का बात करते हैं, FMC वर्ड आता है, हमारे जहन में सिर्फ एक ही शब्द आता है CHP, जबकि ये बहुत ही अधूरा है। कोई भी CHP बिना रेल कनेक्टिविटी के वो पूरा नहीं हो सकता है। CHP का निर्माण एक लिमिटेड क्षेत्र में होता है और नॉर्मली इसमें लैंड का बहुत डिस्प्यूट नहीं होता है, लेकिन जो रेल कनेक्टिविटी होती है ये एक लीनियर प्रोजेक्ट होता है और इसमें बहुत लंबाई में और कम चौड़ाई में जगह का चाहिए होता है, तो निश्चित रूप से इसमें लैंड का प्रॉब्लम बहुत आता है। और ये दोनों एक साथ या एक एजेंसी के द्वारा नहीं करने के कारण या एक पैकेज में नहीं लेने के कारण कहीं ना कहीं आगे पीछे होता है। या तो रेल कनेक्टिविटी निश्चित रूप से बाद में होता है या CHP पहले हो गया, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं ऑडिट ऑब्जेक्शन का कारण बन जाता है कि अगर आपका CHP पहले हो गया, रेल कनेक्टिविटी नहीं हुआ। तो ये इस पर एक सोचने की ज़रूरत है कि क्या इसको हम लोग एक पैकेज में CHP विथ रेल कनेक्टिविटी को हम लोग टेकअप कर सकते हैं या नहीं, इस पर एक सोचने की ज़रूरत है। देखिए जो भी कोयला परिवहन होता है उसका रेल कनेक्टिविटी से भी थोड़ा हम लोग कन्फ्यूज हो जाते हैं कि व्हाट इज़ साइडिंग एंड व्हाट इज़ रेल कनेक्टिविटी। जो रेलवे साइडिंग होता है वो भी एक मोड है कोल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का, एंड FMC दैट CHP इज ऑल्सो ए मोड ऑफ कोल ट्रांसपोर्टेशन। नॉर्मली जो साइडिंग होता है वहाँ से वारफॉल से, और जहाँ CHP होता है वहाँ हम लोग साइलो के थ्रू हम लोग कोल लोड करते हैं। तो साइडिंग को और इसे रेल कनेक्टिविटी से थोड़ा अलग समझ के अगर हमारा FMC प्रोजेक्ट है तो उसका रेल कनेक्टिविटी के लिए भी हम लोग को उसी समय सोचना होगा। दूसरा जो सबसे हमारा ज्वलंत एक ये है मुद्दा है BOCW सेस। इसका बहुत बड़ा एक फाइनेंशियल इम्पैक्ट स्पेशली हमारे ECL में भी आ रहा है क्योंकि एक केस आर्बिट्रेशन तक चला गया है। ये NIT में एक प्रावधान है कि 1% हमारा BOCW सेस जो कटेगा ये अगेंस्ट द वर्कर्स वेलफेयर अंडर बिल्डिंग एंड अदर कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स वेलफेयर सेस। ये NIT का पार्ट है और NIT के हिसाब से ही फिर ये एग्रीमेंट का भी पार्ट हो जाता है और एग्रीमेंट के हिसाब से ही 1% कटता है। इसको एजेंसी एक्सेप्ट भी करता है और ये स्टेट को हम लोग जमा कर देते हैं। लेकिन आफ्टर 4 और 5 ईयर ऑफ कंप्लीशन एंड कमीशनिंग ऑफ दिस प्रोजेक्ट सडनली ये क्लेम किया जाता है कि ये जो शेष हमारा कटा है ये हमको वापस किया जाए। एक्चुअली क्या हो रहा है सर कि ये ड्यू टू नॉन यूनिफॉर्मिटी इन द प्रोविजनिंग के चलते ये समस्याएं आ रही है। ये 1% जो शेष कटना है ये लगभग सारे प्रोजेक्ट सारे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में है। नतीजा क्या हो रहा है, कुछ सब्सिडियरी से ऐसा उनका कहना है कि वापस कर दिया गया है, कुछ में कट के स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को जमा किया गया है, बट वो उनके रिक्वेस्ट पर उसको स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को लिखा गया है कि ये गलत कट गया है, वापस कीजिए। हम लोग ECL में तो जमा भी हो गया है। तो ये कोई भी सब्सिडियरी इस टाइप का जो एक CMPDIL के द्वारा डिजाइन किया हुआ आपका NIT है और उस पर एग्रीमेंट है, उसमें सडन आप लोकल लेवल से कोई चेंज कर देते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से ये एक दूसरे सब्सिडियरी के लिए एक रेफरेंस बन जाता है और मुसीबत का कारण बन जाता है। मेरा एक कहना है सर कि अगर ये 1% गलत या सही कटा ये तो एक अभी विचार की बात है। नॉर्मली BOCW एक्ट कहता है कि अगर माइन एक्ट में कोई काम होता है वहाँ के लिए BOCW, तो अगर हमारा सवाल है कि जब हम NIT में इसको इंक्लूड किए हैं तो आप या तो NIT के समय ही पूछ लीजिए कि भाई ये एप्लीकेबल है या नहीं है। अगर NIT में हम आपको NIT के टर्म कंडीशन को एक्सेप्ट करते हुए आपने रेट कोट किया तो इट मीन्स कि आप बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट इस कंडीशन को कंसीडर करते हुए आपने ये रेट को कोट किया है एंड दैट रेट हैज़ बीन एक्सेप्टेड बाय द कंपनी। तो बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट आपका 1% हमने कंसीडर किया हुआ है और एग्रीमेंट में है और वो कट रहा है। जब कटा उस समय भी आप कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं किए, लेकिन बाद में कोई एक कंपनी वापस कर दिया, उसको आप रेफरेंस बना के अगर करेंगे तो ये कहीं से भी जायज़ नहीं है। हमारा कहना है कि अगर गलत कट भी गया तो भी अगर हम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से वापस लेते हैं तो ये उस कंपनी का प्रॉपर्टी होगा, ना कि एजेंसी का, क्योंकि हम तो आपके रेट में ये कंसीडर कर चुके हैं। जैसे एग्जाम्पल के लिए अगर हम बोले कि आपको एक मोबाइल विथ कवर देना है, इसका हमने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट टेंडर निकाला, रेट दिया और हमने एक्सेप्ट किया, तो मैं तो ये मान के चल रहा हूँ कि ये मोबाइल के साथ आपने कवर का भी कॉस्ट जोड़ा होगा, और आप देने के बाद उसके 4 साल बाद अगर बोले नहीं ये कवर मेरा वापस कर दीजिए, ये कवर का इसमें आवश्यकता नहीं है, तो कहीं से कवर अगर वापस भी होगा तो ये मेरा ही प्रॉपर्टी रहेगा, ना कि एजेंसी का, क्योंकि हमने रेट में ये ऑलरेडी कंसीडर कर चुका है। तो सर ये माइन एक्ट में आता है कि नहीं, सीएचपी इसको डिफाइन करके दे देना बहुत ज़रूरी है, सो दैट कि आने वाले समय में ये लिटिगेशन नहीं हो। जहाँ तक मैं माइन एक्ट के उस काम के बारे में सोचा कि इसमें जहाँ भी अगर माइन एक्ट में काम आता है तो वहाँ पर हमको एचपीसीसी लेबर कंपोनेंट कंसीडर करना पड़ता है, बट हम लोग इसमें कंस्ट्रक्शन में मिनिमम वेजेस जो स्टेट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट देता है उसको कंसीडर करते हैं, तो कहीं से भी ये माइन एक्ट में नहीं आता है। दूसरा, माइन एक्ट में कहता है कि कोई भी स्ट्रक्चर जो कोयले के उत्पादन और परिवहन से जब रिलेटेड हो जाता है तब वो माइन एक्ट में आता है। तो आप देखे होंगे सर, इसी का जो मेंटेनेंस पार्ट होता है उसमें हम लोग एचपीसीसी कंसीडर किए हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से आफ्टर कमीशनिंग कहीं ना कहीं ये माइन एक्ट के दायरे में आ सकता है, क्योंकि कमीशनिंग के बाद ही वो कोयला परिवहन करता है, लेकिन ड्यूरिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन इसका कोयले से ना उत्पादन से ना परिवहन से कहीं रिलेशन नहीं होता है, इसलिए ड्यूरिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन सीएचपी इज नॉट कम्स अंडर माइन एक्ट। ये मेरा अपना लॉजिक है, मेरा समझना है, बट ये एक विचार की बात है। दूसरा जो है हमारा ये इम्बैलेंस ब्रेकअप इन बिलिंग शेड्यूल, ये एक बहुत बड़ा सर कारण, ये बिलिंग शेड्यूल को फिक्स होना चाहिए। ये प्रोजेक्ट टू प्रोजेक्ट वैरी करता है, ये एजेंसी टू एजेंसी वैरी करता है। इसके कारण क्या होता है कि जैसे मान लीजिए कि किसी के 3-4 कंपोनेंट है, तो हर एजेंसी चाहता है कि मेरा फर्स्ट कंपोनेंट में ही मैक्सिमम कॉस्ट मिल जाए, सो डैट कि बाद में हमको कम भी मिलेगा तो हमारा मैक्सिमम पैसा निकल जाएगा। और नतीजा इसका क्या होता है सर कि वो जब पैसा देने के बाद वो नेक्स्ट जो एक्टिविटी और उसमें उतना इंटरेस्टेड नहीं रहता है। जैसे मान लीजिए कोई इक्विपमेंट के सप्लाई में ही उसको ज़्यादा पैसा मिल गया तो उसको लगाने में और उसके करने में उसको ज़्यादा उसकी चिंता नहीं रहती है। तो ये एक बैलेंस होना चाहिए एंड ये यूनिफॉर्म फॉर ऑल प्रोजेक्ट होना चाहिए बिलिंग शेड्यूल, और ये वंस एक बार में फिक्स हो जाना चाहिए। ये बिलिंग शेड्यूल टाइम टू टाइम रिवाइज होने से इसका भी बहुत बड़ा इफेक्ट पड़ता है हमारे कॉस्ट कंपोनेंट पर और ये काम के दौरान। हमारा चौथा है ये फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस। नॉर्मली आजकल आज जो है इतना ज़्यादा मॉनिटरिंग होने लगा है एमओसी से लेकर नीचे तक, और सब जगह पूछते हैं फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस कितना है। अब फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस का कोई ऐसा डिफाइन नहीं है कि हम कैसे एसेस करें कि 80% 90%। ऑल्दो हर काम का एक वेटेज दिया हुआ है, वेटेज के हिसाब से नॉर्मली हम लोग जो है थंब रूल में यही सोचते हैं कि जितना फाइनेंशियल प्रोग्रेस हुआ है तो भाई उतने पैसे का काम हुआ है, तो जबकि टर्नकी में ऐसा नहीं होता, क्योंकि उसमें स्टेज पेमेंट में जैसा साहब बताया कि कोई एक स्टेज का अगर 90% हुआ है तो जब तक वो स्टेज कंप्लीशन नहीं होगा उसका पेमेंट नहीं होगा। अगर पेमेंट नहीं होगा तो फाइनेंशियल अगर वो नहीं हुआ पेमेंट तो शायद उसको हम लोग प्रोग्रेस में नहीं ले पाते हैं। बट यहाँ पे एक और कंफ्यूजन है कि व्हाट इज एक्सपेंडिचर एंड व्हाट इज कैश फ्लो। नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि एक्सपेंडिचर तो किसी प्रोजेक्ट में हर घंटे हर दिन हो रहा है, तो अगर एक्सपेंडिचर से हम फिजिकल प्रोग्रेस अगर नापे तो कहीं ना कुछ जायज होगा। कैश फ्लो से हम नहीं उसको कैश फ्लो तभी होगा जब बिल होगा, और बिल तभी होगा जब वो पर्टिकुलर स्टेज को कंप्लीट करेगा, तब जाके उसका बिलिंग होगा। बट एक्सपेंडिचर अगर हुआ है उसको हम लोग एसेस कर ले तो उसे हमारा ये निकल सकता है। तीसरा है बैंक गारंटी। जो फॉर्मेट है सर उसमें एक इंटरेस्ट रेट की बात आती है, बट इंटरेस्ट रेट फिक्स उसमें मेंशन नहीं है, जिसके चलते भी बहुत जगह दिक्कत आता है कि उसको बैंक गारंटी जो है बैंक से मिल नहीं पाता है, तो इसको भी देखें। तीसरा है एज एंड इट इज साइट कंडीशन। इसमें इसको भी थोड़ा डिफाइन करना होगा, क्योंकि नॉर्मली अगर हमारे इन हाउस में ही कहीं देते हैं तो वहाँ बहुत सारे पुराने स्ट्रक्चर होते हैं, अब हम लोग वैसे ही उसको दे देते हैं, बाद में कॉन्ट्रैक्टर क्लेम करता है कि हमको उसको हटाने का और इसका पैसा दिया जाए। तो एज इट इज का मतलब कि अगर उसको डिफाइन कर देने से थोड़ा इसमें सुविधा होगा। नेक्स्ट, लैक ऑफ इक्विपमेंट में है, स्पेशली जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट के अगेंस्ट में है उसके लिए नंबर ऑफ ये डिफाइन नहीं है, उसको डिफाइन कर देने से थोड़ा ठीक है। उसी तरह से हिंड्रेंस है, ड्रोन सर्वे अभी बहुत करने का आदेश आया है, तो ड्रोन सर्वे को भी अगर कंपलसरी उसमें कर दिया जाए तो ये भी रेगुलरली करके हम लोग कर सकते हैं सर। ऑडिट सेफ्टी एक जैसे क्वालिटी का ऑडिट हो रहा है उसी सेफ्टी का भी एक हो जाए तो उसमें अच्छा होगा सर। सबसे जो है सर ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस में ये एक बहुत एक साथ रहना चाहिए। दिक्कत क्या होता है कि मेंटेनेंस या तो रहता है या ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस जोनर। जहाँ केबल मेंटेनेंस और ऑपरेशन डिपार्टमेंटल होता है सर, वहाँ हमेशा एजेंसी और डिपार्टमेंट में डिस्प्यूट होता है कि आपके इस कारण से मेरा ये ब्रेकडाउन हो गया और ये अब मेंटेनेंस का हमारे क्लॉज में नहीं है ही नहीं। तो इसको सर ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस ये दोनों ही आउटसोर्स कर देने से ये समस्या खत्म हो जाएगा। दूसरा जो ऑपरेशन में क्या है कि एक फिक्स्ड अमाउंट रख दिया गया है कि पर मंथ इतना देना है, बट उसमें कोई शेड्यूल मेंटेनेंस कि आपको क्या करना है, कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं रहती है। नतीजन क्या होता है कि वो केवल महीना उसमें उन्होंने क्या किया नहीं किया इसका कोई जिक्र नहीं होता है। और दिक्कत क्या होता है सर कि जब नहीं होती है प्रोजेक्ट चाहे CHP उस समय मेंटेनेंस निश्चित रूप से कम लगता है, बट पैसा हम उतना ही देते हैं। इसी में मेंटेनेंस पीरियड 5 साल ही नॉर्मली रखा गया है, लेकिन हर प्रोजेक्ट का जो ये बाईबैक पीरियड होता है ये अलग अलग होता है। तो अगर जितना बाईबैक पीरियड होता है अगर उतने का मेंटेनेंस रखे सर तो हमको बहुत सस्ते में काम हो सकता है। क्योंकि मान लीजिए किसी का बाईबैक पीरियड 8 साल है और 5 साल हम उसका मेंटेनेंस पीरियड फर्स्ट ईयर में रखे तो बाद के जो 3 साल या बाद के नेक्स्ट टेंडर में वो निश्चित रूप से CHP पुराना हो जाता है। तो जो बीडर आएगा वो निश्चित रूप से ज़्यादा पैसा उसके लिए डिमांड करेगा क्योंकि भाई अब 5 साल पुरानी CHP को चलाना है। तो हमारा ये कहना है कि हर का मेंटेनेंस पीरियड ऑपरेशन में उतना रखा जाए जितना उसका बाईबैक पीरियड है, तो इससे भी कंपनी को थोड़ा फायदा हो जाएगा सर। इसके बाद नेक्स्ट ये एक टेंडर हम लोग किए हैं अभी मेंटेनेंस का, ये ENM डिपार्टमेंट से हुआ। हमारा जो सोनपुर का मेंटेनेंस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अभी खत्म हो गया, तो इसमें हम लोगों ने कुछ किया है। ये सब इसमें हम लोग कंसीडर करके किए हैं। हो सकता है कि इसमें कुछ सुधार की आवश्यकता हो तो इसको हम सबको शेयर कर देंगे। इसमें जो हम लोगों ने ऑप्ट किया है उसी की चर्चा है। और समय का ध्यान रखते हुए मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं कि सर जो ये समाधान और सुधार है ये एक सतत प्रक्रिया है और निश्चित रूप से ये चैलेंजेज जो आए हैं ये बेटरमेंट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। क्योंकि कहा भी गया है कि झरनों से वो मधुर संगीत न आते, झरनों से वो मधुर संगीत न आते अगर राह में उनके पत्थर न होते, अगर राह में उनके पत्थर न होते। तो ये पत्थर चैलेंजेज हैं जो कि हमारे निश्चित रूप से बेटरमेंट के लिए है। और इसी आशा के साथ, इसी विश्वास के साथ, इसी आकांक्षा के साथ कि आने वाले समय में और बेहतर से बेहतर हमारा FMC प्रोजेक्ट का जो कॉन्सेप्ट होगा वो हम लोग लागू करेंगे और निश्चित रूप से निर्विघ्न रूप से हमारा CHP हमारा FMC तैयार होगा। इसी आशा के साथ इसी आकांक्षा के साथ पुनः आप सभी को एक बार बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार।
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call Shri A.K. Patnaik, GM Siding FMC, Sudhanshu Singh, Senior Manager E&M, and Shri K.C. Chiran Naidu from SECL.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries, my respected seniors, colleagues, EPC contractors, vendors. Myself, Sudhanshu Shekhar Singh, Senior Manager E&M, SECL, headed by our team, Mr. A.K. Patnaik, GM Siding, Mr. K.S. Chiran Naidu, Civil. We are thankful to the CMPDI for this giving us this opportunity for this on this performance challenges for the FMCs. The time is the constant, so we'll go to next page. Yes, this is the total FMC projects of the SECL, which is contributing around 24% of the total CIL vision for the FMC projects. Next, please. So we'll coming to the directly to the challenges. Actually, most of the points has been covered by the MCL team, Mr. S.K. Das. So we'll not repeat these points. We'll just the first is that is the chronic problem we are facing right now. It is screening cum crushing arrangement. That is, even though you are feeding surface miners code, but that is a huge problem we are facing in every CHPs. We are having a longitudinal cut in the conveyor belts. So that is huge loss because the steel cord belts is around 15 to 16,000 per meter. So that is a financial as well as downtime of the equipments and conveyor and as well as CSP. So this problem has to be sorted out. So I request that CMPDI team and other stakeholders, please have a review on this. We can have a screening and crushing arrangement at the TRS itself, not at the next conveyors, all these things. So TRS, so that we can feed 100% minus 100 mm coal to the system, complete system. Next point, coming to the charges. During this point, coming to the charges, this is the overloading, underloading, derailment charge. This point actually it is creating dispute because during time of trial run or PG or in between trial and PG, when this charges is being coming, suppose the third agencies like railway and all these things imposing all these things, so that is the objection from the finance, who will going to pay these things. So if it is clear in the NIT or in the manuals, so it will be clear for us to address the issues. And a spare provision already been discussed. Next. Price variation already been discussed. Manpower deployment, that is a very estimation stage. We are providing the manpower, but during deployment of the manpower during O&M periods, the very less manpower is being deployed at the site. So we have seen even the statutory manpower like electrician, electrical supervisors as being guided by the DGMS, the contractor are not able to deploy the sufficient number of manpower. So that is the problem, and we have also seen because suppose when we are calculating minimum 1 manpower for 1 conveyor, but the contractor is deploying for 2 conveyor, it is deploying only 1 manpower. In that time, the supervision of the conveyor during running of the plant, it is lagging. That's why when this type of, suppose in one of the projects, we have seen that 240-meter belt got through cut. So, in one of the projects. So that is due to that the absence of the manpower, that the manpower was in some other conveyors. So if the manpower is being deployed perfectly in the each individual equipments, then I think supervision will be proper. Next is the security of the manpower plants. In some plant, there is a theft in the plant, so the contractor denies that we will not cover these things because the security part during DLP is not in our scopes. So that has to be taken into consideration while preparing the NITs. Next. Clarity regarding O&M DLP, that is handover back, has already been covered. A review of the scope of the, because the O&M, your construction period is 2 to 3 years, but O&M period is we are taking 5 years. But the scope of the contractor for the O&M is very limited in the NIT. So that has to be deliberated clearly, and it is each and every aspects what the contractor to do in the during DLP period, that has to be addressed. Insurance, that part already being mainly insurance part of the workman compensation during DLP periods. Repairing, yes, repairing already been covered. Civil and structural repair. Suppose if there is civil repair is required and structural repairing required during DLP, so at that time whether who is going to do this, that is silent in the NIT. That has to formula review plans are available formula has been covered. Next. Yes, DGMS compliance. Actually, what happens after suppose DGMS has given the approval, even after that during their day-to-day inspections, when they came for inspections, they give some number of observations or contraventions. So the contractors, the EPC contractor straightway denies that we will not do this because we have done the prepared the constructed the plant as per our NIT provisions, we will not comply with these things. So these the DGMs are statutory in nature, that has to be complied by the contractor, but in the most of the cases they don't. So that has to be deliberately clearly mentioned in the NITs. Test, yes, structural NDT test, who is going to do this firstly, and if there is a shortcomings or observation during that report, then who is going to comply, the owner or the contractor? That has to be clearly deliberated in the NITs. Energy audit, yes. When we are preparing the NIT documents, we are emphasizing that you should use VLDC fan, 5-star ACs like this. But suppose during execution of the DLP, we are conducting energy audit. Some energy audit report, we are having some complaints that firstly, who is going to do the energy audit. Secondly, if the energy audit is being done, so who will going to comply this? Suppose this area, this is the gray area, that needs specific attention. So who is going to do this? Whether EPC contractor or the owner? That has to be clearly defined. Because in 5 years, if you are going to 5 years, in future you are going for 10 years after DLP, so it requires the painting of structural as well as service buildings. So who is going to do this? That has to be clearly deliberated. Yes, another point is steel structures that regarding most of the times we are going for the RCC structures. So one of the suggestions, if feasible, in the small CSPs, if feasible, we can go for the steel structures so that we can cannibalize the steel structure to the other project after completion of its later life, so that we can gainfully utilize the structures. Yes, security during last, this provision is because suppose in case of first 3 years of DLP is completed, then we have the limited financial coverage to the contractor. If the contractor due to any reason is non-perform, then we are unable to recover that much of amount from that contract, because at that time the PSD has already been released. So for getting the financial security for the remaining 2 years, that provision clearly has to be deliberated in the NIT. Running condition of the DLP. Once the contractor the approaches to the last year of the DLP, see their tendency that yes, we are going to complete this project, so they providing spares, consumables as required to the plants. So, but the plant is getting older and older. At that time, the plant requires more spares and consumables at the time. But what the contractors do, they do mostly, in the most cases, they do limited resources. So, the plant condition gets deteriorate more. So, when the next O&M contractor comes into picture, he blames the another, because that fellow has done this thing. So, we are not able to do these rectifications. Yes, PGT already been covered. Quality audit report. What we have seen that most of the audit report, whatever the contractor has done, that has been attached with the audit report. So the specific quality audit test as well as the recommendations has to be clearly deliberated in the audit report, so that we can direct the contractor to further compliance, all these things. Next. Yes, portable conveyors. Actually, in-pit conveying system concept has already in picture. So we are here because that lead has to be reduced from the pit head to the TRS. So for that, we need the portable or shiftable conveyors at the mine's pit head itself. So if it is possible, we can transport the coal from the face also. Standardization of equipments and conveyor belts. In case of what we have seen, suppose in a CHP, we are having 14 to 15 conveyors. So each conveyor having different specifications, different steel cut capacity, all these things. So that leads, we have to maintain each and every equipment. So if you will standardize the equipment, standardize the conveyor belts, so inventory cost will be going to reduce. So updation of the CMPDI norms. So what we have, because CMPDI norms was already, I think 2017-18 norms that has to be updated. Updation of the specification that has been covered. Next. Yes, this is the one of the important factor, because as per CMR 211, the DGMS is already being pointing out, all moving parts has to be protected. Has to be protected. So for that reason, we need to cover we need to install the protective guards all along the conveyors. So that is a huge capital investment required for this. But the NIT is not silent about this. So this provision has to be included in the NIT, as well as its financial impact has to be taken into consideration while preparation of the estimate. Yes, another point is RLS. What does RLS in NIT? We are specifying the RLS will be in auto mode. Automation means it is operator independent. It will be in operator independent, but sensors, multiple sensors will be there, and the sensor will sense the things, and its loading will be in automatic mode. But in none of the CIL projects, this is being performing in the auto modes. So that is the necessity of provisioning this auto mode is not just being justified. If it is possible, then we will go for we will mention this thing. If it is not possible, then we will not mention this thing, because it is always giving a contradiction. When we are going to site, we are giving the observation that your system is not operating RLS in auto mode. The bidder is taking, no sir, we are unable to operate this plant in the auto mode. So that point has to be discussed. Rooftop solar, yes. We are having conveyor of 6 to 7 kilometer long, 10 kilometer. If it's feasible, we can have either rooftop solar in that. So we can at least, like just in place of DG for the emergency lighting purpose, we can take the power from this rooftop solar systems, and we can supply for emergency light, all these things. Next. Yes. Liner issue, one of the major issues, we are using rightly rubber liner, ceramic liner, polymer liner in the chutes. So that is prone to fire and all these things. If you will see in the NTPC, they have already scrapped these polymer, ceramic, rubber liners. They are using cell-add or wear resistance plates. So we can go for this in place of this polymer ceramic, but because these liners are wear out in mostly in the cases within 1 year it will wear out. But if we use the wear resistance plate, it will minimum 2 to 3 years it will manage all this. Review of the training personnel, owners personnel, that have been covered. Review of the yes, design receiving chutes. The one of the in SCCL, the design of the receiving chute is such a way that when there is a foreign metal or oversized coal is there, the oversized coal is directly stuck in the chute vertically, so that it longitudinally caught the entire length of the belts. So the profile of the receiving chute will be in such a way that we are just proposing. So let the CMPDI decide what such that there is a smooth transition of the coal from the discharge to the receiving chute to the belt. So there will be no stuck directly fall of the metal in the conveyor. Next. Yes, AFDSS system, automatic fire detection and suppression system. Although we are giving the fire detection systems, but automatic fire detection and suppression in the control panel, in the panels, MCC panels and substation is not being, in none of the NITs is being done. So that is being pointed out by the DGMS from time to time. A lightning protection system has to be reviewed because as per this thing, yes, provision of, the rest of the points, Patnaik sir will cover. Okay, sir, please.
सर नमस्कार. मेरा सौभाग्य है कोल इंडिया में. व्हेन आई जॉइंड आई स्टार्टेड माय वर्क फ्रॉम ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट एंड CHP. दैट इज यूनिट ट्रेन लोड आउट सिस्टम in 1989. Then practically I have been engaged for railway line also. I feel I am the only man who have worked both in silo, CHP and railway line. I know the problems of both the parameters. सर हम लोग जैसे शुरू करते हैं TRS से हम लोग को अभी हमको दिया गया है SCCL में. I was been handed over the silo as GM FMC. उसमें हम देखा कि हम लोग तो बोलते हैं कि 100 mm है, तो फिर हम लोग जब साइड जाते हैं, हमारा फ्रेंड लोग जो भी सीनियर है कि GM है, वो साइज को स्टैंडर्ड डायमेंशन है 100 mm का, डिजाइन पैरामीटर है 2.5 टाइम्स, मीन्स बॉक्स जो होना चाहिए 225 सेंटीमीटर बाई 25 सेंटीमीटर. बट हम लोग वहाँ जब नहीं घुस पाता है, हम लोग उसको 1 मीटर बाई 500 कर लेते हैं. अल्टीमेटली क्रिएट्स द एफिशिएंसी ऑफ द लोडिंग सिस्टम. तो हम लोग CMPDI को एक सजेशन किए, जैसे एक छोटा हम 4 मिलियन का कर रहे थे कि 3 ठो बंकर आज जनरल रखिए, उसमें कन्वेयर सिस्टम इंक्लाइंड सेंसर सिस्टम रखिए कि वाइब्रो फीडर रहेगा, तो वो आके साइड में एक स्टील कन्वेयर रहेगा, वो घूम के जो बड़ा वाला पत्थर को लेके क्रशर में डाल देगा 4th बंकर में. क्या होगा, ये जो मेजर प्रॉब्लम हम अभी टेकअप कर रहे हैं, बट CMPDI बिलासपुर नहीं कर पाया. नेक्स्ट में हम लोग अभी टेकअप करेंगे, जिसमें हमारा ये जो मेजर प्रॉब्लम है वो सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगा. सेकंड है, हम लोग एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन जितना साइलो अभी तक SCCL में चल रहा है, शायद अदर जगह में भी चल रहा है, वहाँ कोई एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली नहीं है. हम लोग बोलते हैं कि ये एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली है, लेकिन हम जहाँ दिखा हमारा क्लाउड होना चाहिए, बट ये क्लाउड नहीं है. ओके, स्प्रिंकलिंग हो रहा है, प्लस जो हाइट ये लोग मेंटेन कर रहा है 1.2 मीटर हाइट फ्रॉम द ये. एक्चुअली जो ट्रक से ट्रक का जो लोडिंग पॉइंट है उसी का ऊपर में यदि होगा, उसी में यदि क्लाउड फॉर्मेशन हो जाएगा, अंदर में ही आ जाएगा. अंदर आ जाने से ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होगा, नहीं तो कभी भी ये नहीं सॉल्व होगा. सेकेंड, हम जाते हैं, जैसे हम बंकर को जाते हैं, मैं जनरलाइज में थोड़ा सा बोल देता हूँ. जब बंकर में, मैं ज़्यादा टेक्निकल नहीं जाऊँगा, बंकर में जब जाते हैं, अभी हमको बोल रहे हैं कि 2 मिलियन 1 मिलियन में हमको साइलो बनाना है, तो बंकर का जैसे स्टैंडर्ड है 15,000 का 120 to 150 मीटर 10 मीटर 20 मीटर है, उसको हम वर्टिकली परपेंडिकुलर टू द बंकर 2 भाग कर दिया जाए. सो डिफरेंट क्वालिटी ऑफ कोल कैन मूव इन द सेम लाइन, क्योंकि बहुत सारे छोटा छोटा माइन से हमको कंबाइन करके मिक्स्ड भेजना पड़ता है, तो इंडिपेंडेंटली हम लोग कर सकते हैं। देन वी मूव टू साइलो। इट इज ए कंट्रोवर्शियल सब्जेक्ट कि क्या करना है, छोटा लेना है कि बड़ा लेना है। व्हेन देयर इज 2 मिलियन 1 मिलियन, दिन में हम 1 रैक भेजेंगे, 2 रैक भेजेंगे। इसमें मेरा सजेशन है, इन नो मीन्स इट शुड बी प्योरली स्ट्रक्चरल वन इंक्लूडिंग द बंकर। अब यदि आप साइलो को 4000 5000 जो भी करना चाह रहे हैं, देन दैट शुड नॉट बी एनी बंकर, क्योंकि कॉस्ट इज ए मेजर पैरामीटर्स। तो हम लोग जब फिर CMPDI को जब डिजाइन देते हैं, साइलो जब मैं 2-3 जगह में साइलो में, मैं तो उस टाइम में साइलो दिख नहीं रहा था, हमको लास्टली कुछ पैरामीटर्स को काटना पड़ता है। साइलो बना दिए, साइलो का SOD है, रेलवे का कुछ शेड्यूल ऑफ डायमेंशन है, नो CMPDI का कोई ऑफिसर उसको ध्यान नहीं देता है। इंटरनेट में इंडियन रेलवे में भी है, बट उसी को कोई ध्यान नहीं देता है। उसका जैसे है इलेक्ट्रिफाइड मिनिमम 2.38 सेंटर से 2.38 का अंदर में कोई स्ट्रक्चर रहना नहीं चाहिए। वो हर जगह में ये प्रॉब्लम फेस हो रहा है कि वो लिफ्ट आ गया है, लिफ्ट नहीं बना है, तो फिर रेलवे नहीं बनाएगा, फिर उसको पटाना है। लास्टली हमको लिख के देना पड़ता है कि नहीं, पहले बाद में हम किए, रेलवे पहले पास करा देंगे, सर्टिफिकेट देने के बाद हमको डिक्लेयर करना पड़ता है कि बाद में देंगे। ये एक मेजर प्रॉब्लम है। तो लेआउट प्लान को, SOD को लेके हम CMPDI साहब लोग को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, SOD शुड बी क्लियरली चेक्ड एट प्लान लेवल ऑफ द साइलो। सेकेंड थिंग है, साइलो में हम लोग बहुत पहले से, हम लोग जब भरतपुर साइलो था उस, हम दे देंगे, सब रिटर्न दे देंगे। तो साइलो में जो प्रॉब्लम था भरतपुर में, वी हैव स्टार्टेड कि उस टाइम में रिट्रैक्टेबल वही चीज 2010 में हम लोग बात करके नहीं हो पाया, संभव नहीं हो पाया, तो डुअल इंजन करके हम लोग पार कराए। तो उसी टाइम में रेलवे का SOP हम लोग डेवलप किए, तो रेलवे ऑफिसर्स एग्रीड टू दैट पॉइंट, जो हम लोग बाद में अडॉप्ट किए कुसमुंडा में। नहीं तो किसी जगह में कुसमुंडा में भी नहीं हो रहा था, वो कुसमुंडा में डबल इंजन में हुआ, नहीं तो बैक एंड पुश एंड पुल सिस्टम में वो डेवलप हो गया। तो अभी हम लोग रिट्रैक्टेबल OHC का मिस्टर PP अग्रवाल हैज टेकन 2 वर्क्स, तो हम लोग अभी पास करा लिए हैं। साउथ ईस्टर्न रेलवे में हम लोग एक बरूद का ऑलरेडी कंस्ट्रक्शन फेज को आ गया है, शायद 2-3 महीना में ये ऑपरेशनल हो जाएगा। उसमें भी थोड़ा सा ध्यान देने का बात है, क्योंकि हमारा जो इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजन है, उसका जो पेंटोग्राफ टू पेंटोग्राफ है 12.58 मीटर, तो हमको भी उसमें ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि इन केस ऑफ फेलियर ऑफ रिट्रैक्टेबल OHC उसका डिस्टेंस विद इन 12.5 मीटर रखा जाए, सो दैट ये कोई भी फेलियर हो भविष्य में, इट कैन मूव विथ ए सिंगल इलेक्ट्रिक लोको। तो ये सब चीज को, पैरामीटर को हम लोग जब तक ध्यान नहीं देंगे। दूसरा पॉइंट है, हम लोग जो प्लान, सर 2 मिनट में बोल देता हूँ सर। हाँ सर, इसमें 2 मिनट में बोल देता हूँ। जो हम लोग का प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है टॉप ऑफ रेल एंड कोऑर्डिनेट में, इसमें थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन है। एक है, हम लोग जो करते हैं कोलनेट में करते हैं, लेबल भी जो ये करता है रेलवे का लेबल ट्रांसफर होता है, हमारा कोलनेट का लेबल चलता है। जब तक वो सिंक्रोनाइज नहीं होता है वो प्रॉब्लम होता है। ओके सर, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Next, I request Sri Brajesh Kumar, Senior Manager from NCL, to come on stage for his presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, respected DTCIL sir, respected CMD, CMPDIL sir, Director CMPDIL sir, and all my seniors and my dear colleagues. मैं बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ CMPDI को, जिसने हमें एक अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड किया है, जिससे मतलब जो हम लोग के यहाँ FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स बन रहे हैं, उसमें जो प्रॉब्लम्स हमने फेस किए हैं, जो कि ये स्मूथ करना है, उसके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है ये। तो उस चीज़ को जो हम लोग यहाँ फेस किए, उस चीज़ के बारे में हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे। इसमें मैं अपना बता देता हूँ कि जो हमारा FMC प्रोजेक्ट आने से पहले 2019 में हमारा FMC प्रोजेक्ट आया था। उससे पहले जो हमारे CSPs की जो काउंटिंग्स थी वो 14 प्रोजेक्ट्स थी, जिसमें हमारा जो कैपेसिटी था 65.5 मिलियन टन पर एनम का था। और जब FMC प्रोजेक्ट हमारा आया है उसमें हमारे टोटल 10 प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, जिसमें 9 प्रोजेक्ट्स FMC फ़ेज़ 1 में हैं और एक प्रोजेक्ट FMC फ़ेज़ 2 में है। टोटल जो हमारा फ़ेज़ FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स है वो 64 MTPA का है। जब हमारा CHP पूरा कंप्लीट हो जाएगा उसके बाद जो हमारा टारगेट रहेगा वो 129.5 मिलियन टन पर एनम का हो जाएगा, जो कि हमारे लगभग जो प्रोडक्शन टारगेट है NCL का उसके इक्विवेलेंट रहेगा। अभी शायद स्लाइड्स में कुछ इशू आ रहे हैं तो मैं जस्ट ऐसे ही बता दे रहा। हाँ, नेक्स्ट करिए। जैसे हम लोगों ने पहले ही यहाँ देख चुका है कि FMC प्रोजेक्ट का क्यों आया, FMC प्रोजेक्ट इससे क्या बेनिफिट्स हैं, ये ऑलरेडी हम लोगों ने पहले ही देख चुके हैं, इसलिए हम डायरेक्ट केवल अपने NCL पार्ट्स को भी मैंने डिस्कस कर लिया है। तो जो हमने अब इशूज़ फेस किए हैं उस पर आते हैं हम लोग। नेक्स्ट, ये सब प्रोजेक्ट्स, हाँ, ये हम लोगों ने कुछ चैलेंजेस फेस किए। जैसे पहला है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट प्राइस। जो अभी हमारा NIT का डिफिनीसन है वो ये बोलता है कि डेफिनेशंस ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट प्राइस इज द टोटल सम फॉर विच टेंडर इज एक्सेप्टेड बाय कंपनी। इसमें कैपिटल कॉस्ट और रेवेन्यू कॉस्ट दोनों इंक्लूडेड है। इससे हमको ये प्रॉब्लम आता है कि जिस समय हमें LD इम्पोज करना होता है तो ये क्लियर नहीं है कि जो LD इम्पोज किया जाए, क्योंकि जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में लिखा है कॉन्ट्रैक्ट प्राइस में देना है, तो ये एक एम्बिग्विटी होता है, क्योंकि हमें कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन पार्ट में लगाएं या ओवरऑल में लगाएं। अगर हम ओवरऑल में लगाते हैं तो हमें जो फाइनल टाइम एक्सटेंशन देना होगा वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के लास्ट में देना होगा, तो इसमें एक जस्ट एक एम्बिग्विटी क्रिएट होता है। इसलिए थोड़ा हमें ये रिक्वायरमेंट है कि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट प्राइस थोड़ा सा और स्मूथ डिफाइन हो जाए और LD क्लॉज को थोड़ा सा स्ट्रीमलाइन किया जाए, ताकि कुछ भी मतलब हमें कोई कॉम्प्लिकेशंस ना आए, एम्बिग्विटी क्रिएट ना हो। नेक्स्ट, कमीशनिंग का डिफिनेशन एज पर NIT ये बोला होता है कि द प्लांट प्रोजेक्ट सेल मीन कंप्लीशन इन ऑल रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्शन रेंडरिंग द प्लांट रेडी फॉर परफॉर्मेंस टेस्ट एंड कॉमर्शियल ऑपरेशन। ये भी एक तरह का एक एम्बिगुअस है, क्योंकि इसमें यह बता रहा है कि जब हमारा प्लांट या तो PG टेस्ट के लिए रेडी हो या कॉमर्शियल, नहीं, हमको एकदम स्ट्रेट क्लियर होना चाहिए, ताकि मतलब कभी भी हमें अगर इसको कमीशनिंग सर्टिफिकेट इशू करें तो कोई एम्बिग्विटी नहीं आनी चाहिए। तो हमारे अनुसार कमीशनिंग ऐसा है कि जो स्टेज व्हेन द प्लांट्स हैज़ बीन कंप्लीटेड इन ऑल रिस्पेक्ट्स, उसमें कोई भी काम ना बचा हो, और जो PG टेस्ट है वो कम्प्लीटली फुलफिल हो गया हो। इसके बाद जो हमारा प्लांट होगा वो रेडी फॉर ऑपरेशन होगा। तो इसमें जो EIC होगा उसको ये फ़ायदा होगा कि उसको एम्बिग्विटी नहीं आएगा कि हमें जो कमीशनिंग देना है वो ट्रायल रन के बाद देना हो या फिर PG टेस्ट के बाद होगा। हमें एक क्लियर एक डायरेक्शन मिलेगा, नहीं, हमें जो कमीशनिंग देना है वो केवल हम PG टेस्ट के बाद ही देंगे। नेक्स्ट, थर्ड, हमें जो हमारे NIT में एक ये फैसिलिटी दिया जाए कि हमारे पास जो भी मतलब 10 MTPA या फिर उससे ज़्यादा के CHP होते हैं, वहाँ पर जो सेक्शन और स्ट्रीम्स होते हैं वो 2 और मोर देन 2 होते हैं। तो वहाँ पर कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि कोई हमारा स्ट्रीम पहले ही बन जाता है और रेडी फॉर कॉमर्शियल ऑपरेशन हो जाता है। तो NIT में ऐसा कोई प्रोविज़न नहीं दिया गया है कि जिसमें हमें सेक्शन वाइज एक्सेप्टेंस का कोई प्रोविज़न नहीं है। तो अगर सेक्शन वाइज अगर एक्सेप्टेंस दिया जाएगा तो उससे हमारा जो पहले ही उसमें हम लोग डिस्पैच स्टार्ट कर सकेंगे, हमें वेट नहीं करना पड़ेगा और हम उसमें फास्टर रेवेन्यू अर्न कर सकेंगे। चौथा पॉइंट हमारा है कि जो हमारा BOQ और जो स्कोप ऑफ वर्क दिया हुआ है, जैसे ऑक्सिलरी और प्रोटेक्टिव वर्क्स, वो क्लियर नहीं है, क्योंकि BOQ में कुछ उसमें डिफाइन नहीं किया रहता है कि जैसे हम लोग का कुछ ऑक्सिलरी वर्क्स में रोड बनाना होता है, लेंथ, बाउंड्री वॉल है, ड्रेन है, प्रोटेक्टिव वर्क्स, क्या क्या CHP को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमें देना है, ये तो स्पेसिफिकेशन और स्कोप ऑफ वर्क में लिखा है, पर BOQ में उसका कहीं डिस्क्रिप्शन नहीं दिया है, जिसमें ये एम्बिग्विटी आता है। तो अगर ये दोनों अगर क्लेरिफाई हो जाए तो हमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा ट्यूशन में, ताकि हमें जो हमारी EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हैं उनसे ईजिली हम वर्क करा सकेंगे। नेक्स्ट, डिज़ाइन मॉडिफिकेशन। ये वैसे आप लोगों ने देख लिया है कि मैक्सिमम सभी लोगों ने ये पॉइंट रेज किया है कि ग्रिजली में हम लोगों ने ये पाया है कि जो ग्रिजली का डिज़ाइन है वो ऐसा है कि उसमें क्या होता है कि जब भी हमारे टिप्पर से अनलोड होता है तो उस पर हिप बन जाता है। जैसा कि हम लोग सबको मालूम है कि जैसे एक आटा चलनी होता है, उसमें भी ऐसा प्रोविज़न रहता है कि जैसे आप सडन आप डालेंगे आटा डालेंगे तो वो गिरता नहीं है जब तक उसको हिलाया नहीं जाए। तो सेम हमें यही प्रॉब्लम आ रहा था। हमें शायद ग्रिजली ऐसा डिज़ाइन करे जिसमें साइज़ बड़ा हो, या फिर कुछ उसमें वाइब्रेटरी का कुछ मैकेनिज्म दिया जाए जिससे वो इजीली डिप्लॉय है, क्योंकि हमें ऐसा नहीं करते हैं तो हमें बार बार उसमें जेसीबी को डिप्लॉय किया जाता है कि उसको बार बार हीप को हटाने के लिए, जो कि हमारे एफिशिएंसी को डिक्रीज़ करता है और हमारा टाइम, उसमें सेफ्टी भी इन्वॉल्व होता है। तो ये सब अगर हमें चेंजेस कर दिया जाए तो इससे क्या होगा कि हमारे स्मूथ कोल फीडिंग होगा, फ्री फॉल कोल होगा और डिस्पैच भी स्मूथली होगा क्योंकि टाइम कम लगेगा। नेक्स्ट है कि मतलब जो पेमेंट शेड्यूल हो, पर्ट हो, कैसे काम करना है, टाइम लैग हो रहा है। तो हम लोग NIT में ये चाह रहे हैं कि एज ए मॉडल के रूप में पर्ट, चार्ट और पेमेंट शेड्यूल को इनकॉर्पोरेट किया जाए, जिससे हम लोग को वर्क एग्जीक्यूशन या फिर उसका मॉनिटरिंग में बहुत ही ईजिली फैसिलिटी हो कि कैसे हम इस काम को करें, और जो बिल सबमिशन हो वो भी मतलब वर्क एग्जीक्यूटेड के अकॉर्डिंग हो, जो कि मतलब हमें फिर ईजिली मतलब इसमें काम करा सकेंगे। नेक्स्ट, टाइमली कंप्लीसन, टाइम ऑफ कंप्लीसन। हम लोगों ने जनरली ये पाया है कि इसमें इस पर डिस्कशन भी हुआ है अर्लियर में कि मैक्सिमम सभी वर्क्स के लिए 2 ईयर ही कंसिडर किया गया, जो कि हम लोगों ने पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस ये देखे हैं कि 2 ईयर में कंप्लीट होना थोड़ा टफ होता है। तो रिकमेंडेशन हमारा यही है कि जिस FMC प्रोजेक्ट का कैपेसिटी 10 MTPS या उससे ज़्यादा हो, वहाँ 2 साल से ज़्यादा दिया जाए तो थोड़ा इजीली मतलब उसको एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि हमने जनरली ये देखा है कि जो डिज़ाइन ड्राइंग करना हो इक्विपमेंट का, या प्रिक्यूरमेंट हो या कंस्ट्रक्शन, इसमें टाइम लगता है क्योंकि जो सारी सब लॉन्ग लीड आइटम होते हैं। और ये कि इसको ये करने से हमें ये है कि किसी भी तरह का रस का कुछ भी इसमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता है। नेक्स्ट, एक और चीज़ है कि हम लोगों ने ये प्रॉब्लम फेस किया है कि जिस सेक्शन या स्ट्रीम में जहाँ पर दोनों फैसिलिटी दिया हो, सेमी मोबाइल क्रशिंग प्लांट का हो और ट्रक रिसीविंग हॉपर का हो, तो वहाँ पर हम लोगों ने ये देखा कि साइमल्टेनियसली ऑपरेट करने के लिए जो बेल्ट की कैपेसिटी दिया गया एक साथ ऑपरेट कर पाए, जिससे ये प्रॉब्लम होता हो। तो जहाँ भी जिस सेक्शन में ऐसा यहाँ प्रोविज़न हो जहाँ SMCP और ट्रक रिसीविंग हॉपर हो, वहाँ बेल्ट का सब जो साइज़ या कैपेसिटी है वो सफिशिएंट दिया जाए, जिसमें कि हम लोग दोनों ही ऑपरेट कर सकें ताकि कुछ भी हमको प्रॉब्लम ना हो। नेक्स्ट, थोड़ा हम लोग ये भी देखे हैं कि जिसमें जैसे जो हमारा एक बेसिक डाटा प्रोवाइड किया जाता है उसमें ये बोला जाता है कि जो हम क्रश कोल जो हम रिसीविंग पिट में ड्रॉप करेंगे वो बाय द हेल्प ऑफ 100 टन डंपर्स ऑब्लिक टिपर्स लिखा रहता है। ये हम सभी को मालूम है कि जो हम लोग जो क्रश कोल जो डंप करते हैं वो बाय द हेल्प ऑफ टिपर ही करते हैं, पर जो ड्राइंग अप्रूव होता है उसका जो है उसमें एज ए डंपर के अकॉर्डिंग में होता है, जिसका हाइट बहुत ज़्यादा होता है। जब टिपर से हम लोग अनलोड करने आते हैं तो वो अनलोड नहीं हो पाता, वो बाहर ही गिर जाता है। तो फिर जो डिज़ाइन और जो स्पेसिफिकेशन पार्ट है स्पेशली रिसीविंग पिट का, दोनों को मैच किया जाए ताकि ऐसा प्रॉब्लम ना आए। ऐसा प्रॉब्लम बहुत जगह फेस किया जा रहा है। 10वां पॉइंट हम लोग ये बोल रहे हैं कि जो FMC में न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज़ किया जाए, जैसे BFD ड्राइव, CFD ड्राइव है, इससे बहुत ईजिली होता है। क्या होता है कि मैक्सिमम हम लोग ये देखते हैं कि जब भी हमारे जो कन्वेयर मोटर्स हैं कभी भी लोड हो या नो लोड हमें जब स्टार्ट करते हैं तो वहाँ वोल्टेज ड्रॉप होता है सिस्टम में, जो कि बहुत प्रॉब्लम करता है या फिर मोटर बंद करने का चांस होता है। इसीलिए अगर हम ये सब ड्राइव यूज़ करें तो इस लोड थोड़ा हम लोग का जब सिंक्रोनाइज हो जाता है लोड से तभी होता है, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बेनिफिटेड है। नेक्स्ट, सेम इसमें जैसे कि पहले का जो हम लोग का डिज़ाइन का जो पार्ट था उसमें यह था कि डायरेक्ट हम लोग CMPDI को देते थे, वहाँ से अप्रूव होकर आता था। पर अभी जैसे CMPDI में ये बोला गया है, इंस्ट्रक्शन मिला है कि नहीं पहले प्रोजेक्ट में हो, तो इसमें ये प्रॉब्लम होगा कि इसमें नंबर ऑफ स्टेप्स बहुत बढ़े जाएंगे कि पहले प्रोजेक्ट में होगा, फिर सब्सिडरी में GM सिविल, GM इंडम के पास आए, फिर CMPDI के पास जाएगा, सबमिट होगा, उसके बाद फिर से क्या है वहाँ से कमेंट आएगा, फिर रिव्यू होगा। तो ये क्या करेगा, ये डिले एनालिसिस को और इंक्रीज़ कर देगा और जो एग्जीक्यूशन है और डिले होगा। इसीलिए सबसे बेस्ट है जो पहले जो प्रोसेस था उसी को अडॉप्ट करें तो ठीक रहेगा। नेक्स्ट, अब ऑपरेशन पार्ट में हमारा जो चैलेंजेस है हम लोगों ने जो फेस किया है, CHP का अवेलेबिलिटी है उसके कैलकुलेशन को मोर डिफाइन किया जाए। जहाँ भी CHP का स्ट्रीम 2 या 2 से ज़्यादा है वहाँ पर जो अवेलेबिलिटी है वो क्लियरली डिफाइन नहीं है, क्योंकि अवेलेबिलिटी कंप्लीट CHP पे दिया गया है। तो हमें यह प्रॉब्लम होता है कि जहाँ 2 CHP है वहाँ पर हम कैसे उसको कैलकुलेट करें, या फिर ऐसे जगह जहाँ CHP डो टेल किया जा रहा है CHP पर, क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम यह है कि मान लीजिए जो पुराना CHP है वो बंद रहेगा तो फिर उसका इम्पैक्ट नए वाले पर आएगा। तो ये कुछ भी मतलब डिफाइन नहीं है, तो इसको थोड़ा अच्छे से डिफाइन किया जाए ताकि हम लोग को कोई भी एम्बिग्यूटी ऑपरेशन पीरियड में ना आए, फेयर असेसमेंट हो और EIC को किसी भी जो अपना मतलब एबिलिटी का परसेंटेज देना हो उसको बहुत ही ईजी हो, कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम ना आए। नेक्स्ट, मैन पावर असिस्टमेंट। ये वैसे मैक्सिमम लोगों ने बोल दिया, ये बात भी करेक्ट है कि मैन पावर असिस्टमेंट ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस में कुछ भी नहीं दिया गया है, जिसके कारण ये होता है कि जो पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं वो इसमें बहुत ही कम प्राइस बिड कोट करते हैं, जिसके कारण ये होता है कि जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट किया जाता है वो इनएडुकेट रहता है, उससे सेफ्टी कंसर्न का बहुत बड़ा इशू है। इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि जो NIT में ऐसा प्रोविज़न किया जाए कि जिसमें मैन पावर डिप्लॉयमेंट सही हो, जिससे हमें सेफ ऑपरेशन ऑफ CHP इक्विपमेंट मिले, जो हमारे लिए जो भी हाउस कीपिंग हो उसका स्टैंडर्ड अच्छा हो, और सभी जो भी फॉल्ट या फिर अटेंड करना हो वो बहुत ही स्मूथ और इफ़ेक्टिव रहे। नेक्स्ट, ये भी बात मतलब डिस्कस हो गया है, पर फिर भी बता दें कि जो NIT में क्या है, फायर डिटेक्शन सिस्टम का बात किए हैं हमने, पर हम लोगों ने ऑटोमेटिक फायर सप्रेशन सिस्टम स्पेशली फॉर सब स्टेशंस का पैनल का बात नहीं किया है, क्योंकि सब स्टेशन पैनल एक ऐसा है कि अगर उसमें फॉल्ट होगा तो आपका पूरा सिस्टम कोलैप्स कर जाएगा। इसलिए जो के साथ साथ फायर सप्रेशन सिस्टम भी उसमें प्रोविज़न किया जाए ताकि कुछ भी वैसा प्रॉब्लम अराइज ना हो। दूसरा एक और हम लोग ये बोल रहे हैं कि जो NIT में ऐसा गाइडलाइन आप ऐसा प्रोवाइड करिए कि जिसमें यह स्पेसिफाई हो, अभी जो NIT है उसमें क्या है कि कुछ भी गाइडलाइन डिज़ाइन इक्विपमेंट में ऐसा प्रोविज़न नहीं दिया गया है किसी को बिडर के लिए कि भाई आप ऐसा डिज़ाइन करिए जिससे हमको मतलब मिनिमम इन्वेंट्री का रिक्वायरमेंट हो, क्योंकि हम ये देखें कि किसी एक कन्वेयर में मैक्सिमम नंबर ऑफ पुलिस ड्रम वगैरह यूज़ करते हैं, गियर बॉक्स मोटर बहुत ज़्यादा रहते हैं और सभी के साइजेस अलग रहते हैं, तो उसमें इन्वेंट्री कॉस्ट बहुत ही बढ़ जाता होता है। अगर उस डिज़ाइन को उसमें NIT को इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया जाए कि भाई आप ऐसे तरह से डिज़ाइन करिए कि मतलब जिसमें मिनिमम इन्वेंट्री लगे, ड्यूरिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन भी लगे, या फिर जब हम उसको ऑपरेट कर सकें 5 साल के बाद तो भी हमारा पार्ट्स कम लगे, जो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। नेक्स्ट, हम लोग ने ये भी एक फील किया है कि जनरली जो फर्स्ट कन्वेयर होता है जो रिसीविंग पिट से कोल को हमें कन्वे करता है, उसकी लेंथ जनरली 300-500 और कभी कभी तो लगभग 1 किलोमीटर तक भी पाई गई है। तो जिससे ये प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है कि जैसे मान लिया कभी कभी जब फॉरेन मटेरियल उस पर गिरता है तो वो क्या करता है, पूरे बेल्ट को डैमेज कर सकता है, जिसके कारण जो डाउन टाइम है वो बहुत ही इंक्रीज हो जा रहा है। तो इसलिए उस डाउन टाइम को कम करने के लिए ये किया जाए कि जो बेल्ट का साइज़ है उसको रिड्यूस कर दीजिए, क्योंकि जब बेल्ट का साइज़ छोटा हो जाएगा, लेंथ अगर छोटा रहेगा तो उसको हैंडल करना बहुत ही ईजी होगा, और जब लॉन्ग रहेगा तो उसमें हम मैन पावर डिप्लॉयमेंट और हमारा जो डाउन टाइम है उसको बढ़ा देगा। तो इसीलिए जो फर्स्ट बेल्ट जो भी जिससे रिसीविंग पिट हो उसका साइज़ को छोटा किया जाए, जिससे हम लोग का डाउन टाइम कम रहे और हम लोग का प्रोडक्टिविटी और यूटिलाइजेशन सभी इंक्रीज हो। Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to call Sirwal, Manager E&M from CCL, to come on the stage for his PPT.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Respected CMD sirs, respected Director Saab, and all the dignitaries present here, and my colleagues, please. Sir, now many things has been already been discussed in this last few discussions. Sir, I will carry forward some new points. And before that, I will be taking, this first slide shows the CCL's contribution towards the MOC target for mechanized loading, for the mechanized coal evacuation up to 994 MTY. And, sir, okay, sir. So for today's discussion, we will be, next please, next slide. For the today's discussion, we will be keeping very short. We have included 6 points, sir. And first one, we will be discussing about the boundary wall across the CHP. And second, that how to adopt the multi-hopper bunker or split bunkers to handle the different grades of coal, and what issues we are already facing in CCL. And third, we will explore the alternate options for OHE system. As of now, the RRCS system has been proposed in NITs, and how we can introduce the another system. We will have a glimpse of it. And another, we will discuss about the digital initiative taken by CCL that to introduce a in-house software tracker for streamlining the drawing scrutiny process. And we will also be discussing about expanding CMS condition monitoring system scope of work, that is to introduce the AI ML things, and for the integration of digital twin. And last but not the least, we will be discussing also about how to strengthen the quality audit scope. Next, please. Sir, as we all know about these 3 stages of FMC project completion, That is, we starts from pre-tendering stage, and another goes with the tendering, and then the execution part. So this thing we can skip, so. So starting right away from the first point, that is boundary wall across CHP. So current boundary wall only around the service buildings, that is main office, substation, pump houses, etc. So our suggestion is to incorporate this boundary wall across the CHP, throughout CHP, across the service road within the battery limit. And one more suggestion is that CMPDI may include the minimum length and specifications should be clearly defined in the NIT to avoid further to avoid the post-contract confusions. And there are several advantages of it which have already been discussed in the most important is the security and safety and the prevention of theft. Next point I want to point out is about improvement in the bunker design. So in the case where there is a variation of the grade, like we are already facing in CCL, we have G6 to G8. So in that case, our current NIT only provisions the bunkers that is designed to handle the single grade of coal, but it may be modified to a multi-hopper bunker with vibro-feeder arrangement that has already been running in ACCLs and ACCL, and or with the internal partition wall with plough feeder arrangement. This has also been provisioned in JVR, SCCL, Singareni coalfields. That can help us that can help us to accommodate multiple coal grades, and CMPDI can take this issue. So this will enable us for the operational flexibility and also the grade specific handling. Next, please. So I want to highlight one more one aspect of the discussion is OHE. Current NIT, we all know that there is a provision of erection and commissioning of our OCS system underneath silos, where wagons are loaded via silo chutes. And there are certain conditions that it should be isolated from main OHE network, and it has to be with the compliance of RDSO guidelines, and we have to take approval from zonal CE, Chief Electrical Engineer, and a minimum 25-meter straight track on both sides of the silo is required. Next. If you can see the video, that is of Parsa Kanta, Adani coalfields, where RRCS system is already running there. थोड़ा इसको speed up कर सकते हैं क्या please? Okay. So in this system, there are several stakeholders involved. First of all, as we know that we give the tender to EPC contractor. EPC contractor award the work of OHE to certain OEMs, and there are certain railway agencies involved. That is to install the main OHE network, dono side mein. And we have certain approving authority like Indian Railways, RDSOs, and of course we have siding owner, that is CL subsidiary. And after all, we required a separate operational maintenance personnel. So what are the challenges of this existing system? There are certain challenges that this OHE RRCS system is a complex mechanism because it involves several components, a number of components in which 4 are specialized, especially designed for this system. It involves the motor, actuator, rail, hinges, guide, cable, etc. And the power requirement for this OHE system is separate. We require a separate LT power, and any failure can halt the entire operations. We have also some risk of transition zone risk, and improper design can definitely cause arcing or pantograph derailment. We have certain retractable failure. ये भी chance हो सकता है that in case of the incomplete retraction, it can damage the pantograph or silo chute. And there are certain अगर isolation का failure हो गया, there is an increased risk of electrical accidents. Also, there is a huge capex, to 2 से 3% of the project cost is used, and it is a manpower intensive because it requires a skilled personnel. It has to work in the harsh environment impact. Also, क्योंकि coal dust, heat, vibration degrade insulators, actuators, it may degrade. Also, there is constant dust separation in that wagon loading system. So that water ingression can also damage this electromechanical system. So there are several issues. Next. So I like to introduce the alternate option which has been installed in the Rajdhar siding. Rajdhar siding is an Pipavav open cast mine, CCL. Here we can see the contact wire that is anchored inside the silo at a certain distance at both the ends, and this is done by the railway agency. Here no OEMs are involved. This is operated and maintained by railway only, and this is a schematic diagram of that RDML siding. Here we can see that the contact wires are situated at the inside the silo. Next. And this option has also got the recommendation from railway. Railway has categorically mentioned that out of the various OHE arrangement made in the silos of RDML, Dudichua, Bina, KRSL, Krishila, it is reached to a conclusion that OHE arrangement made in RDML from local utilization and manpower utilization point of view. And this option offers a very simple design, and it has a very limited stakeholder. There is no integration issue between railways and siding owner. That is a very important point, because for the 5 years, the O&M can maintain the system. But after 5 years, it will be very difficult to integrate and subsidies of CIL. So here we can have no maintenance burden on siding owner for OHE system, and also low capex. Previous slide. The main challenges ahead is this existing Rajdhar siding is on 14-meter silo and with a single track underneath. But we have to design the system in the silos of 18 meters with 2 railway line passing underneath it. So we have to do certain and control room size, basically to install the goalpost type structure or structure beam for anchoring the contact wire inside the silo at both ends. Next. So here is the silo of North Urimari CHP, where we can see the 2 lines passing underneath the silo. And next. Here it is a typical silo arrangement wherein we can install, we can make certain provisions that C1 columns, the structure beam or some goalpost structure should be accommodated for the anchoring of the contact wires. Next. So here I like to introduce one of the digital initiative taken by CCL, that is to development of in-house drawing management software, and the name is Tracker. Tracker Transparent Review. Previous slide, please. Tracker is the transparent review and approval system for project monitoring and evaluation. And here we can integrate data, development of integrated portal for FMC and aligned infrastructures. Next. As it can be discussed that the existing manual drawing scrutiny process is having some process delays, that minimum, because first of all the contractor submits their drawing to the subsidiary company, and after it has been followed, and it is a long process. And in order to minimize this all delays, we can say that in order to optimize the process, we have introduced, we are in the process of developing an in-house software, and in this we will be having a 3 interface one will be for the upload the drawings in that portal only. That will be automatically been transferred to same PDI through the subsidiary company. So next, here are some of the challenges that we face in the manual drawing scrutiny process. It is a very time consuming because we have to manual handling, stamping and circulation, which slows the review cycles. Also, there is a lack of version control and traceability because drawings are somewhat approved in the several versions. So it is very difficult to track those versions, that which is the correct. And also there is a sequence of drawing to be approved. First system drawings are approved, followed by mechanical and civil. And sometimes there is a poor collaboration between these, that अगर मान लीजिए civil drawing approval करना है, we need certain help from the mechanical. If all the drawings are integrated in one portal, it will be easy for access. And another thing is the data management issues. Now all the drawing process are manual, physical, so it is having risk of being lost, misplaced or damaged. And also there is a lack of analytics. We cannot analyze common errors, review time or process delays. Also there is no digital integration. We cannot connect with the ERP or project management or PM softwares. So next. So what are the advantages of the tracker? It will be having a very transparent process. It will be having a very transparent system, and it will be fully automated and paperless environment, and it will be enabling the delay analysis. The most important part is we can have the digital archive of all past and future drawings. It will definitely significantly shorten the approval cycle and reduce impact of drawing delays on project execution. And it will also enable the data security, authenticity and control access. Also, online MIS reports for real-time project monitoring can be achieved with this platform. Next, the similar type of platform has already been developed by NTPC. It has been followed by PowerGrid, DVCs. Basically, tracker. The idea of tracker has been taken from these portals only, but it has been customized as per our requirement. So CCL is already taking this initiative, and 50% of the work has already been completed. We will be soon launching the beta version of this software by end of August. Another point, what we felt that there is some contractor give very limited drawings for the scrutiny, and another contractor submits even a small component of the drawing. So, so it is suggested that a standard list of drawings may be included in the NIT, so that it can be standardized. इसके एक पहले previous slide. Yeah. Now we have the provision of condition monitoring system in our NIT, which is only limited to ST drives, that is 100 kilowatt and above, and measure the vibration, temperature, RPM, etc. So now all the maintenance are done, all the preventive maintenance are done as per the current practice, and accordingly corrective action is been taken. So this CMA system can be a foundation for the digital twin enabled predictive maintenance. So we can enhance the scope of this CMA system, especially for the critical conveyors like silo loading conveyor, tripper conveyor, long distance conveyor, silos, plow feeders, sizers, etc. We can include several sensors apart from this vibration, temperature and RPM sensors. Few of the sensors are already mentioned here. Present NIT has no mention of system integration. We can integrate with this SCADA or SAP. This the online analytics is possible. Last but not the least, I will go through the quality audit of under construction project. Presently, CMPDI is conducting quality audits every 6 months as per the directives. So here the suggestions that quality audit is a very important aspect. We can take it on a quarterly basis, rather semi-annual. And it is also suggested that okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. With this, we have completed the presentation part given by EIC and the executives dealing with the FMC projects in CIL subsidiaries. Moving to the next part in which the presentation will be different vendors. In this connection, I would like to request a representative from Messrs Premium Transmission Limited to come on the stage, and there is a small request to complete their session within 10 minutes as we are running late. So please complete your session within 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your respected chairman, respected CMDs and dignitaries and audience. Well, I'm from Premium Transmission, so I'm Arun Putran. So my presentation will be based on something about the company for 5 minutes, and then I will talk about the new products that we have already launched and which will be useful for the conveyor sections, right? So coming to Premium Group of companies, we have there since 64 years. Actually, in every industries, we have our presence. Yeah, next. So there's a history. I think we are known more as Greaves Cotton because we started somewhere in 1859. And in 1947, it is taken by Thapar Group of companies. So it's even today a Thapar Group of company. And Greaves Cotton, I think in 1961, we tied up with David Brown, UK for the gearbox technology. In 1978, with Fluid Drive UK for the fluid coupling technology. And in 2004, we hired out of Greaves Cotton, became a separate entity. Okay, Greaves Cotton had various business groups. So we hired out and became Premium TID. And once we are Premium Transmission Limited, that we basically acquired one company in 2011, that is a geared motor company in Germany. It was earlier known as Rexnord Stephen. And that's how we got the technologies of the European market in all our products. We also have Planetary Gearboxes with us, and we also have a technology center opened in 2019 at Calcutta. So going forward, I mean, we keep on launching new products. That's been a trend with us. And recently, we formed a group company wherein we have 3 verticals. One is Premium Transmission, which is gearboxes, fluid couplings, gear motors, planetary gearboxes. Second is Premium Motion, which is more into the renewable energy sector. That is, we supply tracking solutions for the solar panels. And then we have the Premium Care, which is a service to all servicing activities. I'll just finish this. Yeah, next. So why Premium? I think we have 150 years of group legacy. Our Premium Care Center spread across India. We have it at Bhubaneswar, Ahmedabad, at Pune, at Hyderabad. So these are the areas we have a Premium Care Centers. We have an engineering technology center, I mean, based at Pune and satellite countries, and plus the state-of-the-art manufacturings. So over 70 plus technocrats, I think we are spread all over. Next. So that's the 3 verticals, what I was talking about. Premium Transmission, it's more on the transmission products, gearboxes, fluid cups. Premium Motions, more on the solar tracking solutions. And Premium Care is a service vertical, where we provide all kinds of servicings to any make of gearboxes and fluid couplings. Yeah, next. So there's a presence, I mean, not only in India, we have a presence spread across the globe, right from Australia to the America. Yeah, next. So that's Premium Transmission, that's what I was talking. This is one vertical. Next. So here we have all kinds of gearboxes, right from worm. I think the technology what we had, the European. David Brown, we extended it. We have gone right up to 1000 kilonewton meter in the helical gearboxes. Planetary gearboxes we could give right up to 6700 kilonewton meter. Gear motors up to 90 kilowatt, and fluid couplings, constant type up to 2 megawatt and variable type up to 11 megawatt. Yeah. Next. So coming to Premium Motion, this is a solar panel cleaning. I mean, the products that we give, I'll give and show in the next slide. That we have linear actuators for moving the panels, sleeve drives for moving the panels, the BLDC motors, the solar panel cleaning robots for cleaning the solar panels, and the dampers to take the shock absorbers. This is basically we supply mostly in the American and the European markets. So we have almost 50 crore of Indian rupees turnover, and we are growing in this. So it's a separate vertical that we are already there. So coming to Premium Care, next. So here we do all multi-brand refurbishments. I mean, we do we take annual maintenance contract, we do preventive and predictive maintenance. So there's a separate vertical, separate team who are working on the installation and commissioning services also we provide for the gearboxes, fluid couplings. We also supply all kinds of spares, and of course, we also provide consultancy training to all your team members who are there. So these are separate vertical, and we have service centers which are spread across India, so that anybody could bring the gearbox. If it's a huge one, they could refurbish it and give it back to you. And we give a warranty for that also, for the auto spares we are replacing. Yeah. So there's a manufacturing units. I think we have the state of the art, all critical to quality manufacturing is done inside, right? Next. And design, I think we have the latest software. We use the KISSes for the gearboxes, PTC Creo 7.0. We have Pro Mechanica, CAE, CFD. I think we have kept ourselves addressed in the latest technologies or the softwares that we have, we could do for it. Yeah. Next. I think this is something giving back to the society. I think we call it as Swati. Here we take the underprivileged girl students. We sponsor with from one of the prime institution, that is Symbiosis at Pune. And these people are, it's a 2-year course. They complete the course. We give them implant training also. Then they are given placements also. I think in and around Pune, we have already provided them job opportunities so that their family also grow. So till date, I think almost 200 plus girl students are already enrolled and engaged in some of the company, employed by some of the companies. That's in short about my company. Yeah. So I will talk about the new products that we are talking about, and I will just tell, I think next slide. So these are the conventional products that we have been regularly supplying. I mean, supplying for all the material handling equipments, maybe worm, helical, planetary, gear motors, fluid couplings, variable as well as the constant type. Now something that has come, which is a requirement. Next slide. There's a tunnel housing gearboxes where it's more of a power pack drive with an alignment free. I mean, you don't have to align it at the site. I think it's something like that. You could directly mount it on the conveyor. I'll just show in the next slide. So what it consists of is it's a motor. Either you could have a fluid coupling. There's a tunnel housing that is where the fluid coupling or the flexible coupling could be mounted. The motor will be on the back side, and then on the gearbox, a right angle gearbox, with a rigid coupling on the output, which directly gets mounted onto the pulley. So what's the advantage you have? You don't have to do the alignment of the motor, coupling and the gearbox. Okay, directly mounts it on your conveyor. You don't require a foundation also. I mean, there's no foundation required. There is just a torque arm. If you see the torque arm at the bottom, there's just a torque arm that you have to provide, which has a self-aligning bearing in it. So the load is taken by the conveyor and this torque arm, and you could directly mount it. Where there's a space constraint, means your expensive foundation, pads, everything is removed. This is something more we have supplied mainly to the underground mines as well as the surface mines in the American and the Russian mines. That's where we have given it. So it's already proven one. I mean, since 2 years, it's already working at the site, and it could also do the job of multifunction. I mean, if you see the head conveyor and a tail pulley, we have supplied for that applications also. So this is one such gearbox what we are given. I mean, it's a complete package, powered pack. It is our helical gearbox with for 300 HP or 225 kilowatt. Means 1750 means it's for the American market, and it's given with a gearbox, a tunnel housing, output of rigid coupling, and plus flexible coupling with a torque arm. So this could be also be shaft mounted as well as solid mounted. Yeah, next slide. So this is another arrangement. I mean, there's a real cross section of it. You can see there's a motor mounting flanges there. Okay, and you have the flexible coupling, then the gearbox. Plus, we could also provide special cooling arrangement. Again, we could provide a jacket on the gearbox. I mean, the radial fan will directly flow through it. So that is a special arrangement that we are given. and this is with the output rigid coupling. Yeah, next slide. This is another version where we are given along with the fluid coupling, which is also working in the market. So it's again for a 55 kilowatt, but the ratio is high, that is 116. So almost gearbox, tunnel housing, fluid coupling with FTD, torque arm and flange mounting motor. So this is a scope, I think, with the given. Yeah, next slide. So that's how the sectional arrangement looks like, and that's the actual photograph. So there is a motor with a fluid coupling, with a tunnel housing and a torque arm. So there's a flexibility you have. You could directly mount it on the gearbox, on the conveyors. So just to sum it up, I mean, what is the advantages you are having? One is there is no foundation required. I think you could totally do away with the foundation. Second is it is alignment free because you could directly mounting on it, and just a torque arm you have to fix it as per your requirement, grout it, and that's it. So there is nothing like you have to, because all the fluid coupling, motor, everything factory fitted and sent to you. Second, various mounting option possible. I think it could be either shaft, if you want the solid shaft output, or you want a flange shaft output. Then you have an increased thermal capacity. What I mean by it is, because there is no foundation, the bottom surface of the gearbox is also exposed to the atmosphere or to the environment. So there is one more area available for heat dissipation. Plus the gearbox design we have made it such that it has good fan flow if there's a fan fitted on it, and it has a lot of ribs inside for internal strengthening. We have also increased the power to weight ratio of the gearbox. I mean the same gearbox could transmit more power. How? We have done the longitudinal and profile correction of the gears, and plus we have also increased the face width. Okay, and then definitely there's a versatile mounting options. I mean, even if you want to change the handling of the gearbox from right to left or left to right, you have to just rotate the gearbox. You don't have to open the gearbox and remove the shaft and put it on the other side. I mean, this is as a versatile, it is adaptable. So you could mount it on any handings you want. Plus we have also provided inbuilt oil passage. If you see, I mean, there are pockets over the bearings. Okay, there are pockets passage, so that at any position if you put it, I mean, there will be some oil on the pockets, oil passages are there. So that bearing is always dipped in the oil, and there is a good lubrication happening. Secondly, of course, the internal ribbing for strengthening, and moreover, I mean, we have provided channels on the casing. The channels, if you see, that is basically to provide some RTDs or vibration sensors from the IoT point of view. I mean, if you want to incorporate an IoT in this gearbox, you could always put it because there are provisions. Otherwise, if the gearbox are flat, drilling from the top to the RTD, it becomes a bit tedious. But here we have provided a space for the bearing where you could directly provide the drilling holes. For the provision, you could put an RTD and take an IoT for it. So this is all about the gearbox, which has proven in the market. I mean, it's already running at the Americans and the Russian mines. Okay, so I think this is something we wanted to talk about to you of these gearboxes. So that's it from my side. Yeah. Thank you.
Next is Messrs. Voith. I request a representative from Messrs.
Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So till the time we see my slides so basically in the screen. So I'm Shomiran Singho. I look after the sales of Voith. So before going into the direct topic of our today's topic, so I will just take you a couple of minutes to take you through my company profile in a very quick fashion. Okay. So next. So this is Voith in figures. Basically, we recorded 5.2 billion euro of sales in the last financial year in 2024. So we are countries and more than 22,000 of employees, and we invest heavily in the R&Ds to have the sustainable technological solutions we can contribute to the industry basically. So we invest around 4.1% to the R&Ds. Next.
So we have mainly three divisions: Foyt, Hydro, Paper, Turbo. I'm not going into detail in the other things. So in Foyt Turbo, basically there are so many divisions. As because time is very short, so I'm not going into details. So division industry is belongs to, and we build basically the drivetrains for the industry, and this is our mining portfolio. So this is a field control, constant field couplings. I think you must have known about the Foyt constant field coupling. We have the thousands, hundred thousands of installed bases across the globe. So this is our Hesse pulleys. Next. So this is our installation basis of the Hesse pulleys. Basically, we build the critical pulleys. Critical pulleys means the engineered pulleys, not like the commodity pulleys. This is the you can apply where the belt tensions are the higher, around more than 200 kilonewton belt tensions. In those cases, basically, these critical pulleys are installed. In South America, so you can find our dominating market in the South America, where basically the conveyors are the much more larger, and you have the critical pulleys. Next. So about the belt conveyor drives. So before that, we want to tell you basically we are having around 50 years of experience in the conveyor designing. Yes, Foyt, we do the designing and simulations of the conveyors like other companies like CDIs do. So we also do the same things, and we impart our knowledge of the conveyor designing and experiences into the drives wherever and whenever we used to offer. We also have basically the AI-based drive monitoring systems. I think before me, some of the people has already talked about this. Provide basically the AI-based module, which is very much helpful for the predictive maintenance. So if required, definitely we can talk in detail in later if you are interested. We also have Build Genius ARIC. We call it as a Build Genius ARIC or digital twin. It's basically the dashboards of your live conveyor. The accuracy level is more than 99.5%, and you can have the real-time update of your conveyors regarding any sections, any belt tensions of the sections, belt performance, energy performance indicators, how much motor is being utilized, how much power is being utilized, and what is the balance, how much maximum capacity you can utilize, or how much belt tension you can utilize. Those things also we design. It's a purely digital product. And next. So this is the product, basically the turbo belt drive control. It's combined with a turbo belt TPXL. It's specifically for the belt conveyor drive application. We'll talk detail about this product next. So in Foyt, not only we are the German company, but we are here in India since 1980s, and we are having two workshops in Hyderabad, and we are manufacturing basically all these TPXL couplings and the pulleys and the R couplings, S couplings, everything from here, and we are supplying globally. Okay, next. So the main topic is basically what we have chosen, though we have the several products, but the main topic is why you need a adaptive control start for high torque, high inertia conveyors. Basically, next. In earlier days, the conveyors were very small, the capacities were lower, let's say for the 1000 TPH, 2000 TPH, but now we are talking about the 5000, 6000, 7000, 8000, something like that. So basically, as the capacities are getting increased, so basically your drives are also becoming much more critical, and you need a reliable drive system. Okay, and why you need a reliable system? Basically, the higher the torque basically requirement. So basically, so you will have the higher acceleration torque during the belt startup. For any belt conveyor, the critical part is basically the startup of the belt. So if you can control the startup of the belt, then you are done basically. So otherwise, any time is not at all a critical operation. So if you just go back to the previous one. Yeah, so if you are not able to control the startup properly, then you might face a lot of problems. Like you might end up with a higher belt rating, the lower belt life, the higher belt dynamics will increase, as because whenever you have the shorter time, you are starting the belt and reaching to the nominal speed. Definitely the torque will be much higher than the nominal level. You will require that amount of torque, and it will lead to the higher belt dynamics, it will lead to the higher wear and tear of the pulleys, and the lower availability. In short, you will have the much more downtime and the lower availability of the system. You will face also the problem in the overloading conveyor, startup problem in the overloading conveyor. This is very common in the mining. I was in ThyssenKrupp earlier days, so I know this is a very common. Many customers came to me basically regarding this key. We are facing the problem whenever the conveyor is stopped and the conveyor is fully loaded or heavily loaded, as because you cannot control, you cannot do the things, always the conveyor will start at 100% load. It's not possible. Sometimes the load will be around 110%, 120%, so at that time you will be having problem, and you will have the belt slippage also. You will not be able to use the properly the availability of the system. Next. So, as long as basically we are increasing the capacities of the conveying system, so you are now going ahead with the multiple drives. So whenever you are having the single drives, it becomes very simpler and easier. But if you are having the multiple drives, the dynamics entirely got changed. So if you can see there is I have given an example of the two drives basically. So in the left side, top left, you can see a chart basically where you can see the load sharing amongst the different drives. So if you don't have any controlling mechanism along with the adaptability, I mean it should be a feedback system. It should take the actual feedback from your live system, from your how much percentage is belt loaded, and based on that the system should react accordingly. It should not be a time dependent function only, like just you will put this amount of time, you will put up the acceleration torque and all. It should not be like that. So it should be the adaptive system. Go to the next. So here you can see there are three motors. Basically, three motors are starting up at definite time interval. Definitely, you should have this kind of graph basically where all the three motors will take care almost similar load. Definitely, 100% equal load sharing is not possible and not feasible also, as because it will be much more sensitive. In that case, you will be losing the techno economy also. So in that case, so every drive should take care about the equal load sharing, even if and it should be. Go back to the next previous slide also. Yeah. So next. So our drives is basically the toe belt drive controller with TPXL. So we are having 20 years of this kind of drive experience, and it's a very quick installation. It's applicable for retrofit as well. So we have the remote service capability and in any environment. Next. So this is a typical view of basically. So this is the controller, what he has been shown in the bottom. So this controller is placed. You can place it anywhere. So you don't need to put it in AC room or something like that. You can put it in the transfer tower itself, and it will communicate with your plant PLC as well as the two drives or multiple drives, whatever is installed in the conveyor, and it can take care up to the 8 drives in a single conveyor. So. And it is basically each drive should talk to each multiple drives. Otherwise, you will never get a equal load sharing in case of multi-drive application. Okay, go to the next. Yeah. So this is the coupling part. Other previous one is the controller part. This is the coupling part. We have both two versions, self-supported as well as the motor flange versions. Next. Yeah. So here you can see basically the startup control and before. Yeah, this is the case of the 100% load. You can see through the controller you can have a set point. Okay, in no cases this set point will be breached by any of the drives. So you will be protecting your drive equipments as well as the electrical circuit as well. So you can see there is a very smooth torque built up as well as the horizontal curve. In constant torque machines like belt conveyors, you should have a horizontal curve. You can see here. Go to the next. This is for the partial load. That is what I was talking about, the adaptive systems. So in case of it will take the feedback from and it will automatically adjust the torque ramp up accordingly to have the startup time, the overall startup time. So that means if you want to have the startup time for so long inertia, high inertia conveyors should be around let's say 120 seconds or 150 seconds you have. So it can calculate automatically. You can see the difference amount of how less amount of torque you are in case of the procedural loaded. So it will take the feedback from your PLC, and it's on the real time basis. Go to the next. It is also having the provision of the heavy load start. So and everything you can do it through by basically on the fingertips. No need of manual intervention. For the heavy load also, it will be able to start the conveyor by putting up the set point to some safer limit just above the nominal operations. Go to the next. Yeah. So there are, before going to the next slide, yeah. So there are some other features also for this. It's a heavy load start. I have already discussed. So one drive off, one drive disconnected. For your HT motor, this feature is very important, like hot standby in mining. So you don't want to start and stop your HT motor. So this feature is also included over here. So the feature 5, it's not applicable here for India. So you will have the belt inspection speed also. You can run the conveyor at 20% speed also for the inspection purpose. Then the heat exchanger control is also being done from the same turbo wheel drive controller. So standstill cooling is always there. Whenever your conveyor is not running at the time also, this TPXL couplings will get also cooled through this heat exchange, and so that you can have a number of starts much more than, let's say 7, 8, something like that. Number of starts in an hour. Go to the previous slide. Yeah, so can you please run the animation? So there is a small bit of animation. I think you will be able to understand. Oh yeah. Go to the next. Just okay. This is the heavy load start. This is the snapshot of the heavy load start from the controller. Next. These are the yeah. Back. Go back to the back. Yeah, this one is basically very interactive in the controller. If you have it will have the alarm system also. If you can see any alarm by clicking on that, so you can see how it is easier for the operation and maintenance people also to find out where is the problem with the photo and all this. Next. This is the remote services. Go to the reference. Yeah. So reference. Yeah. So whenever we have supplied this kind of solution across any continent in the world, so you talk about Australia, China, Europe, US, everywhere we have supplied the latest experience, latest reference, and we always proudly tell about this North America Atlas sand. You can Google it and you can get it, Sand Dune Express. So it's a 70-kilometer total long conveying fleet, and out of that, the largest conveyor was 26 kilometer. And customer wanted to go ahead with us before BFDs basically. This entire dynamic simulations has been done by us along with the drives also. Okay, so all the drive packages we have supplied to this. There are around 30 drive packages we supplied, and each conveyor was having 6 drives. So 6 drives of 900 HP. So go to the next. So this is Southeastern Coalfield, Kusmonda, where we have supplied. This is yeah. Okay, thank you.
Request a representative from Messrs. Dodge Industrial to please join on the stage.
So good evening. Thank you CIL and CMPDIL giving us a platform to talk. Dodge different technology. Can you put in a presentation mode? Okay. So we are going to talk first about our company. Dodge is basically a US based company. We are a 145 years old company. And whatever the products we manufacture, we design ourselves, manufacture ourselves, and do the marketing ourselves. And whatever the product, if you see, it's innovative and global interchangeability.
safety is the main thing. Whatever the design is there, safety-centric designs, easy to install, maintain and remove. And features are rich, high quality, long lasting and total low cost of ownerships. Now, why customer come to Dodge? Basically, whatever the designs we have, whatever the products, it's a safety, innovative, technology, reliability and relationship. So basically, whatever the products is coming across the Dodge brand, if you see, we have a mounted bearings. So we have a different type of bearings. We know the pain of the bearings every plant. You know, Indian industry, if you say almost 40 years, some bearings are running 40 years like a power plant, IDFD fans using for last 40 years. And once you install, it runs for 20, 25 years. So without any, you don't require too much maintenance. Same way we have the gearing section where you have all different type of gearbox. Then we have a PT section where we have a pulley, couplings, everything. An IoT device also where we have a sensors. This sensor you can mount in the bearing gearbox where you can get the vibration, 3-axis vibrations and the temperatures. Now in industries, we are going to talk about the conveyor drives. In industries, a lot of different conveyor drives are there. Coming to fluid couplings, we know a lot of fluid coupling drives are there. But if you see the whenever the drives, fluid coupling manufacturer, same fluid coupling can be used for a different application. Same way VFD is also a good drives. All the fluid coupling VFDs are very good drives. When you put the VFD also, the same VFD, application-wise, different application you can use it. And when you come to a CST, CST we manufacture only for the conveyor application, no other applications. So we, Dodge as a product, when we manufacture any product, we manufacture on the application base. So we focus more on the applications. Now coming to a CST, talk about the CST, whenever you put the conveyor, whenever you put a long conveyor and any conveyor, you require a soft start. Without soft starts, basically soft starts mean smooth ramping to reach the full speed without giving any excessive stress on the systems. Now why we do the soft start on the conveyor? Basically belt is the costliest part of the conveyor. So the small video can show you how smoothly we can start the conveyor in a loaded conditions. So we put a glass of water, return belt, and you are starting the conveyor. You can see how smoothly we can start it in a fully loaded conditions. So these smooth start, basically we are not giving a jerk on the conveyor belt. When you don't give the jerk on the conveyor belt, the life of the belt increases basically. So we are talking about these smooth start on the conveyor. Can you stop? Go. Now, when you come to CST in a conveyor, you do not require a VFD, you do not require a fluid coupling. Basically, CST is not a product, it's a complete drive solutions. Basically, if you see, when you take the CST, you are getting a planetary gearbox with a hydroviscous clutch, cooling system, and the controller. So we supply as a complete drive solutions. So when you have the complete drive solution, we take the complete responsibility to running the conveyor very smoothly. Another thing, you know, whenever you put the conveyor tuning is the very, very important part. We put the conveyor, but if you don't do the proper tuning of the conveyor, then you have a problem. So when you take the projects, we take as a projects as a completely, and we do the tuning such a way so the conveyor life, component life, all these things increase. And today we have almost 4,500 CSTs running across the globe. We have a 35 years experience on the conveyor. Even India also, a lot of CST, almost 130 CSTs running today, different mines. Next. You know, in a conveyor, you have a different starting. Somebody start with a parabolic ram, somebody start with a linear ram. But when it's a CST, we start the conveyor very, very slowly. Time all roller and pulley movement should take place, then speed up and go to the final speed. And this looks like a S. That's why we call as a S curve starting. And total timing, what we can do, 0 to 300 seconds. That means any conveyor we can start in up to 5 minutes, depend upon the conveyor size and everything. But this timing we can change it according to the conveyor capacity. So when you are starting with a S curve on the conveyor, what are the benefit you are getting it? You can reduce the peak stress of the conveyor motor. That means if you start the electric motor, my gearbox output will not rotate. So virtually we are starting electric motor completely no load conditions. Then we can minimize the slippage between belt and pulley. When you slippage between a belt and pulley you minimize, your life of the pulleys goes up. Then another thing, you can reduce the complete shock of the conveyor structures. Basically when you reduce the conveyor shock, because you start it very smoothly, conveyor structures life goes up. Then we can reduce the peak stress by 15%. When you reduce the peak stress by 15%, you can go for a lower size of belt, because the belt is the costliest part of the conveyor. Then you reduce the take-up travel, because our case take-up will move gently, same place, not goes up and down. Let's have a movie and see this. This is the one of the conveyor start. It's a 4.5. 3 drives are there, 1 drive in tail end, 2 drive in head end. Now if you see, conveyor is, electric motor is rotating, but there is no movement on the pulley because we are going to engage the clutch. Now we are going to engage the clutch and see how smoothly you are running. It is rotating very, very smoothly if you see. So no jerk on the conveyor component, basically. And it is a fully loaded condition. Now you see the take-up movement. Here is the take-up movement, absolutely zero movement on the take-up. So that complete take-up structure's life goes up. Same way if you see, life of the pulley, life of the bearing, everything will go up. So we are talking about this smooth start on the conveyor, basically. Another things, today we have a multiple drives. We give the load sharing plus minus 2%. So we are not running the movie because due to time, we are not running limit. So that we can do it. Go next. Other than control, accelerated, decelerated RAM, unlimited start-stop power hour, we can do it. We can limit the torque, overload protections, all the major components, we can do it. Next. You know, whenever the material drops on the conveyor, a lot of shocks are generated, basically. Now, this is a small comparison of the different drives. When you have a VFD is a very good drive. So when the shocks come to a belt, these shocks goes to the pulley, ultimately it goes to the gearbox and the motors. It is there to absorb the shocks. Same way if you put the fluid coupling, shocks come from pulley, hammer the gearbox, fluid coupling absorbs it, motor is protected here. And when you come to a CST, shocks come from the pulley, but we have a hydroviscous clutch. Clutch basically absorbs the shocks, doesn't allow to the gearbox and the motors, so the life of the motors and gearbox goes up. to see this, our practical experience, next. This is one of the situation when you put the conveyor full speed and lock the clutch, and if you see the green line, this is a shock is coming to the directly to the electric motor. To overcome this one, we remove the lock of the clutch, and if you see all the shocks are gone. So these fine tuning we do during our commissioning time, because we measure each and everything. This is the, when it's the clutch, everybody thinks about the car clutch and everything. This is the one of the photograph where the clutch, after 10 years, how the conditions of the clutch. Now, we talk about whenever the conveyor loads come down, in a VFD you can slow down and save the energy. But the CST case, what we can do, we can switch it off one by one drives. This is one of the case study where we have done. When is the 6 drives is running, both if you can CST and VFD, what is the efficiency? And when the load is coming down, we can switch off the drive, because we can immediately declutch of any of the drives, because load is coming down, you don't require that much load. When it's running in the 3 drive, difference, because what happened in the VFD case, when the motor loads goes down below 80%, the motor efficiency is dropped very drastically. So that compared to take the complete drive efficiency on this time, you will get the better efficiency on the CST. So some reference across the globe, we have a China, US, Australia, Mexico, India, all these places our CST is running. Go next. So these are the customers at present using India the CSTs. And some of the Coal India installations is running for 8 to 9 years. And these are the EPC contractor we have done it. And globally, if you see more than 20 years running the CST across the globe, different CST application base. This is one of the conveyor in a Jaguar we have done it, where this conveyor is a 4000 TPH, both the drives are running. When this conveyor running at 2000 TPH, we switch it off the one drive by declutching the drives. So instant declutching you can do it, so it can be run, you don't require to open the couplings or anything. Go next. Can I run the movie quickly? Just to show the load side, how it looks like when it is starting the complete load. This is the conveyor, 4.5 kilometer conveyor. We put a glass of water. And if you see how smoothly, completely 4.5 kilometer conveyor running, starting with the conveyor, with a CST. So ultimately this conveyor speed is a 3.8 meter per second. So it will take some more time. You can cut it and go next. Across the globe, we have done 31 kilometer 5-flight conveyor. Very tricky conveyor. Some conveyor, one of the conveyor is 8.3 kilometer conveyor. If you see one drive in a tail end, one is a booster drive and 2 is a head end drive. So these are the tricky conveyor we done across the globe. Go next. This is a horizontal curve conveyor. Next. Silo conveyor. And then CST use lot in undergrounds. So we have a lot of underground installations. Go next. This is one of the conveyor is a 6.7 kilometer conveyor. It's a downhill and uphill in underground. One drive in a tail end, 2 drive in a head end. This is Alaska, minus 50 degree. Also we work on a minus 50 degree in Alaska. This is in Australia, in the mines conveyor, because the products are all in the mines. This is one of the conveyor in West Virginia with 7,000 TPH, 4,000 HP. These are the high power conveyor. This is again underground mines in the US. And if you see the number of drives are there, it's a continuous mines expansions. This is in a Colorado, 5,500 TPH. This is in Pennsylvania, running for 24 years, 99% reliability. And this is the Toromocho in Peru, 2.250 kilowatt, 4 drives. It's a very high power drives in a copper mines. So basically Dodge CST solution is a rope. Just 2 minutes. Go to next slide. We want to show another thing. You know, bearing is a chapter where, you know, why the bearings are failed. 80% bearing are failed for the lubrication issue, 10% incorrect installation, 9% wrong bearing on others. So we have some bearings which is used for the mining applications. Go next. Today you have a Pama block bearing, all are separately you purchase. This is called our ISN or safety mount bearing. It is a 1 unit and very easy to install, easy to take out. Can just the movie? How easy you can install, how easy you can take out. So when you use the safety mount, you require a 1 person. Normal bearing, you require a 2 person. So 13.2 minute you can mount it. This one mounting tech. This is the normal way to do it. So that is the time difference. How can you save it today? That's all from our.
So thanks everyone for patient listening. See, what is important in my view is considering overall system instead of looking at a component or a drives or say VFD or CST or say fluid coupling. So overall system is important, and while selecting, what I would always see is basically not one size fit all. Depending upon your conveyor requirement or size, speed, something which is important for sizing, which can be typically used. Another is what is the purpose. Our purpose is actually to have the green, you can say environmental friendly. Second is the productivity and availability. Availability is very, very important, and these drives can provide 98% plus availability. So those are some of the important aspects. We can have the continuous monitoring of the system in this. We can also sitting at you can say remote places. So that is one of the important aspect. Saving the belt life, because belt is 60% of the cost of the conveyor. So saving the belt life, optimizing the belt size, these are some of the added advantage which can be considered while doing so. Another important thing is we have seen that we have a large experience in this particular field, 50 plus years on doing this with continuous innovation. So some of the comments what we see that it is only one company who is providing, but when it comes to innovation, you know, it is started by one, then it can be followed by others. So that is what is also important. The world today in the conveying system is going towards the permanent magnet motors with, you can say, direct drive solutions. And that is where I think moving towards the better technology is definitely going to help. That's all from.
Next, I request a representative from Messrs. PPS International to come on the stage, please.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much, CMPDI and CIL, to give us this opportunity to showcase our product on this platform. This is the first time that we are interacting with coal industry. Normally, we have been serving to railways. all our 100% products are meant only for railways. So we have only one customer, that is Indian Railways and Metro System. So one of our equipment is also find the application in your industry. So we have developed 100% indigenously retractable OHE system in India. So it's my own company, it's a first generation business. After working for 16 years in the industry, I started my own company from zero, and today by the grace of God, in 20 years we are now a large company having 600 employees. We have developed more than 50 import substitutes for rail industry. So this is also one of the import substitutes. So first I would like to give you a little company profile in the form of a video, and then I will come back directly on the retractable OHE solution what we have developed for railways, and then we implemented for coal application also. So can we have the company profile?
Excellence is the destination. Innovation is the journey. Together, we will pave the way for success. We are BPS International, and since our founding in 2003, we've been on a mission to be a component supplier of Indian Railways. Year after year, we've earned their confidence by delivering exceptional quality materials. Our commitment doesn't stop there. BPS International, a trusted name in manufacturing, is at the forefront of import substitution in India, IRIS and ISO 9001 certified. We boast world-class manufacturing units spanning over 2 lakh square feet. Our team of over 500 highly skilled engineers and technicians is dedicated to developing innovative solutions, making us a key player in realizing India's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Our innovations are everywhere. From the rolling stock to maintenance shelf, our product range has a long list of components for rolling stocks, passenger announcement system, passenger information system, CCTV, our comprehensive in-house manufacturing setup has various machines. After individual components are manufactured, they are assembled on the production line, where huts are built. Most of the type testing facilities are also available in-house, besides a very strong quality team, which ensures quality at every level. Our dedicated packaging and logistics team goes above and beyond to guarantee that every delivery is not only on time, but also precise down to the last detail. We believe in growth through knowledge. Our continuous training programs are designed to enhance the skills of our workforce, ensuring the highest standards of practice in the field. We provide 24/7 after-sales service across India, ensuring our products keep the railways running smoothly. PPS International stands not just as a company, but as a symbol of progress and innovation in the journey of railway component manufacturing. We are engineering a brighter, more connected future for India.
So this is all about our company. We are manufacturing everything in-house, and now we will particularly for this forum, we would like to present our retractable OHE system, which we have developed for railway, and we in fact conceived the idea about putting this equipment in railway sheds. And once we found this is quite successful in loco sheds, we have now obtained certain orders from coal siding also. So can you run this video, please?
Transportation of coal through railways has been a conventional and tested method, as it is not only efficient, but quite economical as well. In the earlier days, coal was mined and stacked near the railway tracks, and then it was loaded in the railway wagons, through mobile hoppers, which used to take not only long hours, but requiring huge infrastructure and manpower, till the time rapid loading system was introduced, for loading the coal under silo quickly and efficiently. In rapid loading system, under silo, complete rake moves at a very slow speed, filling wagons one by one. Its loading mechanism involves a swing chute, which fills the coal from the top, hence it is not possible to have 25 kV OHE under the silo, so the rake is not able to pass under the silo, with the electric loco. As an alternative, 2 electric locos are being used in the combination of push-pull method. So that the first wagon of the rake can be placed directly under the chute to fill the coal, and thereafter the rake is moved slowly, at creep speed to fill the entire rake. In this method, not only one extra loco is used, but it takes a lot of time in attaching and detaching the loco once the rake is filled. To overcome this problem, PPS International has developed with 100% indigenous technology, a retractable rigid catenary system, called RRCS, which passes under the silo, and gets connected with 25 kV OHE, at entry and exit side, of OHE to let the electric loco pass under the silo. For safety purpose, both RRCS and chutes are interlocked, so that at a time only one system would work. And once electric loco passes the silo, and its pantograph reaches to the exit side OHE, that time, power can be switched off to the center portion of RRCS. and then it can be retracted to the side up to 85 degrees, enabling chute to come down and start filling the coal. For safety purpose, both RRCS and chutes are interlocked, so that at a time only one system would work. With the OHE retracted, trains can be loaded or unloaded, without needing to switch to a diesel locomotive, or be pushed from the back, saving time and resources. Our RRCS fully complies with RDSO instruction number TI-IN 0041, and meets all quality and safety standards as per international norms. By enabling seamless and unobstructed access, our RRCS allows for faster loading and unloading of coal, reducing turnaround time for trains, and improving overall operational efficiency, while also contributing to a more sustainable and safer work environment. Our system has been approved now by several railways, and we have now total order of 14 such systems, obtained in last 1 year, due to our best technology, made as per Indian conditions, much cheaper than foreign solutions. Thanks to Make in India.
So this is all about our product. So I have taken very less time, considering already we are overshoot with the time. Thank you very much. If any questions, then I'm happy to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I request a representative from Messrs. Delta Electronics India Private Limited to come on the stage, please.
Good evening, respected Director Technical CIL, sir, and CMD from CMPDI, WCL. So I am myself Shashidhar from Delta Electronics. I am responsible for the R&D. So we have in India, we have established our own factory. We have our own R&D. We developed our product and we manufacture in-house in India. We have close to 2,000 employees in India. 500 are the R&D engineers. We not only make products for India, we also export from India. Next slide, please. Sir, our company is established 52 years, 53 years back, and we are completely power electronics and application products. And in India, we are 23 years, and we are focusing on power electronics. Next slide, please. So globally, we are close to 13 billion, and in India, we make close to around 3,000 crores of revenue. So across the world, we are in 165 offices globally. So Asia, Europe, and America are the major areas where we focus on, and we have R&D centers across the globe, 73 R&D centers. In India also, we have 2 R&D centers. Next slide, please. Sir, we are into power electronics. We are into mobility, we are into automation, we are into infrastructure. So in India, if you really see, whatever I'm showing from now onwards, it's more focused on the India specific. So we are into infrastructure business, we are into automation business, and we are into critical the product segment as well. If you see this slide, it is we make UPSs from very small power to megawatt, and we are into drives, automation products, servo drives, VFDs, and robots, and also in the renewable segment and power quality products. So today I am here not just to represent the product portfolio of my company, I am also covering some of the specific power quality segmented products which are specific to the coal industry. See what we will detail out in the next slides. So this is our pan-India presence. So we are across India, and we have close to at least 500 to 600 service engineers and infrastructure which we have invested to support our all products. So coming to the power quality, so we have specific problems in power quality. Fundamental problems are harmonic, power factor, unbalance due to the load, power interruption, fluctuations. Due to the harmonics, you will have noise, and then you have the spikes due to if you use the old technology power electronics, then you have the spikes in the voltage what you introduce, and if you have overload condition or light load condition, you will have voltage sag and swell. So here to talk specific about the coal industry, two fundamental problems are there in coal industry. One is on the low power factor, which brings the voltage problems, and then you have the harmonic distortion if you use VFDs, if you use not the front-end converters, instead of that if you use thyristor based or if you use diode bridge based. So these are the two fundamental problems what existing in the coal industry, to which we have here with the product and solution to propose. Go ahead. So if you see in this specific slide, so the Gazette India has presented two things. One is on the how the power quality has to be addressed, and then it is not unified throughout the country. So different states have different norms, and especially you see in the dark blue, which is in the KVH billing. So this is the best. I think going forward in next 5 to 7 years, the whole country will have this billing system, where some other states are having on the power factor the requirements, which is talking about the plus or minus 0.9, 0.95. It varies from state to state, and also the harmonic norms, which is specific to IEEE 519. Down the line in next 5 years, we most probably all states will follow one rule, that is going to be the KVH billing plus the harmonic norm, which we have to follow IEEE 519. So moment these two things comes into picture, so the power quality issues throughout the industry will resolve. Voltage sag issues, swell issues, and repeated failure of motors, repeated failures of many of the connected on these lines, the issues will be solved. But however, is that easy to do that? That we will see with our the next understandings. Typically when you see when the power factor is poor or voltage is, they're going down due to the power factor, suddenly people think that let us install the capacitor bank. That will resolve the problem. In reality, that will not do. You will see here very clearly, if we install a 6 MVA capacitor, so whereas the load requirement could be higher than 6 MVA requirement or lower than the 6 MVA, depending on the load conditions, then deficit, either you will pay as a surcharge to the electricity supplier, or you will end up in having the voltage, the sag or the swell. So these things will create many interruptions in your operations. And similarly, when you even go for the switched capacitors, the second picture what you are seeing, switched capacitor, you will switch based on the power factor variations which are coming up from the load. What happens here when you switch? This create resonance in the network. This will create more problems, because moment you turn on and turn off these LC filters, it is a undamped system which creates oscillation in the network. Because in our AC networks, if you put LC without proper control, without dynamic control, it is actually a passive system. It cannot do anything. It can create resonance. So this is typically seen, and many a times systems fail, circuit breakers fails, insulators fail. People does not realize why that has happened. This happens mainly because of these kind of things. The ideal solutions, in the past people used to have these passive solutions, whereas active solutions are what people are adopting. And in many states, actually some specific applications, they are not allowing any passive solutions at all. So in active solutions, can you go back to previous slide? So you have two approaches, going for low voltage systems or medium voltage systems. If the power requirements are higher, it's typically medium voltage is what it suits, because your networks are already 33 kilowatt. If you put the power equipments which are of that kind of voltage, it actually makes your life easier, and because efficiency goes up. Go ahead. Sir, mining industry, some of the solutions which we have provided. So before going there, I would like to present here typical substation, which the major loads which comes from CHP, drag lines and the showers. All these areas you have power factor problem which causes voltage dips, and you have the harmonic problems. And due to this reason, so overall your power factor and the harmonic requirements you will not be able to meet. So you end up paying in hefty fines. Not only end up paying fines, it is also creates a lot of problems for your equipment lives. So these are the important three loads. Let us look actually the CHPs, the coal handling plants. So due to some of our colleagues presented their motors and drives, if they are actually the VFDs, typically you have a lot of harmonics which you to the grid, plus the power factors are lower. And if you do this, you need somebody to compensate it. Otherwise, you will end up in actually the creating emissions into the network, and which creates further problems. Go ahead. So typically in the mining industry, these are the power quality equipments. If you install, you end up gaining a lot of money, saving a lot of money from the surcharges. So one simple example of CHP, how we can actually improve the CHP power quality. So we installed this in the NCL substation in Madhya Pradesh, and which has turned out to be improving your power factor, which has definitely benefited to the substation. Not only that, it helped to gain the voltage at the shawl level. So we are able to improve. So this is what is the original power factor, which you see on the green line, and the blue line is what actually after installing our very small 2 MV, and then overall power factor is improved tremendously on the CHP substation. And yeah, go to the next line. So basically the drag line voltage also you will see in the next slide. So drag line voltage used to be 5.3, now it has gained 5.57. So you can achieve the requirement of drag line 6 kilovolt by if you go closer to the drag line, if you install resolve most of your problems. And we are working also on the CCL substation for the power factor issue. So the current power factor is 0.854, and every month they are paying the fine of almost 52 lakhs because of the poor power factor. So with our proposal with these 3 systems, especially support the CHP, so you can maintain your power factor to as high as 0.99. So which saves almost your investment. You will get back everything in 1 year. Focus. Not only I am saying that, you know, this is on a hypothetical basis. I would like to give you an example. Can you go to the railway example? Sir, this has happened. So in Southern Railway, previous slide. So in Southern Railway, they used to pay, next slide please. They used to pay 52 lakhs per substation for having the harmonic issues. So after we installed from the next month, so their the fines have become 0. They have got back all their money of investment in 6 months. This is true. I'm just trying to validate my point, what I was trying to say there. Go back to product portfolio. So these are our the key products in power quality. If there is a power requirement is smaller, typically we go for the low voltage products. And then whenever the power demand is higher and medium voltage we can connect, because we can achieve efficiency. 6.6, 11 and 33 kV products are there to cater to the requirements of the power quality of the coal industry. Go ahead. So I would like to thank from the Delta for giving us an opportunity to come and present here, and then we have an intent to long-term cooperation with working with the coal industry. So thanks for your time, sir.
Now we call our last vendor for this session, Messrs. Ecodia Projects and Control Private Limited, on the stage, please.
Good evening, everybody. This is Yuvesh Chakravarti from Ecodia, and with me is my colleague, Mr. Samrat Banerjee.
Yes, is it okay now?
Yeah, is it okay now, sir? Good evening. This is Yuvesh Chakravarti, and I represent Ecodia, and with me is my colleague, Mr. Samrat Banerjee. We will be presenting an advanced dust control and vacuum cleaning technology presentation for coal handling plant. And let us start that who we are. We are a very old company in dust suppression system in India. Over 3 decades of experience in dust control in mining, steel, cement and other sectors. Considered to be the pioneer of single fluid atomization in India, that is compressed air free fogging technology which works at 70 bar. And we are registered with all leading consultants in India, over 200 installations in India and worldwide. And we have a manufacturing facility in Calcutta that is around 1,50,000 square feet. So this is our product range. In our product range in dust separation, we have cold fog single fluid atomization. We have barrel mist fog cannon systems. We have sprinkling systems for large open area. We have plain water spray system generally used for hoppers. And we also manufacture cooling humidification systems, odor control systems, and a technology called industrial vacuum cleaning system, which is very handy for spillage control, and we'll be detailing this technology in this presentation. So these are our partners: dust and odor control, Decum GOL for wheel washing systems, Ecology for fog cannons, and Univac for industrial vacuum cleaning. I think we have, yeah. So this is basically the the presentation background. The idea is to present the advanced dust control tech. The idea is to evaluate that how cold fog is used as high pressure dust separation system in Coal India spec and how improvement is possible. The idea is to introduce you to some new technologies which will really help to curtail dust in FMC projects. So the background: dust is anything, as you know, is a mechanically fractured particles from 0.001 to 1000 microns. If the the dia is more than 500 micron, it has a tendency of falling back. But if the diameter is less than 500 micron, it will become air. You will see coal dust everywhere. So the current emission norms, as specified by CPCB, is 5 mg Nm cube, which is getting revised to 2 mg Nm cube. And international benchmarks, like in Germany, it is 0.5, and in the United States, it is 0.15. So still, regulation-wise also, we need to do some catch-up. Now, this is a technology which we'll be focusing on. So already Coal India uses this in as high-pressure dust separation system. Recently, it has been introduced. So the basic idea is that if I keep on reducing the water droplet, 50 micron, 60 micron, 50 micron to 1 to 15 micron, it has been observed that 1 to 15 micron water droplet is ideal to suppress dust, agglomerate with the dust with maximum efficiency, and make your plant dust free. So this technology essentially creates 1 to 15 micron the water particle without any compressed air by injecting a high pressure of 70 kg. So this technology essentially uses a nozzle technology, which is Ruby orifice nozzle, which creates 1 to 15 micron droplets. It is VFD operated pump, and it can effectively attract dust, which we will be showing. Now, if you see this video, we are essentially converting the water sheet into man-made cloud. We are converting it into ultrafine droplets of 1 to 15 micron. And if this can be achieved, then the dust can be effectively suppressed. Now, this kind of fog normally have high density, low velocity. High density means solid mass conversion. Low velocity means that it will be traveling at the speed of the dust and not at the speed of the air. Moisture addition is very less, 0.05%. So conventional plain water spray adds a lot of water. It actually wets your belt, but in this case, it doesn't happen so. The evaporation efficiency of this kind of fog is around 99%, and the evaporation starts after 2.5 meters of travel. So you can see this nozzle design. So the water is entering from one side, and the impaction pin on the other side is converting the water sheet into ultrafine droplets. So this is exactly what it becomes when the water sheet hits the impaction pin. Now, this is a typical installation where in the scud box, the height of the scud box is increased to around 800 mm to 1000 mm, and inside the scud box, the diploid, which is essentially going to suppress the dust in the scud box itself. This is a typical plunger pumping kit, which is basically a skid-based system. And every system is, provided with a RO plant, because the concept is that water in our mining sector is having a lot of TDS, TSS, and hardness. which is going to clog the nozzle. So this inbuilt RO unit ensures that the TDS and the hardness is less than 20 and 10 ppm, and the floating dust is nil because of the TSS. A typical layout where you can see that there is a water treatment plant in the blue, and then there is a high pressure pumping skid. So a very compact system. A typical installation of these nozzles on the skirt box, and a typical pump house showing the CFDS skid and the RO skid. Now real-time installation. So this is for a plow feeder installation. So we will show before dust control and then after dust control. This is a Coal India installation in Northern Coalfield. So you can see that huge amount of dust is getting generated and it is getting leaked everywhere. I think there's some problem with this video. So this was the condition before, and now this is after, when our system is working. You can see that dust generation has drastically reduced as the system is in operation. This is another installation for bunker. And this is an installation for the receiving pit, with Samrat will explain. This is plain water spray.
This is a plain water spray system, the receiving pit. So there actually the entire hopper has been cross-sectioned in two segments, where the two sprays are basically converging to each other. And you can see that the entire dust getting agglomerated into this. This is one of our installations in abroad. It is basically a clay type of material. You can see the enormous dust being generated.
Yeah, we are essentially trying to show that even in case of fine dust like this, our system is effective and it is operational, and it can actually catch the dust. It can agglomerate with the particles. So we will show you what happens when our system is in operation.
This is for Rack Ceramics, Dubai. We have done this project.
And now we'll show you yes. Now when the fog is operating, we could achieve this amount of dust separation. So with ultrafine fog of 1 to 15 micron, you can really capture dust particles of 1 micron, 5 micron, 7 micron. So ultrafine dust can be readily captured. Yeah, this is another video for a stacker application where we deployed plain water spray. So here you can also see the kind of dust which is getting generated.
And gradually this will decrease once our spray is in action. So
you can gradually see that the dust is coming down. Basically, through all these videos, what we are trying to show is that dust suppression works, not that dust suppression doesn't work. only if the the pressure and the flow is properly defined and specified. Most of the dust suppression systems are under designed because it is not specifically mentioned in the specification, only the name is given. Detailed component specification, the detailed design criteria are not at all mentioned. So if the right design is deployed, the system will work, and it is working in so many places. So the application, as you know, in material handling, there are many, and in your coal handling plant, it starts from the hopper, conveyor, crushers, RLS, bunker, everything. So we skip the credentials. You can see that we have all NTPC, TechRef, and everything. Now we'll be showing you another technology, industrial vacuum cleaning. So we have very less time, so we directly come to the video. So now in places like a crusher, where a lot of dust gets deposited on the floor, manual housekeeping is becoming very difficult, and it is not. The mechanical housekeeping, which is industrial vacuum cleaning, is being exhibited here. This has been deployed in couple of coal handling plants in India, and this really helps to make the plant clean. So normally there are vacuum trucks like this. So one vacuum truck may be for the entire entire mines. So every transfer tower will have a piping network, and this vacuum truck will rotate, get connected to the piping network, and the dust and the spillage which is getting deposited on the floor, that will be sucked. So we will be showing this in the video. So you can see that from this vacuum truck, we are making a connection to one transfer house. At this vacuum truck, you can see that there is a vacuum unit, and then there is a dust collection hopper. So whatever will be sucked will be stored in this dust collection hopper. This typically takes another 3 to 5 minutes to get connected, and once this connection is made by quick coupling, the system is actually connected with your piping network. No, actually we could not go, this video is incomplete actually, yeah, 2 minutes. Yeah, please show the suction, yeah. Okay. Or you can show the suction, you can just pull it little bit, and we can just, yeah. Exactly. Now you start. Yes. Yeah. So you can see that it is actually sucking the dust on your floor. And it can suck the this. Even you can see the layer. So you can see the layer of the dust which was accumulated, and this entire thing will get cleaned. Okay then, thank you. I think I have run out of time. Thank you.
With this, we have completed all our present for today's workshop. Now I request DTCIL sir, Sri Achit Ghatak sir, to please come on stage, sir, for his concluding address. Sir. Thank you.
Once again, good evening to all, respected CMD, CMPDI, and my dear colleagues and our partners in the industry. What should I start with? How should I begin with? It was a long day, an arduous day, but an eventful day where every participant preferred to deliver what he had to. He did speak what he had in his mind. There was a series of presentations, some very relevant, some less relevant. Most of them were relevant. We had been discussing a gamut of aspects that in some way affected the implementation on ground, especially the issues part and the challenges part. The last part was the integration, the technology integration that was to come in. I do not know, maybe there were 50, 60 odd points, but I will quickly squeeze down to 10, 15 of them. Very specific points were laid down, may not be in the order, but to be more important and less important category. Coordination, commercial and financial terms, and specificity of NIT, business, and ensuring quality. Then provisions of updating the legalities and technicalities of the NITs, of the guidelines. There was a discussion of joint working group by CVO CCL. Then another important point was syncing of scope of work and the clearances, which clearly what CMD CCL had said, कि we have to sync our plan and our clearances together. Plan does not mean just the thought process, but the drawing board as well. Some relaxations, experience criteria, O&M criteria, PG test scope, boundary wall, security, third party quality check. Then another point raised were terms and conditions of the project, not project value. Then we also had the important issue of LD clause. One of the service providers had mentioned the LD clause. We do have certain provisions, but there is a further need to deliberate if those provisions can be enhanced so that the delays can be cribbed. Then it is the stakeholder consultation, its stages and the terms of engagement. Someone mentioned the KPI based study for inputs to the NIT. Even before we actually go for the NIT, there must be a thorough study, a systematic and thorough study which must have specific KPIs which is relevant to the local area. Then what are the technical interventions which the third part had? OHE, digital twins, which somebody mentioned, drives. Then we had the thorough deliberations required on the NIT, especially with respect to other PSUs. Then monitoring, that is the digital portal, whatever you may name it. There are many good Lachhadar, Guchhadar words to this. Rationalization of design layout is one of the most important aspects. Why not? Why 3 belts? Why not 2 belts with enhanced capacity? Why not the interconnections? I per se, we always believe in lesser and more effective infrastructure rather than redundant infrastructure. We need to, in a nutshell, we need to further deliberate what has actually come out of this discussion. of all these presentations that we have. I would also like that all those who have or all those who are left out, who did not come or was not able to make it to this place today, I suggest we have a very close discussion, very specific discussion on triple I. The agenda would be triple I: implementation, interventions, that is the required intervention. Implementation means the implementation issues that have come up, the required interventions, and the initiatives or the solutions that are required. So the agenda will be triple I. Now, as CMD CMPDI has suggested, the takeaways from today's gathering would be sent to Coal India in specific format. Format also he has mentioned. What are the present clauses? What are the suggested clauses? Specifically clauses, no wayward suggestions. If you have anything in mind, and if you have nothing, that can be deliberated. But if you have any solution, any amount of wild it may be, but please put it. Last is the remark, the last column. These are the 4 columns which shall be required, which will be circulated to you, and the time frame is only 1 week. I would request everybody present here in this hall to kindly give your feedback to CMPDI in this particular format. Then we will have the discussions that I had mentioned with every stakeholders one-to-one. This was what was done for the case of MDOs as well. I am simply following that format, nothing more than that. Then we will have the finalization of the TOR or the interventions or the modalities for deliberations, which shall be for the HPC that we are going to constitute, the high powered committee that will take a call, as we have done in case of the MDOs. For another 15 days time, and recommendation by HPC, maximum of 1 month. If required, HPC shall invite every stakeholder if required, or any of the stakeholders for the discussions. They will have the freedom to do so. Then we would have another one month for approval, fill all those approval processes, and then on almost 3 months, and then on comes the implementation stage. Our draft will be out. We will further seek comments, and finally it goes into the implementation stage. We do have many grievances. I think they need to be addressed, and we also have to change. This is my closing remarks. Many thanks. The thanks episode or perv will be taken over by Nagachari Sahab, लेकिन this is not the end. अभी तो ये अंगड़ाई है, आगे और लड़ाई है. ये इस प्रोसेस के लिए भी और आज की शाम के लिए भी, शाम अभी शुरू हुई है. बाकी का विवरण नागाचारी साहब आपको देंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you for, sir, your address, sir. Since time is less, I quickly request Sri Sudarshan Prasad, sir, GM ENM, to deliver vote of thanks for today's workshop.
Respected dignitaries, colleagues, industries, partners, and stakeholders, as we come to conclusion of this workshop, I could like to sincere gratitude to PM Prasad Sahab, Chairman, Sri Achut Ghatak Sahab, DTCIL, Sri Manoj Kumar Sahab, CMD, CMPDI, and other dignitaries who have actively participated and valuable contribution. Their engagement throughout the session have given truly inspiring. I could like to extend the special thanks to our esteemed speakers of their insightful presentation and for the sharing their experience. Their contribution have added immense value of this workshop. A heartfelt thanks as well to the organizer and support staff who have worked behind the scene to ensure everything runs smoothly. Their efforts are deeply appreciated. Thank you all once again for their presence, participation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. With this, we have completed our one-day workshop on challenges on FMC projects. We have heard from our respective dignitaries, from EPC contractor, from EICs and the executive dealing with the FMC project on ground level. We also heard from our vendors on drives, OHE systems, voltage drop, isogen CHP system. Today's workshop was quite an enriching experience for all of us, and I am confident that these learning will help us manage our projects more smoothly and avoid future challenges. I thank you all our dignitaries to Sir, I request Nagachari sir. Sir, I request Nagachari sir to come on the stage to delivering his speech. Sir, please welcome sir.
नमस्कार सर सॉरी मैं सुन नहीं पाया था इसलिए आई वॉज बिट डिस्कनेक्टेड the entire day was a very fruitful day. In fact, I must be thankful to Shri Achyut Ghatak sir, DTCIL, for his constant follow-up for the program and the vision what he was having behind, and as well my own CMD, Shri Manoj Kumar sir, for this tailoring of this total program. The colleague, my fellow director, Shri Ajay Kumar Saab, Girish Nair Saab, then Rashekar Saab, ED, and everyone, the vendor team. I can see the participation, the entire hall is still full. So that's the success story of this workshop, I believe. With this, as directed by CIL to me, I would like to invite you all with a break of almost 30 to 40 minutes in a leave and followed by the dinner. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I request all other guests to please be seated. I thank you all the dignitaries for coming here, sir. Please, sir, please join, sir, at 7:30 p.m. for the cultural event, sir. Yes, sir.
Repeat announcement, please. The musical and the dinner will be here only, in this hall only. They are just, there will be some rearrangement over here for the musical event. And the participants are requested to be seated. There are some mementos for them. GM&M, the host, will be moving forward with that. With this, we take leave at this stage. Thank you.
We'll start the program in a while, sir. Stage, please. ये है सर, है सामने. Next, I'll be calling GM E&M HOD and GM E&M Civil from each subsidiaries, or the representatives who come from the subsidiary company. In this regard, I would like to call first GM E&M and GM Civil HOD from ECL. Please. Sir, GM E&M and then GM Civil from ECL. GM E&M and GM Civil from BCCL or his representatives. From BCCL. From CCL. From WCL. Sorry. GM E&M and GM Civil from WCL. GM E&M and GM Civil from SECL or his representatives. GM E&M and GM Civil or his representatives from NCL. GM E&M and GM Civil from NCL. GM E&M and GM Civil or his representatives from MCL. Next, I request the regional directors who are present here, and along with HODs E&M and HOD Civil, so I request from Regional Institute 1 Asansol. I request Regional Director from RI2 and representatives of GM E&M and GM Civil. Regional Director HOD E&M and HOD Civil from Regional Institute 3 Ranchi. Regional Director HOD E&M and HOD Civil from RI4 Nagpur. Sir, I request HOD Opencast from Regional Directors, Regional Institute 3 Ranchi to come on the stage, please, sir. HOD Opencast from Regional Institute 3, Ranchi. I request Regional Director from RI 5 along with HOD ENM and HOD Civil from RI 5 Bilaspur. I request Regional Director RI 6 HOD ENM and HOD Civil from RI 6 Singrauli. I request Regional Director from RI 7 along with HOD ENM and HOD Civil from RI 7 Bhubaneswar. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sudarshan, sir.